lamb. I said, oh, Black Betty, bam a lamb. Whoa, Black Betty, bam a lamb. Whoa, Black Betty, bam a lamb.
This is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
This is madness. It rages within us. From the world it seeks to consume, we dream, sweat, achieve.
Welcome everybody, here we go, we are back at it. It is the Motul British Championship, ACU British Championship. My name's Jeff Perrett, I'm joined by Phil G. Welcome to Dirt World TV. This is amazing to be back, Phil. It's been a long off season.
It has.
We've been waiting patiently.
Yes, very much so. And all of a sudden it's here. We've got perfect weather conditions for round one here of the Motul MXGB British Motocross Championship at Hawkestone Park. As Jeff said, we've got a good crowd finding their way into the circuit and parking up quite nicely. All the ground is pretty decent. There's our good selves look in our resplendent pictures that were taken about 20 minutes before we went live on air.
That was Phil with his top done up. In his first picture, he was a bit like Magnum PI there.
Yeah, it wasn't intentional. But yeah, it's been a long while coming. But Hawkestone in absolutely prime condition. The club have done a lot of work, and it is we're ready to go. First round of the British Championship here on MXGB TV. Also going out live on FIM. Moto.tv as well. So if you're watching on either of those platforms, give us a like and a subscribe and drop something in the comments. We've got people looking at that as we go through the day.
As always, want to give a massive shout out to the guys at Dirt Store that are getting behind this whole live stream production. But bottom line is, without these guys, we wouldn't be doing it. And of course, we're going to list a bunch of people, partners of the championship as we go along throughout the year, that have just raised the bar, no question about it.
Definitely.
Last year we saw a definite turn in fortunes for the British Championship, that are obviously brought to you by Motul MXGB. This year already, it is stacked out. We're going to talk you through this, but we've already had the lineup is nuts. We've just gone through 2 lots of last chance qualifying. 2 lots, Phil.
Yeah, 2 lots of LCQs, and then the MX2 one was a big one as well.
You know, and if you look back, there was a time where we were, you know, obviously struggling to even get full lineups. Now we're literally after to whittle them down to 40 riders, and a lot of riders will go home not making the cut. And I mean, that's just where we're at. I mean, you can see the amount of people flooding in to Hawkestone here on your aerial view. They've done a good job with the parking there, all neat and tidy.
Yeah, I mean, going back to, obviously, we lost the international due to bad weather.
Yeah.
That was such a fantastic call, because even coming in yesterday, there were still a few patches in the car park that were going to be a bit soft. So what that would have been with all that wet. And because of that, we now have a perfect track and a perfect set of car parking. Here is our race schedule for the day. Then our RFX125s will kick off at 12:25, 20 minutes plus 2 laps. Then it's MX2 at 13:10 and our Apico MX1 at 2 o'clock. And then the second race is MX125 at 10 to 3, MX2 at 25 to 4. And our final race of the day, the second Apico MX1 race, will go off the line at 25 past 4. All of those are scheduled times, but obviously that can change depending on what happens during the day, but we will do our best to stick to that.
Yeah, and we have obviously sending this around the world, as Phil has already mentioned. We all know now technology has changed the world. It's now a much smaller place. We want to engage with you. Don't be shy. Leave the comments. Me and Phil very rarely get the chance to read them because we're busy, but we have got people checking your comments.
Yes.
And if you are watching from wherever you are on planet Earth, far and wide, let us know, because we've got some team here that will say we've got people viewing in from so-and-so, and we might even give you a shout out on where we are. We've got people watching from Australia. We've had loads of people tuning in from Canada last year. Even more reason to tune in this year. We'll get on to about that later on. So we're going global with it. As you already know, if you're watching it, you know, it's free to view, no subscription. That's where we're trying to get it out there and put a real spotlight on British motocross, and in particular, obviously, the Motul MXGB ACU British Championship.
Yeah, and obviously, harking back to what happened last year, Jeff, all of those championships delivered. Obviously, 2 of them went to the last race of the last round. 125s was, obviously, that's going to be our opening race today. That was... we kind of had an idea in our mind who was going to do what, and it got absolutely blown out the water, first of all, by Jamie Keith getting injured.
Yep.
And then we had, I think we had 4 different winners in the first 4 rounds. And then obviously, in the end, Charlie Richmond was the man that came home victorious in that one, and he's moved up to MX2. So obviously, we'll be interesting to see how he goes. Hayden Statt, he came in second, and Ryan Waggett came home third. Waggett also moved up to MX2, but he's riding a 252 stroke.
Yeah.
So we'll see how he goes. But that was a really, really tight championship. And up until 3 rounds from the end, there was like any one of 5 riders could have won that. And Charlie Richmond did show, he showed his class. He was the last of the top guys to actually win. And then once he won, he never stopped. And he took a well-deserved championship there.
It set the tone. It really did for the entire year. I remember, like, the first race, it was just at it, and the racing was so intense. And actually getting down there in that winner's circle and getting to speak to the riders straight after the race, where the adrenaline was pumping. There was a bunch of young lads there. You're like, okay, they're athletes. They're putting this all on the line. They're not leaving anything out. Everything is being left out on the track. We saw some proper, like, bar banging. They raced hard. They raced fair. I particularly remember the race at Blacksall. I mean, that was awesome between Drew Stock, I seem to remember, and Charlie Richmond. They were going at it back and forth. Of course, they're still effectively young men, kids. They make mistakes, which obviously is part of the learning curve. For us as fans, brilliant, because it makes the racing even more interesting.
It does. And Drew Stock, obviously, he was one of the younger riders in the class last year, and he's here again this year. So I would say that based on his performance last year, he is probably going to be, between him and Hayden Statt. In fact, I think Hayden Statt is the younger of the 2. Those 2 guys are the ones that, based on last year's performance, we're going to expect to be at the front. But all the other guys that came through, the first year guys, are a year older, a year wiser, a year taller. That makes
exactly
a big difference.
You're right, Phil. You got them, and then again we got a fresh batch of 125 riders in, the likes of Joel Winstanley Dawson stepping up from the 85. We've got a bunch of the 85 riders stepping up. In fact, grandfather Ken, I think, is tuning in from Australia.
Yeah, Ken's on holiday in Australia. He's out there on a cruise, or he's staying with family or something. I talked to Ken on Facebook, and he said he's going to be watching. So at tip to Ken Winstanley, the man that used to run the Wolf Sport British Masters back in the day, and I'm sure you must have, you probably did a few of them. I commed on a load of them. So again, Joel Winstanley Dawson, a guy that's moving up, and obviously this leads us on nicely to the launch of the ACU Academy.
Yes.
So obviously a lot of riders in the 125 class are part of that new ACU Academy, which obviously I know that you're involved with as well, Jeff, and that's bringing on the idea to have a proper stepping stone for the young riders to get into this 125 championship and then go to EMX and the proper step forward with the support of the ACU, which is something that's always been quite difficult to kind of get to happen how it needs to happen. But Tim Lightfoot, was here yesterday?
Yes, and he's here now.
Today, and he's very, very visible at the motocross these days, and that's always good to see. And obviously that's going to be a good thing.
It is, yeah. So just to talk more about that. So what's happening with that, we run a programme here at all the British Championship rounds for the 125, well, basically the under-21 riders. They don't have to necessarily be 125 riders. Under-21 riders, where on a Saturday evening, Justin Morris and Yanis from Olympus Pro, we've got this thing going where we try and educate the riders, do a track walk with them. But now, since last year, the ACU have announced this High Performance Academy, which is effectively going to be a small number of riders where they're going to get support from the ACU with genuine help and coaching from Stephen Sword and Tommy Searle to go to the EMX rounds. So they're going to be at the EMX rounds helping them out. So it's only a few numbers right now, but obviously what we're trying to do is all those kids that come and race this championship, we want to try and get more of them racing the EMX, because we need to do that. You know, it's an alarming fact. Tim will front this up. You know, currently we all know we need more British riders in MX2 and MXGP because we don't have any, effectively, full-time riders. So the first step forward is to get more young kids doing EMX. Hopefully that will lead them on into, obviously, MX2 and ultimately MXGP. So that's the plan with it. I'm excited for it. Sordy obviously knows his thing, being a championship contender. Tommy didn't quite get it over the line, but came close on too many times.
He came close to one of the generational talents of the sport. So, Tommy involved. So that's a great thing, and the fact that it creates a visible pathway for those guys is definitely a good thing. So great to see that. So we need to do predictions for the 125.
See, I knew, and I'm not prepared for this. Do
you want to wait till the gate drop? I'll give you a few minutes to think about it.
It sounds like I'm copping out of this, but if anything, if last year was anything to go by, I mean, you've got to make predictions. Okay. I'm going to go, an obvious one is Drew Stock, just because where he finished last year, you know, he had a great season. He's now riding for JK. You know, he won the Blue Crew Masterclass.
He did really well with that.
Yep, got selection to be supported by JK Racing, an official MX125 team from Italy. He started strong. He looked great in qualifying. So, regards of winning, I'll probably go with Drew for the win. Beyond that, I mean, we've got a bunch of new young riders. Harley Marzak looking great. Elfie Getters Green. You got Lucas Moncrief in his second year. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's going to be tight, but I'd say, you know, I hate making predictions because obviously we got a good relationship with all these guys.
Yes,
and they're like, well, why have you chosen? You know,
and there's already been a little bit of that that I've heard.
To which I go, well, because Phil put me on the spot.
Yeah, and so that's it. I'll take full responsibility.
So I blame him. But yeah, I think Drew, just because his age, he's in almost his last year, 125. He's physically strong. He's a young man now.
Yes, and I think he's got a year advantage over Hayden. And obviously Hayden, he's changed teams. He's now on a proper team. He's on with Tim Chambers' Chambers KTM team, and that will be a great thing for him because obviously his dad Craig, him and also Drew Stock, Mickey. Both sets of parents run ragged for the last 2 years trying to get their kids into where they need to be. And obviously, Drew getting the ride with JK and Hayden in there with Chambers KTM, it's exactly what they need when they need it. And I think I'm going to say that I think that Drew has to be favourite. He will be pushed very hard by Hayden. And my tip for third, after watching him race last year and be strong in the second half of the series, I'm going to go with Chris Brindley. I thought he rode really well at the tail end of last year. He's another year older, a little bit bigger, And he's my kind of wild card for third in the 125s.
There's so many. Another rider I want to mention. Obviously, I didn't mention Hayden there. He's an obvious candidate for top three. I also looking at down the list there. You got Finley Pickering. It's nice to see because Finley basically missed a year.
He was injured, wasn't he?
Yeah. Had a great thing going on the 85. Missed a lot of last year. I think now he's grown a bit more. He'll be another contender. As I said, I've already mentioned Joel Winstanley Dawson. I mean, there's just loads. I'm looking down the list now, like, wow, that's a stat class. So looking forward to that.
Yeah, so that's our 125 stuff. And obviously, Hawkestone Park, we're back here again for God knows how many years we've been coming here, but this there's videos of this circuit from way back in the day. Obviously, my racing here probably predates you being born.
Well, I first came here 1981 for a Brian Wade training school.
Yes, so
that's when I first came to this wonderful venue.
Yeah, I was here in '78 for the Super Kids, which was sponsored by Led Zeppelin drummer John Bonham. John Bonham did that, and I sat in the holding area, and I must have had something in my eye. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I was completely overawed because I was here literally because I got an entry, and no level of competence was needed at that point. As we see, the 125s getting their way into the holding area. But great to be back at Hawkestone Park, this historic circuit, and also it is the 75th anniversary of the ACU British Championship. And the question that I'm going to put you on the spot with, which I didn't pre-warn you, I've got questions for you.
You did tee up something, and then I thought, right, shall I go and do some research and try and predict what you're going to ask? And then I thought, well, no, because I've got too much going on. I'm a busy man. So hit me with it. I won't know the answer.
Who was the first official ACU British motocross champion?
I could cheat.
In 1951, you could cheat.
I could cheat.
And I will tell you, you could spend a lot of time trying to find it because I found it in an obscure place.
I will go with... I'm just going to go with Jeff Smith, just because that's as far back as I can think of a rider that might have won it.
And I can tell you that Jeff Smith won it 9 times, but he was not the first winner. The first winner was another Jeff Ward.
Jeff Ward!
Jeff Ward was the first winner.
I remember his name, yeah. Yes. Not that Jeff Ward.
Not that Jeff Ward. He isn't that old.
No.
But Jeff Ward won the first officially recognised ACU British Championship back in 1951, and results for it are just impossible to find. But that is what I've dug out from a deep and distant website. And like I say, Jeff Smith won it I think he won it 9 years out of 12 or something like that. And he's the name that everybody remembers. But it's the 75th anniversary of the ACU, and obviously all of the stuff that they're doing with the academy and getting all on board. I feel that the sport is headed in the right direction, very much so at the moment, and it's nice to celebrate that. I would imagine that going back to Canada Heights, that will be a track that was on that original roster as well, because that has a history going back to just after the war. And obviously Ling as well. So 75th anniversary year, and obviously there'll be a few bits and bobs going on with that. But nice to kind of remember how long we've been at this.
Phil, how long you and I have been at this, let alone the championship. But while we're talking about it, I do want to give kudos to the ACU right now, because as I said, they are definitely making moves. There's no two ways about it. We're seeing Tim, the ACU chairman, at a lot more events now. The 75 year. Let's not forget they were one of the founding members of the FIM.
Yes.
Okay, so that was like when that started. There's so much history and heritage in our sport. We've always produced real quality riders. Been in the doldrums a little bit, but we've got the talent here in the UK. I go to enough youth races, obviously with other hats that I wear, and I'm seeing genuine talent, and I know we have got riders in the UK that are equally as good as any riders I've seen in Europe or America. We need to nurture that talent, and kudos to that now happening with the academy and everything we're trying to do. So it's in a good place.
It is indeed.
I'm excited for the season ahead, and let's roll.
So shall we move on to MX2?
Let's do that.
So that's our RFX125 stuff. If you want to, you can pull up. Oh, you've already got last year's championship. This was a cracker. I don't re-watch this. It's just, you can't watch yourself. It's just one of those things. I was there. I know what I said. But Ling, last year when Tommy Searle's bike, when he had that wheel, he broke a wheel going up in that fast jump as you come out the other field. And I'm like, hang on, there's something going on. We didn't see what it was. I got a text from my missus saying, I think he's got a puncture or whatever, and we didn't know, and then there it was abandoned, and we're like, all of a sudden it's down to nothing, and Charlie Heyman could have been double champion, under 21s and the main championship. Let's not forget that Tommy missed a round with through injury when he took a bit of a digger at the Arena Cross, but still a great championship, and to see how close it came. Oriol Oliveira, another guy, again, missed the first round, missed another 2 rounds through illness. Ben Musto found form, got hurt.
It was just brilliant. We had first-time winners.
Yes.
They were scattered with that. Obviously, you've just mentioned Ben Musto was one.
Callum Mitchell.
Callum Mitchell was another. I mean, Callum at that last round was phenomenal. Joe Brooks, coming back from, missing the first part of the season. His performance at Duns was exceptional. That's what I really liked about it. I liked the fact that it wasn't David and Goliath. It was more the professor against the student. Tommy, at the tail end of his career, going again for another year. All that experience, obviously worldly experience, many times runner-up in the World Championship, raced in America, and he's trying to stem the flow of this next generational thing, and he's out there, and he's still a wily old dog, still got the move, still plays the mic. It's a bit like the Alex Ferguson thing. He's starting to play mind games with them, get in their brain.
Do you remember Blacksall, where he nipped Askew on the line by half a wheel? What a move that was. So, there's Archie Stapley on the Briggs Yamaha.
All said and done, if we quick recap on last year, Tommy Self did get it done. He won it by 7 points. He's coming into it, red plate holder, championship winner. Heyman looks good. And as we said, Musto and all those guys, Callum Mitchell, Coleman. It's just Askew. It goes on. It's another class that's just going to be unreal.
Predictions then? Who do you think?
Oh, wow. My heart, in many ways, to side with the oldies, and I can call him that now, and I think he'll accept it, was for Tommy to... I'm assuming he won't do another year. Who knows? To do just one more year and just go out on top would be quite nice. But I just think Charlie Heyman is going to be pretty strong, as is Dunson and all those guys. I mean, obviously what Sean's doing with that team as well. Yeah, I'm rubbish at this. I think Joe Brooks is a real contender. I think he's now solid. He's had a full off-season. He's not coming in injured.
He's my dark horse. He's the guy that I would say, if he can finish third, that would be a good result for him, and I don't think that's beyond what we've seen. But that could be any one of half a dozen guys.
But here's the thing, Phil, and it's like, obviously you've got to learn to win at some point and get a championship over the line. But getting that first one is, not that I've ever done it, but I've won regional championships. It's not an easy task. And as fast as they are, all of these lads, like when we get to the sharp end, getting it over the line, and that's where Tommy's experience counts. So I still think Searle's a contender.
I think you'd be daft to bet against him, but obviously we've got Gern Dunson on the Gabriel SS24 KTM, who didn't have they had a mare here last year. They lost Maxi Werner to injury, and Dunson had a mare for the first couple of rounds, and then obviously they drafted Oriol Oliveira in later on in the season. But I fancy then that obviously Dunson will be a force to be reckoned with. We've also got Kai Karsmakers.
Of course, we've got him.
On the DRT Kawasaki. That's going to be something to see. And like I say, I think Joe Brooks, Callum Mitchell, any one of half a dozen of those guys. Billy Askew, again, he's had a decent winter. He's coming in fit and well. Again, the first few races we will see, but it is certainly too close to call. But I think that, like you, I think it's going to be Tommy and Dunson. And I'm just looking at the timing actually for the MX2.
And just on that point, I missed it as well. There was a lot going on today, this morning, with first race of the year, catching up with a lot of people and a lot. Askew as well. Let's not underestimate that because we all know his potential. Last year, didn't go how he wanted it to go. I wouldn't say he needs an immediate bounce back or anything like that because we know his talent. Yeah. But he does need a strong season.
He does, and obviously my take on it being Karsmakers, he's not here. He's not on either list. I missed the first qualifying session this morning, and I assumed he was in that one, but he's not. So, and obviously we've got Jamie Keith. He's coming back from injury from an RFX season that he rode one round and won. Yeah, and spent the rest of the year on crutches. Again, he's there as well. Joel Rizzi dropping from from MX1 back to MX2. A good chance for him as well.
I've sat on the fence completely.
You've sat on the fence. Let us know in the comments on either on MXGB TV on YouTube or on FIM-moto.tv. Like and subscribe to those. Follow us on Facebook at MXGB-TV and Instagram the same MXGB-TV. And our website is mxgb.co.uk. So the fence sitting for MX2.
Yeah, well,
if you think MX2's difficult, MX1.
Well, let's bring up, I'm going to go to last year's MX1 championship. Now, again with this, favourite. I mean, just because he's done it for the last couple of years. I am going to go with Conrad on trying to win this championship again, but again, the others are stepping in, and the big factor, of course, is we have now got the talent that is Ben Watson joining the party. That will definitely mix it up, no doubt about it. Sterry really wants it, and last year on a few occasions I thought he pushed. He really did push him.
He looked like he was going to be the man here in the first race. He had an absolutely massive lead, and Conrad looked a little bit out of sorts, didn't he?
But my God,
Chased
did he
him
turn
down.
it around?
Well, I can remember. It's my worst moment of the season. Saying to the button to the guys on the live stream, the leader's got 8 seconds. Let's have a look at something else. And when we came back, Conrad had passed him, and I was like head in my hands. I'm like, well, we missed that. But yeah, look, you're going to have to bet against Conrad Muse. On home soil, he is a difficult man to beat. Adam Sterry's had a good winter. He's again stayed with the Chambers KTM team, are a good unit. It's a good fit for him. Ben Watson on the Dirt Store Triumph now. When was the last time Ben did a full 450 season?
No, that's what I mean. And
he's never done one.
And I genuinely love the fact, and this goes against maybe what I said earlier. I know we want more riders racing full MXGP seasons and MX2, but I love the fact that Ben is back to race a full British Championship. Yeah. I mean, he is such a talent. Always was, obviously from a young age, doing a lot of winning in his youth days, Red Bull Pro Nationals, all that kind of stuff. And great in the sand. We know that. Obviously, maybe inherited that from his father, and brother Nathan, brilliant as well. So, he's going to be an obvious contender. Great for Dirt Store and Triumph. They're really making a push on the 450. So that's fantastic. And then added to that, like I said, we've got riders that have got a turn of speed that can be there. Taylor Hamill being one of them. Let's definitely not rule out Josh Gilbert.
Taylor Hamill is my dark horse. He was really good last year, and Josh Gilbert, as you say. Yeah,
for me, like Josh, when he's comfortable and, he's an Alexa team, sticking with Honda machinery. I thought he had a pretty good year last year with the Apico Honda guys, but now still on Honda, so that's good. Yeah. And maybe, just in a position. And if he gets his head right, we know how good he is.
Yeah, and that Apico MX1 class, as we look at the circuit, there's a few spots of rain and a few umbrellas up, so the weather is just changing. It's been a glorious morning so far. But yeah, this is too close to call, really. And again, Aurel Oliver moving up from MX2, staying with the KTM Factory Juniors team, although I'm not quite sure how that works out with him being on a 450.
He looks young.
He's the only guy here at the meeting this weekend that did the first round of the MXGP in Argentina, where he looked decent. And again, he was a good rider last year, and I think that he will go well on that 450. So you're going to go Conrad for the win?
I'm going to go Conrad for the win. I haven't really wigged this much for, but I'm going with it now. So I'm going Conrad for the win. I think Watson will come in potentially second, and it's going to be so close down. I'll go Sterry for third. That's what I'm going for. Probably alarmingly wrong, but that's the beauty of it. That's why this sport is so good, and that proves the strength of this British Championship, this ACU British Championship right now.
Yeah, well, I'm going to go the other way. I'm going to go Ben Watson for the win, Conrad Muse in second, and I think I'm going to go Aurel Oliver for third.
Yeah, see,
but look, I'm saying that Adam Sterry could win it. We've got 4 really, really good guys who. The expectation that they can win races. Josh Gilbert, he had a year last year with it, not so much injury but illness, and it took him a long time to find his fitness, and he looked good on that Honda. Let's see what he can do.
The only prediction I'm willing to put down here, Phil, is it's going to be epic.
It is going to be epic.
That's the only prediction I'm willing to make. This is going to be an absolute Bobby Dazzler of a year with the Motul MXGP British Championship, ACU British Championship 2026. Can't wait to get it underway. We're excited. I mean, we get frustrated. You get to see it all great, and you get the atmosphere. We love what we do.
Yeah.
But I also sit in there, get a little bit. I'm like, let me out of this box. I want to get out there and get amongst it and see the action. So hopefully that will come across on the screen because honestly, if last year was anything to go by, we're going to see some brilliant racing.
Yeah. So it's more of the same, Jeff. We're pretty much lined up to do exactly the same as we did last year. Got loads of all of our sponsors from last year and a few new ones on board as well. We've got our Phoenix Tools fastest lap as well as we had last year, where there's points for that. Here is the track overview. Technicality 8 out of 10. I don't know who put that score on it. But,
I tell you what, I'd give it 11.
Bobby Bruce was our MX2 winner last year. Here, don't forget. And
there's another rider that could
moved
be
up
totally
to
in the
MX1.
mix.
So yeah, Waggett moved up from RFX125 to MX2. and then Bobby Bruce has moved up to MX1, and Conrad Muse was our winner last year here at Hawkestone Park, as you can see there, right kind of in the middle in Shropshire, a beautiful part of the world for those of you are not in the UK. And a decent crowd starting to file its way in. And so we're getting to the point now where we are going to be ready to go with our RFX125 race. We will go and take a word from all of the people that are paying for this live stream, all of our sponsors who've stacked up and put the money up to do all of this live stream for you, not Dirt Store and all the rest of them. And we will be back as soon as we've played through some of our sponsor films.
I'm still a kid, but I'm tougher than you think.
Let me fail, let me fall, and learn to get back up.
Let me find my own line, let me go full throttle. Never tell me what I can't do, and let me win. Never hold me back.
Let me try.
Let me try. Never underestimate me. It's the ride of my life.
At Ride, you're in control. Create something unique or choose from our wide range of base designs. Stand out with eye-popping colours and bring your kit to life with personalised details and logos. With our advanced materials and proven durability, our kits are built to perform. Head to our website and start designing today. Look good, feel good, ride good.
Okay, thank you for all those people you've just seen, for getting behind what we do here. Get ready, everybody. It's showtime. We are ready to get this underway. The Motul MXGB ACU British Championship. It's been a long off-season, we've said in many ways. They seem to get longer and at the same time shorter. It's been busy for lots of teams. Team personnel changes, all those things. We are now ready for this. The riders are, well, there's no turning back at this point. Some riders might be not quite where they want to be, fitness-wise, niggling injuries, all that kind of stuff. You'll hear this terminology because it's true. You can't win it at round one, but you can sure as hell lose it.
Very much so.
So, yeah, you want solid performance, points on the board. If you come out winning, fantastic. But you've still got 7 rounds to go. But we're going to see where this is at with this. This is, as I said, this is a red-hot class. We've launched this ACU Academy as well, so they're conscious of that. We want to get more British riders racing EMX and into GPs. This is the shop window to do it.
Yes, it is. And obviously, from our point of view, they are...
As you can see up there, that's the 125 qualifiers, but I think that graphic is actually could be the MX2 potentially.
Yeah, it is. That was
I thought it was.
Yeah.
I was going to say I didn't recognise some of those riders, so apologies about that. There is the famous Hawkestone Hill. Going down, and the hill is a bit more treacherous than going up, and that looks very, very easy from there, but that little plateau at the top, Phil,
that you can drive a car across that's that flat.
It's very naughty, that bit, and you just feel like you're basically dropping off a cliff into a load of braking bumps. Which you then got to get on the gas on, and there's a lot of sandstone at the top of this hill.
Yeah, it's very tricky.
Yeah, it's and like I said, the technicality, we need to speak to whoever done that, because we're going to sort of mark the venues in regard to technicality. I think 8's being, I'd have it up as 9, 10, because it is one of the most demanding motocross circuits, not just in Britain, in the world.
Yeah, it doesn't look at you walk round and I can remember coming here and riding. I'll say I'm old enough to have been come down that hill on bikes with drum brakes, and very much it's just so much steeper than it looks on TV. And these guys, back in the day, nobody of this age would ever have got anywhere near that hill. It just wasn't allowed. But our fastest qualifier was the 418 of Drew Stock, and obviously the man on the JK Racing Yamaha. He's fresh off his a good season last year. Came up a little bit short for the championship, but he went out and did mini-O's. He got to the Blue Crew main race in was it Sweden?
Yes. So how that worked is the main Blue Crew race was in Sweden for all the European riders open to, and then because the American Yamaha program came to Matterley for the nations. And then this is so good, before they'd even left the venue, they'd had a meeting with Infront to say, can we do an American version and a sit down with Yamaha? And that's what happened. So we took the winners of the European one, and Drew won the European one, then got invited, all expenses covered by Yamaha, to go and race the American one at Ironman. So he effectively, that's why, and he podiumed. Yeah,
he did really, really well. Let's not forget then that we've also got the Prox Pit Pass, the little piece that you do that goes out usually on a Tuesday or a Wednesday after each of these events, that just sums up all the behind the scenes stuff that we film during the day that we just don't have time to get into the live broadcast. There's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes. Everybody's really, really busy, but the Prox Pit Pass back for 2026, and that's usually a 10 or 15 minute segment, I think, usually with covering all of the highlights and the behind the scenes stuff that we will need to find out. And there's loads of stuff that I'll find out. Here we go. They're top qualifiers then for the 450, for the 125 RFX, top 40 qualifiers. Drew Stock then on the 418. Finley Pickering in second. Harley Marzak third. Alfie Geddes Green in fourth. Hayden Statt, Joel Winstanley Dawson, Arthur Moore, Archie Stapley and Leo Wilson.
Yeah, just to highlight again, this is how stacked we are. This had qualifying effectively, so like we always have qualifying, but we had to have last chance qualifiers because we've taken 50 riders. Now, it's only because of our schedule. Yeah, they had to cap it at 50. The interest was far higher than 50, but we literally physically can't fit in that amount of racing in qualifying sessions. So that's how strong this class is, like literally capped at 50.
Yes,
mad.
And like I say, these I think it makes more sense to have the bigger class in MX2 because obviously they're the more established classes. So having all of that stuff and riders in the the MX2 class, capping this at 60 is really a wise thing. We still got a good race, and obviously these boys are now getting ready to go. We're going to have a quick word from our sponsors, and we will be back with the gate drop of our first of our RFX125 races here from Hawkestone Park.
Welcome to Club Dirt Store, the new way to shop off-road. Stack up points with every order. Then bend your points for discounts. Join the club for free today.
Welcome back. Again, big shout out to everybody getting involved with what we do here. All those names that you're going to see throughout the weekend on your live stream. Without those people, we wouldn't have the championship to the magnitude that we now have it. So thank you to them. This is it, Phil. We're going to get this championship underway, and what a class to start it with. The youthful exuberance and no holds barred of the RFX125 class.
Yeah, I mean, these are kind of the axe murderers of the sport. In this, look, they're in their formative years. We've got guys that are coming fresh off big wheel 85s, and we've got guys that are in their second year in the class, like Drew Stock, and Hayden Snap. So both ends of the spectrum, and like I say, 13 to 18 this class. And that's a big 5 years. There's guys, some of the guys are up on 125 simply because they're really just too big for an 85 at 13. And if you're going to come and have a go at something, have a go at this. And they are out there as well. I have got some of the rider ages, but like 15, 16, 14.
Well, yeah, I mean, looking at some of them, how much they've grown as well. There's Arthur Moore, 467. Now, Arthur was always a tiny little rider.
Yes, I remember. He rode obviously, 60 rather.
You know, for my team on the YZ 85, he has shot up loads. Still small, but he's kind of like he's gone up early, effectively.
Yes,
which is great, you know. And he's another rider that is chasing that European dream. So that's good. We've got him on a 125, maybe a year ahead of schedule. What most people would have thought. He's had a bit of a growth spurt. Looked good in qualifying. I've got to say, he was right at the sharp end straight away.
Also, a shout out, youngest rider in the field, as far as my note's concerned, is the 13-year-old Harley Marjak.
Yeah,
he's there in second,
and he can rip.
There's Drew Stock.
You know, he can definitely turn it on. Again, being part of that Junior World program, and he's European experience, and he's ready. He's a big enough lad to jump onto the 125. Speed in qualifying suggests that he's got the minerals. Obviously, race distance when you're a bit younger.
Yeah,
your body is still developing that physical strength. But speed-wise and talent, Marzak is right at the sharp end.
Watching as the riders come to the line then. Drew Stock, our fastest qualifier, went in next to the doghouse. Jeff, we had this conversation up in the comms booth before we came on air about where the hot place on the start gate was going to be. And as the ground dries out, the cool place to be moves from the far left of the start, or the right hand side as we look at it from the front, moves over to the centre, and then this end of the grid tends to be a little bit wetter and therefore a little bit more boggy. But then there is a point at which it then becomes too dry on the outside, and that little bit of dampness in the sand will help out as the last few riders come.
The start area, although it looks relatively flat, it has got a gradient on it from left to right as you're looking up it. Left is slightly higher, so obviously when we get a lot of rain, the water tends to run to the right-hand side of the start gate these riders are more in the kind of deeper, sloppier stuff coming out of the gate.
So Ruben True there, number 12, he was the last of the qualifiers through from the LCQ, along with Ollie McClurg. I think they were 7th and 8th as we get ready for the gate drop then, Jeff. First one of the year. We'll get the revs to rise, and we'll be underway with the first of our RFX125 races of the year. Everybody then, this is what they've been waiting for what's in Trevor. 5-second board is up. Here we go. Away they go. A good even break. Let's see who gets the run.
It's going to come, I think, from the left or the middle there, you can say, but somebody in the middle, yeah, look really good there. Let's see as they get them round the first corner. It looks like Drew Stott is taking the early. That is Drew, I can tell by his race kit. But look at Arthur Moore. Well, I thought that because Arthur's so light and he's on the TM, and that's great.
Right, I thought that was the 407.
Oh, could be Pickering, was it?
It looked like a 407 on the back of the shirt.
Okay, I may be wrong, but
yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But he's a dot of a rider, whoever he is, and if that is,
it looks like the TM.
It is the TM of Arthur Moore, I think. But
it's
Stock that leads. 20 minutes then, plus 2 laps for this first of our RFX125 races, and Stock has a long look over his shoulder there as he's in the air. Makes his way down the back through that what used to be the wave section, Jeff. There's only got one and a bit down there. It's a little bit flat, and back into what used to be the Honda Hole all those years ago, but now affectionately known as the Sandpit.
I'd love to see those whoops come back, Phil.
Yeah,
Thought he wouldn't,
look at that, straight in from Stock then, so he leads
he's on a level. You know, his confidence is high. I mean, he finished last year so well. You know, getting to ride at the Motocross of Nations at Ironman, then went and raced the Mini-O's, did himself sort of proud there as well. He's just got this confidence. I'm sure that's just looking at it. I think we're going to see when they cross the line in a minute.
We'll get the live timing. So it is Stock that leads then on the JK Racing Yamaha. Already spending a lot of time looking over his shoulder and seeing where the next one is coming from.
Then Arthur Moore, Archie Stapley doing good stuff as well for the Briggs team there in third. Then it's Elkie Getters Green, Fabian Morrison making a great start.
Yeah, he's a good starter.
Yeah.
Here we've got the fantastic drone shot at the top of the hill. This is just a static drone, and you can see as they come to the top of the hill. So Moore second, then it's Stapley, Alfie Gettys Green, Fabian Junish and Morrison, and then Alfie Heron, another TM rider on the number 10. So 2 of the Italian machines in the top 10 as they came across the line for the first time. Wilson 7th, Marjak 8th, Joel Stanley Dawson 9th, and Jensen 7 in 10th.
Yeah, so looking at some of the other ones just outside the top 10, Lucas Moncrief, who had an gearbox issue in practice, which I don't think they could resolve. So he's, I think he's out there on his spare bike. Have to work hard on that one. And then who else was back down there? So a couple of the bigger names outside the top 10, but Arthur Moore with a ripper. You can tell, as I said, he is one of the youngest and smallest riders out there, stepping up to the class relatively early. Looking good at the moment.
Yeah, conditions look great, Jeff. I know that they gave these jumps a little bit of work before the drop of the gate there, but the track looking really, really nice. Not deep, really good for these 125s. You can see this is a wave section. It's changed a little bit. Nice bit of doubling through there. That was a really, really dodgy tabletop on a corner that people used to drag the footrest for. Do you know what? Arthur Moore's hanging on here.
Well, yeah,
he's not getting dropped by Drew Stott.
The kid is determined. I tell you, I've worked with him, and obviously, like his trainer's Ash Wild there from RMJ. You know, like the kid is focused. There's no two ways about it. Now, I'm looking further down the leaderboard because I was looking for Mr. H Stat, Hayden Stat, and as you can see right there, showing currently in 40th.
So has he DNF'd already?
Well, I'm trying to see him. He's not showing on our screen as yet as moving up.
Has he even done a lap or didn't?
I don't know. I don't think he maybe did. I'm not sure. Did he get? If he did get injured or anything in qualifying, we've had nobody's informed us. We haven't had a chance to go out there and find out. So apologies for that. But that is not where Hayden Stat wants to start his championship. Instantly on the back foot.
So the battle then for second, this is what we want to see then. This is Arthur Moore and Archie Stapley. Fastest lap then for Archie Stapley, 2:27.6. And again, he's another youngster, Stapley.
Yeah, again, brilliant. Stepped into the 125 class towards the tail end of last year.
Yeah, 15 years old, Stapley, on the Yamaha. So that's so he's one of the guys. So he's effectively taken the ride of Charlie Richmond, because he's in there in the S Briggs Yamaha Youth Development Squad, as these riders making their way at the top hill. But this is then the battle for second, third and fourth, and it is still Arthur Moore from Archie Stapley with Alfie Gettys Green on the 111. He's another rider that's it's his second year in the class. Alfie Gettys Green then the ripe old age of 16, so he's almost a veteran of this class, and he is closing in on this battle for second and third.
Yeah. It's gonna tighten up, as we said. New names, Alfie Gettys Green was doing the championship last year. Stapley stepped in, I think, in the last 2 rounds I seem to remember him having a good ride at the final round at Ling. He was really good with that. So, yeah, and big up to the S. Briggs team, doing great stuff. They did it last year with Charlie Richmond. They've got 2 great riders this year as well in Harley Marzak and Archie Stapley there. So, good stuff. But right now, Arthur Moore is definitely making that start count. Listen, he's there on merit. That's no just like, I've pulled a good start, because we're a couple of laps in and he's holding his own.
Yeah,
that's the point. He's not, you know... Drew Stock, we kind of predicted his physical strength and where he's at, starting to break away. But look at this battle shaping it up for second.
Yeah, the TM UK entered by then. Michael Woodsworth down there at TM UK, a great guy, and it's nice to see him getting involved again. And when you saw the pictures at the press launch, and Moore is a dot of a guy, and you're just like thinking, he's going to say...
I was like, if they got the right rider for the right bike.
Yeah, it should be an 85, but look, he's here and he's holding second.
Yeah.
Stapley, Geddy Screen and Marjak on the move, so this is going to be a 4-rider battle, because there's Marjak in the background. None of them getting over that as here they come.
This is
a bit of a moment, I think, for Stapley there in the background, Jeff.
Quickest lap of the race, so I'm guessing it's the Phoenix Tools fastest lap of the race. Is Harley Marzak there in 5th, number 581. He has posted a time. Actually, as soon as I say that, they take the time off the screen. So, anyway, I can tell you, it lit up purple on our monitor. So he is the quickest rider currently on track. But Drew Stock has just retaliated and gone quicker. So he's the quickest rider on track with a time of 2:24.984. There you go. So that's what's happening now as they charge up the hill. You can see a few drops of rain, and you can see our cameraman clicking, said rain.
So it is looking like it's getting a little bit wet out there. Is that a change at the top of the hill? So what was the gap across the line? So it was still... We've got a change a bit further down. Where's Joel Winstanley Dawson? We'll give him a shout. Let Ken Winstanley know where his grandson is.
So we definitely need... Apologies, we haven't been informed on the Hayden Stat incident, but he hasn't even registered a lap.
No, so
I'm assuming something's gone wrong in qualifying, and he didn't even go to the line.
Yeah,
so,
I think maybe an injury. Maybe he just tried to put a lap in and... got a lap in qualifying, and that was it. We will no doubt find. If you know, drop in the comments. We'll have a look.
Probably know more than us, because we've been pinned in our Tupperware box all morning.
We have. So Stock then from Moore. He's actually starting to gap out Archie Stapley a little bit. We've got a faller there, the 144 on our other screen. He's up and running. John Winstanley Dawson then, he's currently there in 6th. Picker in 7th. Wilson 8th. Fabian Junior Morrison 9th. And Lucas Moncrief in 10th. And...
But Stock making a good, very, very good run on it here. So he is the Phoenix Tools fastest lap of the race, your race leader. I think he's not managing the situation well. I do believe that Drew's got plenty in the tank. I don't think he's going to go out and do this whole, like, I want to wax everybody here, do enough thinking championship mode. He doesn't need to do anything other than win.
No.
Always nice to make a statement and win by a minute if you get, but not necessary. So I think he's got plenty in reserve. It's a long championship. Another race to come. That was nice.
Yeah, so Arthur Moore getting into so that's where his gap on Stapley's coming.
Yeah.
The youngster then on the TM UK. TM is he's just getting himself a little bit of breathing room on Archie Stapley on the S. Briggs Yamaha. And you can see there the TM just starting to disappear in the distance. I'll forget his screen then. And again, with the track conditions as they are, Jeff, sometimes it's better just to, do you know what, I'm just going to sit back a little bit and not get filled in for the next 10 minutes plus 2 laps.
100%.
And as long as I can see the guys in front of me, keep my powder dry, or as damp as it is now, and have a go. It doesn't, certainly can't hear the rain on the roof here in MXGB Towers.
There's some real talented riders out there, but coupled with this as well, like, I've been there, you know, I used to be small and I had a bit of an advantage, and in some cases, although he's not obviously physically strong, what Arthur's got going for him, great technique, but he's also got that genuine power to weight ratio. Yes. You know, let's be honest, the size of him, he's probably not more than a couple of bags of sugar.
He's the Lucas Coonan.
Yes.
He's the Sasha Coonan of RFX125 as it stands at the moment. But Stockland
and he's on a good bike.
And he is, and those TMs are fast. Look, I've raced 300 TMs for a long time, and they are an absolute ripper of a bike. And out of the crate, they are a very, very good machine. I'm surprised we don't see more of them. Where was the other one that was in that was up there? Well, was I think the number 10 of Alfie Heron. He got a good start. He's dropped down the order as it stands at the moment. But through the trees then, the 467 Arthur Moore on the TM UK, TM 125, and Stapley closing in. Little look over the shoulder, and Geddes Green getting racy as well. So Geddes Green looking like he's going to make a move for third down the inside as they come into this bank turn. He squeezes up the inside of the S. Briggs Racing Yamaha of Stapley, and that's I think this will be the best position that we've seen Alfie Geddes Green in on the RFX125 Championship.
Yeah, I think he's got obviously the talent to put a really good season together. He had some good performances last year. There was a little level of inconsistency at a few, if he can polish up on that. He's a year older. Alfie I'm talking about, because I think that's what cost him a bit last year. A few inconsistencies.
He did ride a round of his local centre championship and missed a round as well, because he wrapped that up. But that RAS Yamaha, he's going well, and he is closing in. And let's see if Moore gets it. Yeah, Moore gets over into that. That's it. With who else is it? Is that Joel Winstanley Dawson closing in the background?
Well, I think you might be right. Yeah, he's there.
Marzak is there.
Yeah, he is. They're all similar lap times. This last lap around, variations on best lap times. Obviously, quickest rider out in front is the rider out in front, Drew Stott. So he's got a little bit more over these guys, which is why he's opened up that gap.
So it is all tightening up then at the front. Geddes Green moving through to third position. Marzak closing in on Stapley for fourth, and Joel Winstanley Dawson has moved up to fifth, so he's put the pass on Marzak and that Winstanley Motocross gas. Neither of those bikes are fresh. They're bikes from last year that they've had freshened up over the winter, the stuff that they were running from mid-season. And obviously there he is up the inside, Joel Winstanley Dawson. He's had a growth spurt over the winter.
Yeah,
he was a kid that was too big for an 85, really. He was too big for an 85 for quite a while, but they persevered with it and then did a few races on the 125. But he's kind of up into this a year early as well, and he is on the move. So we'll see what the man from Wigan can do. And of course, he is the nephew of former 125 GP racer Matt Winstanley, and his dad and Mum Dale and here at the circuit. Michaela, the name went from my mind, that was on the tip of my tongue, and he's come through again with a good bunch of schoolboy riders through 65s and 85s, and he is now here at getting towards the sharp end of this RFX 125 Championship with 7 minutes and change plus 2 to go. Is Geddes Green going to put the pressure on Arthur Moore? Now I think Geddes Green is going to be a little bit fitter than Arthur Moore, just simply because he's that little bit older and a little bit more sinewy, maybe. But certainly a great ride from TM.
Yeah, you could argue 100%. Yeah, riding really well. Just tuck the front end a bit there, and of course they've got maybe just that extra year of experience on the 125. Well, not I think they have. That's fact. So yeah, just but what? One thing I found working with Arthur, and I'm sure his coach Ash Wild tells him this as well. He focuses on the job of hand. He was never one for worrying about what was looking behind him and worried what was going on behind him. So he's just head down. I haven't seen him look behind him once. It doesn't look like he's panicked. He's still getting nicely over that. That's his ace up his sleeve at the minute.
It is, isn't it? So there was actually a change of a position there, because I think Geddes Green actually passed him.
But he passed him back.
And he's passed him back. There was a back marker in there as well, I think. But that looked like there was a change there, and Geddes Green got up to second very, very briefly. But the youngster on the TM 125 managed to find his way back into the lead by jumping down. I do like this new rework bit of section. There is the Winstanley Motocross gas of Joel Winstanley Dawson. And there is the 581 of Harley Marzak. He is now down to 6. What's the gap back to 7th, Jeff, with Leo Wilson?
Yeah, they kind of gapped those a little bit of a... I'm just trying to work out here. It's probably, what's that, about 7 or 8 seconds or more. Screen change just as we looked at that.
Yeah, top of the hill now, and Geddes Green all over the back of Moore. And it's Stapley, then it's Joel Winstanley Dawson, another 2.5 seconds back. But I get the feeling that these boys are closing up at the end. Move down the inside, maybe. Oh, yes, he has. So Geddes Green dives down the inside to take second. There's Drew Stockland just holding, I think, like a 4 or 5 second lead at the front.
Yeah, he doesn't look too fussed. As I said, I think Drew is just knocking out the laps, keeping an eye on things, I'm sure. If they start getting close, I'm sure he'll be able to amp it back up again.
There's the race leader. There's the second place battle still, and it is still more that he's saying. Just talking to.
Did he fend him off? I thought.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's dropped back to third.
He has. Yeah, you're right. That's what threw me. I'm like, no. So
Yeah.
he's had him back. So he's passed him down that section.
Or is that Marzak? I think that's Marzak, isn't it? Now, maybe.
Let's have a look. Yes,
He's already gone by. Yeah. So maybe Arthur. Just look at the size of him. He stood up, and it's like he's barely off the saddle. Bless him.
Yeah.
He is giving it a damn good go, though, here. It's brilliant to see him step up to this class and perform like he is.
Yeah, there's a back marker in there which took my eye a little bit. But yeah, just talking to Mickey Stock, Drew's dad, last night in the pits. We had a cold one down there with one of their sponsors, Andy Reefing from Reefers Transport, just chatting about stuff. And Drew does a lot of his own work on his bikes. He's out of school, and his dad says, well, he's all got to get done. And I'm busy earning the money to pay for it. He works on all his own stuff. That's so it gives him a real good grounding. And he also says he does quite a bit with the SC Sport Homes guys as well.
Yeah.
So good to see that Drew is working his way right on cue. There he is.
Yeah.
He's across the line already.
Yeah, he's ripping. We just saw on screen before that, briefly, we actually saw that was Pickering and Lucas Moncrief battling there for 8th and 9th. As I said, not the start they wanted. I went to see Lucas after qualifying and then realised, actually, I don't think I want to see him. He was pretty annoyed that his gearbox had gone.
Which does happen.
Tried to reassure him, so he's not where he wants to be, regards to the bike that he wants to be out there racing on in a minute. But it's damage limitation. He's a rider that's been announced as on the ACU High Performance Academy.
Yeah.
Along with Drew Stock and Hayden Stapp.
So we've got the leader then coming down over this tabletop. We start to get a few back markers in there. There's the race leader. So I'll forget his screen now. Second by 2 seconds from Arthur Moore. Moore dropped to third. And then it's Archie Stapley. And then 2 seconds further back in 5th place is the 2:36 gas of Joel Winstanley Dawson. And 2 and a bit minutes plus 2 laps to go. Was it 2 laps? Was it 1 lap? That's a good question.
It's normally it's 2 laps, 20 plus 2 for the 125s.
Indeed it is.
Obviously the other 2.
No, it isn't. It's, hang on. So yeah, right. Plus 2 laps. I'm just scrolling my way down. The thing stuck on the wall that's far too far away. Yeah, you can see that Drew Stock is just being very, very economical and nice technique through there, and just not. Again, these are the kind of things where it's really easy just to get caught in a bit of soft stuff and tweak a knee. Just trying to keep his concentration levels up. Now, if you get his screen then on the RAS Yamaha, he is in second.
Yeah, and you're right, Phil. I mean, I'm not. We don't know what's going on at Drew's helmet, how hard he's trying to get that. But if he is in a position where he's got some in reserve, it is tempting to go right. First round, I'm going to show these lot I'm unstoppable and whatever.
Yeah.
And ride beyond your means and throw it all away.
And these
to try and prove a point that I won by 30 seconds a minute.
He's won the race. His sponsors will be happy that he's won, and he'll be happy that he's won, and then he's keeping his powder dry for the rest of the season, because obviously they've got a big run now, because they're away to Spain for the first round of EMX next weekend. For the first round of the EMX 125 next weekend. So they want to get out of here healthy, and they've got a big run of stuff to go at.
Yeah.
If we can just catch and see if we can see how the battle for second and third is going. Looks like, after you get his screen, he's still 2 seconds ahead of Moore and Stapley.
Yeah, power sapping up that hill. It doesn't look much, but honestly, I mean, there's enough people watching that have been Hawkestone and know what I'm talking about. There's also a bunch of you watching going, that doesn't look that bad. What's all the big fuss about Hawkestone Hill? Tell me, like when you get it, it looks nothing. You start walking up, you get like a third of the way up, and you're going, I'm no athlete anymore. I'm like, oh dear, this is it definitely gets steep up there.
Yeah, so I have to see who is up there. The lighting not doing us any favours. Let's have a look.
You can see how they come in on an angle across that. You don't see it here, but that's a lot of sandstone there. It wants to take your front wheel away from you as you drop off. We saw Geddes Green earlier on nearly lose the front end and go off stage.
That's right, yeah.
Or right, the way he was going. Well, we can hear Ben, the event commentator, going nuts out there. So he's seeing something that we're not.
Yeah. So it looks like this is why we're suddenly getting confused, because all of a sudden Harley Marjak is up to 3rd and we have lost Joel Winstanley Dawson. He's gone down to 10th. So that's why we're having trouble picking the riders up. So the guys that we're trying to find on circuit have suddenly dropped 10 places. That is the 514. So,
Yeah, so Marzak is absolutely on a ripper. He is getting it going on towards the end of this moto. We need to find him out there as he's working his way up to 3rd and is now challenging, we think, Geddes Green. So 581 is what we're looking for. 111 Alfie Geddes Green is still in 2nd. No doubt in the race leader. He has a 27-second lead.
Yeah, so he should be coming into sight in a moment. We'll call him in as we come into the sandpit. There he is. So there's your race leader, Drew Stock, just jumping into the sandpit.
Yeah.
We had him briefly there. We'll hold this camera shot for the finish, and we'll go. Here he is. Yeah, so all of a sudden it's all changed out of our camera shot, and there's nothing we can do about that. So it looks like Joel Winstanley Dawson took a bit of a digger somewhere. But here is our race leader, then, Drew Stock.
He should get the 2-lap board. Was it up? I didn't see it from that angle.
No, it's difficult to see from that angle. So Alfie Geddes Green 2nd, Marjak 3rd, and then it's 4 and a bit seconds now back to Arthur Moore. Then it's Archie Sapley. Leo Wilson on the 457. He will inherit 6th. I'm just looking down to see where my pick for 3rd in the championship is, Chris Brindley, and I can't see him.
Well, he was running 8th earlier on.
He's currently 11th, just behind Joel Winstanley Dawson. So
I did see him in the top 10 earlier. Obviously, he's dropped out of it now.
But there is our race leader coming down the hill, I think. And so many Yamahas in this race, Jeff. They all look the same.
Yes, yes, they do. And a lot of them are obviously all signed up to the Blue Crew program.
Yeah.
So, with the amount of riders that are signed up to the Blue Crew program, we're hopefully going to see a good spattering of these kids going to race at this year's Motocross of Nations in the Blue Crew Super Finale, which will be an amazing experience for them.
Yeah. Lucas Moncrief then moves up to 7th. So the man on the 531, Madison Free Flow Yamaha, is making up for obviously a not particularly good qualification. Winstanley Dawson now up to 9th. So obviously that was we hear our on circuit commentator in the background, and that was obviously what he was getting excited about. But Drew Stock then, we're getting the last lap board this time by Alfie Geddes Green then on the RES Yamaha. This will be his best result in this championship. And as I said to quite a few people over the weekend, Jeff, it's a case of waiting your turn in these younger class championships. The expectation that you're going to come in and make an impact straight away, not always there. But having said that, Moore, Marjak and Joel Winstanley Dawson have certainly rattled a few cages, and they're going to be guys we expect to be in the top 6 regularly throughout the season.
Yeah, and absolutely Arthur Moore as well. I mean, credit to him.
Yeah.
What a great ride, for his sake. Let's bring it in, Arthur, because that's a brilliant start to your first year on a 125. So, yeah, but this has been a class act. We kind of, if you go on form and where last year ended and all that, it's no surprise. For a lot of people, I'm sure, Drew clearly starting this year as a genuine title contender. He was a contender last year, nearly got it done. It went all the way right to the last round. So, yeah, he looks very comfortable, very at ease, looks good with his new surroundings. Obviously having to work with the team. They're an Italian team. They're happy with him to come and race the British Championship. But when he comes here, effectively he hasn't got the team with him.
No.
He's representing the team, but it's kind of like he's doing it on his own.
Yeah, talking to Mickey last night. They're getting some help from Yamaha UK a little bit with bikes and a few other bits and bobs, but it's certainly not a fully supported ride here in Britain. They're still having to fund a lot of it themselves through their own personal sponsorship. But we didn't get to see much really last year for Jamie Keith being injured, how that would have panned out for the rest of it. So looking at the gaps, then there was quite a lot of space between the first 3 as they went across the line. Jeffy's going to exit stage left and go and see our first 3. We'll get Drew Stock over the line, and then we'll see the battle between Geddes Green and Harley Marjak for second place, hopefully in the background. So there's a long look over the shoulder from Drew Stock on the JK Racing Yamaha. And like I say, Alfie Geddes Green, a good ride from him on the 111, the RES Yamaha. That will be his highest finish, I think, in the RFX125 Championship. I'm trying to have a look and see where he finished last year. I don't have that easily to hand. Through this nice wave section, this has stayed a lot better. Obviously, we can't see the ruts through there, but it looks a lot nicer than I expected it to ride when I walked around the track yesterday. Nice, decent crowd in here at Hawkestone as well. It's people all the way round the circuit, and with the trees being a little bit barer than they normally are, there's some good places that you can get a good view of the circuit and still see through the trees. So Stock decided not to leap into the sandpit on the final lap and ride in what has been a fairly comfortable win. Like I say, we will try and get the lowdown on what happened to Hayden Stat. I mean, I'm hoping that it's an issue on the warm-up lap or something of that nature that isn't going to keep him out of the rest of the meeting, because that's going to take the sting out of this championship literally at the beginning. So it is a win then for the JK Racing Yamaha of Drew Stock. Let's wait for the battle for second and third to come across the line. They are a long way back. I think they're about 30 seconds or so. They'll be coming into sight any second now with a bit of luck. And it was Geddes Green on the 111 that we were expecting to be the next rider through. Is this him coming up the step now? This is a lovely addition to the circuit, and I think this is going to be the 111 of Alfie Geddes Green. He comes across the line to take second. Marjak is going to take third. He comes across the time. A brilliant fourth for Leo Wilson. If he hangs on, we'll wait for him to come across the line on the 4:57. So Leo Wilson on the Manchester Extreme Yamaha, the 14-year-old. That's a great day's work for him as he managed to come by. Obviously, we've got a lot. Screen was picked over. So Wilson comes across the line. He's pipped Arthur Moore. Moore comes across the line fifth then on the TM UK. TM Stapley 6. It's going to be Lucas Moncrief is the next rider on the 531 Madison Free Throw Yamaha, and there he is. He comes across the line in 7th. Joel Windham, Stanley Dawson in 8th. It's Chris Brindley in 9th, and Ollie Waters in 10th. So the weather then just starting to get a little bit of moisture. We're going to take a quick break and have a word from our sponsors, and then we'll be back with the top 3 finishes in the first of our RFX125 races.
This is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
Right, here we are down here in the winner's circle with the winner, Drew Stock, of the first RFX125 race. Drew, a controlled race. You're coming in. Your off-season was amazing. You finished last year really strong, confidence high. That was a pretty dominant performance. But to me, it looked like there was still plenty left in the tank.
Yeah, that was a really good race. A good start, and had a really big gap, so I weren't pushing 100%. That's all I needed to do. I don't know all I needed to do. Had a few close calls with the back markers on the back jump. I don't know if the TV got it, but it was pretty close. That kind of tamed me down a little bit, but I still brought it through to get the win.
You've done enough experience races now. You know you are experienced even at a young age, and you know coming into this first round that you can't necessarily win it at the first round, but at the same time you want to start solid. So you must be still another race to go, of course, but that was a really good opener.
Yeah, happy to get the win and hopefully come back in the second one to do exactly the same.
I'm sure you will. Well, good luck. You go and get yourself ready. Let's bring in second place rider, Elfie Getters Green. Elfie's coming on. He's washed his face. He's covered with dirt and whatever. But Elfie, we said last year, you actually put together a pretty good season last year. You missed a couple of rounds with other commitments and inconsistencies, but full championship quest this year. Another year in the 125, looking strong. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, very happy with that. Yeah, I'm really happy with how that went. And yeah, we was there from the start. You know, we got a good start, and then yeah.
You like Hawkestone because you're from the East Anglia, a lot of sand tracks. You like a bit of this terrain, don't you?
Yeah, I do like a bit of Hawkestone. Yeah, it's a good track, real good.
So expectations for the second one, same thing again. Have you got anything you can close the gap between Drew?
We'll see how it goes. Yeah, see. But
right.
No.
Well, there you go. Any sponsors you want to thank?
Yeah, I want to thank Ras, Ride, Expert Wash, yes, Sinto, Douglas Brickworks.
Shirt's a little bit dirty, but we'll let that slide. Okay, right. Well, good luck in the second one. You're going to go over there. You can move out. Let's bring in Harley. Come on in, Harley. Harley Marzak. Listen, another first year on a 125 rider. Strong 85 performance. You're already a big old lad, taller than me already, but that's not hard. That was solid. You worked your way up to the third there. Are you happy with that as an opener for your debut ride for the team?
Yeah, I was expecting more, but we'll have to carry on in the second race, see what happens.
I like that. I like that. But you've jumped on the 125. You look at home. To me, is it nice to have that extra power coming off an 85? And of course, you were getting quite big towards the tail end of an 85. So it must be nice to have more movement around the bike.
Yeah, it feels good. I've actually got more room this time, and there's a lot more power.
So that's good stuff. Right, listen, he wants, third on his debut in the class. Like, no, I want more than that. We look forward to seeing you lay that on the track next time out. Good luck in the next one. They're going to go and get ready. Okay, so that's the first race done for the RFX125 class, the next generation. Great to see them out there all giving it 100% with dirty faces. We like that. Don't go too far away, of course, because we are just starting out this championship. We've got the MX2 class coming up next. And again, who wants to call that? Some real talent out there. So don't go too far away. MX2 action coming up next.
This is madness. It rages within us. From the world it seeks to consume. We dream, sweat, achieve.
Okay, here we go. Welcome back, MX2. This I'm excited for. Again, Tommy Searle, target on his back, bigger than ever.
Oh, yeah.
But he's got big old broad shoulders.
I know.
He's ready for it. One more year, the never-ending retirement.
I know. Been there myself many times, probably about 30 years now. But big thanks then to Dirt Store, obviously Tommy's team, for sponsoring this live stream and all of the other partners that we've got making this free live stream available to you on MXGB TV on YouTube and fim-moto.tv on that there internet. Don't forget to like and subscribe on Facebook and Instagram at MXGB TV. And if our wonderful crew can put the camera on us, look at our FXR sponsorship stuff. We've got all of our nice clothing. And as we're looking at the guys in there, and that's our holding area. Waiting for our MX2 Race.
There we are.
Oh, look at that. We're beautiful.
There you go.
FXR.
That Dirt Store things doing that.
Motul,
So all these people that make it count. I mean, you know, we're not really catalogue models.
No,
that's not
definitely a face for
bush.
radio. I am going to get so much stick for my photograph, and I'm sure the first one that we got taken will find light of day.
I particularly enjoyed that. Phil just had a little catwalk moment earlier on.
Yeah, it was a bit of an embarrassment. Qualification now. 2 groups of MX2. Because we had a massive entry, and let's have a look and see what we've got. I don't know whether that is actually correct. No, so that was the LCQ result. Sonny Rooney, George Cork, Harrison McCann and Harvey Cashmore came through from the LCQ. There's something not quite right with that graphic. No, that's
definitely not. They've been put to the front of the pile, even though they were the last to qualify. So, they're not the top qualifiers. You could see the other big names a bit further down.
Yeah, so we're trying to do a lot of stuff automated these days, and we're trying to get everything a new level of, I won't say sophistication, but we're just trying to get everything auto-populated, because we've got 4 different systems that all need to put this stuff on our screen instantly, and we are working our way through that. So everybody doing the best that they can with that. We'll go through what we got in time training then. So it was in Group 1, which were the fastest time in Group 1, went to Charlie Heyman, and then he was fastest in Group 1 from Tommy Searle and Jamie Keith. And then in Group 2, it was Joe Brooks, Gian Doonson and Joel Rizzi. We'll just have a quick word from our sponsors, and we'll be back with the gate drop of our first MX2 race of the day.
Is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
Excited, Phil? You got a deep breath in there.
Getting there. So,
look at Nev Bradshaw. There he is, 107 years old.
Yeah, he's the man that I watch on YouTube and think, I could still do this. He is out. Let's see where Nev qualified and what group he was in. So Nev was 16th in Group 1.
That's not right. A 272. Real men wear pink.
Yes.
Nev's still rocking it.
And let's not forget, it was an absolute barn burner for qualifications. So the top 16 from the 2 groups went through. And Jude Morris Foundation, they are the sponsors of the Under-21 Championship. So the riders that came through from the LCQ were George Cork, Harvey Cashmore, Sonny Rooney and Harrison McCann, who managed to edge out Logan Wilcox by half a tyre. But our fastest qualifier in Group 1 then with a 2:11.1 was Charlie Heyman, our runner-up in the championship.
Yeah, and just to remind you, if you're wondering why Heyman's running a blue plate with yellow numbers, that signifies he's the under-21 championship leader champion stroke thing. That's what we're doing now. The Jude Morris under-21 championship is incorporated into this race, don't forget.
Yeah, so here we go then, getting ready. 5-second board is up. Lower away, clean start. Let's see who's going to get the drop from the centre. Oh, somebody swept through
right from the outside, swept in there. It is Keith.
It's Jamie Keith. And he qualified well. He was third in Group 1, so it's Keith. Ollie Colmer there in second on the 456 Chambers KTM.
Who's that? Well, I can't quite tell, but some of the mid-pack riders gone down there on the exit of that corner. Keith with a clean track. Now, speaking to his dad earlier on today, he was a bit like, this is now a bit big leads. He's gone up every time with the expectation of being the man. A little bit more intimidating in this class, but my God, he's made a flyer. And with the track conditions getting worse, the rain's coming down.
Yeah, the Phoenix Tools Fantics guys making a good start. That looks like the number 2 of John Adamson there in third, and it also looked like his teammate, the 479 of Josh Vale. So the 2 Phoenix Tools Fantic boys are there as we can see the rain falling.
I love this sport, Phil. I'm going to say it a million times throughout the year.
I like it watching it on telly, sat in a nice warm TV.
Yeah,
here they come.
Okay, this is going to be a good one. Because we have got some big names and we're not seeing them. Well, we can't identify them just yet. We get them over the line, but I'm not. Some big names that I'm not identifying in the top 10 just yet. So they got some work to do. Yeah. Okay, so it's Keith Colmer. That's your top 2. So
there's Charlie Heyman going through with Doomson there, and on the 574 Gabriel SS24 KTM chasing. So Doomson 6, Josh Vale in there, Glenn McCormick 9th, Tommy Searle 9th, Rizzy 10th, Harrison Green off in he's there 31. So
Richmond, Charlie Richmond 11th.
Yeah, Richmond.
Brooks down in about 13th. He's got some work to do.
Yeah, like I say, these guys they're a good start away from a win or a 15th, but Jamie Keith comes across the line 2.8 seconds to the good. We haven't seen ACU come across the line. We haven't seen Gav Stevenson come across the line. Are they the guys that went down in that first turn or second turn crash, Jeff?
Well, it's showing ACU down in 39th on our screen. It shows 38th on yours. Did he complete a lap? He's just crossed the line.
Right. Okay.
So I think that might have been him on, first corner, that second corner on the deck.
So it looks like him and George Hopkins and Gav Stevenson were the riders that went down. But here we are then, lap 1, as we look at the 422. I think of Charlie Heyman then in the background with the blue and yellow plate on. But our race leader, Jamie Keith, 2.8 was his lead across the line the first time by. And there is the Phoenix Tools Fantic. Oh, that was a big moment. I don't know whether that was deliberate or not. There's Heyman closing in. So that is... that one is definitely... That is Adamson, I think.
That is John, number 2.
Yeah, so it's Keith from Colmer from Adamson.
Well, Jamie Keith, I'll tell you, he's going to be more than 2.8 seconds in the lead at the end of this lap because he is going for it. Can he sustain it? This is what we're going to find out. Heyman running it a little bit wide there. Some of these riders, of course, have had a good little shakedown at the Scottish Championship last week, which, by the way, that's not an injustice to the Scottish Championship, which is brilliant.
It is a good championship.
And they got some amazing tracks up there. So a lot of them went up there, Tame, sand track to get prepared also for this. And Heyman looking like he's getting a bit like, I need to get past this dude quicker. Don't want to sit there too long, getting all filled in.
Colmer keeping Jamie Keith in sight as well. So pleased with Jamie Keith. He spent far too much time in this booth last year for my liking with his foot in plaster. So great to see him where he should be. And John Adamson dropping then out of the MX1 class down to a 2-stroke 250cc Fantic.
Oh, Heyman is working it. He's trying inside, outside. He's doing everything right. He's not following. But I can't seem to find John riding, obviously, the faster line at the minute. But Heyman is working it. As I said, Keith is on a charge. That gap has almost doubled at the front. Over
that
Colmer.
was a change at the top. So Heyman makes the pass at the top of the hill. So Heyman then up to third. Doomson, Adamson back to fourth. And it's Doomson, Josh Vale, Liam Knight on the Garland Power Sports KTM. He's there in 7th. Tommy Searle on the Dirt Store Triumph is 8th. 9th place Joel Rizzi on the 722 Kawasaki, and 10th place number 30 of Charlie Richmond on the Crendon True 7 Honda, the man who came up as our championship winner from RFX125 last year.
This is going to be a war of attrition, because you can see we did predict, or the weather predicted, it was going to turn around this time of the day, and bang on cue, it has happened. You saw the rain coming down pretty much on a 45-degree angle there, because it's quite windy. It's gone cold out there. Obviously, vision's going to play a part now. Hopefully, the rain will blow through and not affect the track too much, but what it will affect, obviously, is their race vision.
Yeah. Are we getting any Billy Askew sightings yet? Is he making his way up through the field?
He's still circulating. He's just crossed the line again. He is way down, but he is in 39th position, but he is circulating.
Right, okay. Well,
lap times, way off currently. Right. So I don't know if he's got an issue. Jamie Keefe setting a Phoenix Tour's fastest lap of the race with a 2:20. Billy's last lap was ridiculously out there as a 2:56.
Right,
so I don't know if he's coming to the pit box again and straightened the bike up or something like that.
I think that, you know what the smart money you do here? Park it, save it for race 2. I don't think he's going to...
He's so far down.
Yeah, he may as well do it. Race leader then jumps into the sandpit for the third time. There is Colmer coming through and the rest of the field, and it looks like...
Adamson's goggles off.
Adamson's thrown his goggles, or he's not thrown them. He's a Scotsman, they're around his arm. So... well, I could never get my head round throwing a £150 pair of goggles at the scenery. He's going to have that round his arm, and they'll live to fight.
Yeah, they're off, aren't they? Yeah, definitely.
And Josh Vale, is that Doomson in behind? That doesn't look like the KTM. Oh, it is. Is it the KTM? No, that's Josh Vale.
Josh Vale on a charge. So Josh, he's not gesturing at his team there. If anybody wondered what that was, pulling a roll off.
All right, so Doomson has gone through in front of John Adamson.
Okay,
so that's how that is.
Yeah,
but this is a good showing from the Phoenix Tools team, and obviously they've got Carlton Husband to go in MX1 as well, but they've got 2 riders inside the top 6 in the first of these Motul MXGB2 MX2 races. K-Tech Tower, as always, keeping up to date with all of the race positions as we go through, with just over 18 minutes left, thanks to K-Tech, one of the country's leading suspension suppliers and tuners.
There's some big names further down the field as well. It's just... well, Tommy's worked his way up to 7. He's starting to get a bit of a move on now, as is Joe Brooks now into the top 10. So he's on a charge. Lucy Barker doing well. She's a female rider out there. She's in 28th and going strong, and also in the under-21, obviously, championship. Yeah, so... big names. I said not got a lot to do. Callum Mitchell's quite a ways down. I think he's just outside the top 20 as well. Yeah, he's 25th.
Yeah, so a lot of riders, and obviously in these conditions, as we look at Josh Vale closing in on the back of his teammate John Adamson, they are at, I wouldn't say riders at opposite ends of their career, but John Adamson has done MX1 GPs and has been around the block for quite a few years, and Josh Vale coming up to 250s. Who's that?
Well, you're not seeing it on your screen, but that the rider I just spoke about, Callum Mitchell, we are seeing him on one of our other screens walk off the track with a bloodied nose. He's got claret coming out of the top of his nose there, so it look not in his nostril, so it looks like he's had a crash maybe and banged his face there.
That's a shame for the man from the east of the country there on that triumph. So Doonson jumping into the sandpit. This is the battle then for, say, 5th and 6th, but our race leader Jamie Keefe 4.4 seconds to the good on the Chambers KTM of Ollie Colmer, and a hat tip to Ollie Colmer.
Yes,
because he had a difficult year last year. He's a big guy for a 250, and he always struggles with his starts, but he's got it off the line and he is showing the speed. He's running an MX2 campaign this year. He's not doing EMX, and talking to his dad and the mechanic, just like, we think it's the right move. It paid out for...
well, he is a big lad. I mean, he's got the Kenda Dykers about him. He is that big. You know?
Well, I thought that they'd be looking at moving to 450 as soon as they could, but he said, no, we're here for the long haul on the 250, and we want to get the experience on the bike before we go into the big class. And Ollie Colmer then on that 456 Chambers KTM, holding a good second place from our M21 champion of 2025, Charlie Heyman, on the SC Sport Homes Husky, and it's Gear Doonson on the Gabriel SS24 KTM, John Adamson in 5th and Josh Vale in 6th on the pair of Phoenix Tools Fantics. And then the first of the Dirt Store triumphs is Tommy Searle who is currently in second, Joel Rizzi 8th, Joel Brooks up to 9th, and 10th place Liam 9 on the Garden Motorsports KTM. I'm sure won't mind me calling him a veteran as well.
Yeah, no, I'm sure not. We're going to keep an eye very much on those big three there in 7th, 8th and 9th to see how they progress. Because obviously, Vel's riding strong. Keith is doing brilliant here at the minute. I think Heyman is starting to really get into the groove of this race now. I'd expect him to start maybe chipping away if he can. Ollie Colmer, but he's like basically 5 seconds behind. The gap at the front has now gone out to over 6 seconds. Jamie Keith is riding an absolute ripper here.
Yeah, the man on the Goswell Honda has definitely hit the ground running. You can say without any doubt that his long injury woes last year are very much in the rearview mirror. He's managed to get himself through a good winter of training, and he's come to the first round of this Motul ACU British Championship with a turn of speed.
Being good comes with pressure, and he's had a lot of it because he come absolutely swinging that year where he come out, dominated everybody in the 125, and of course we can't help ourselves in the UK. We're like, this is the dude, he's going to go on and do great things and whatever, so we've all waxed lyrical about him, and then he had that really, last year it must have been tough for him, and having to regain that expectation, that confidence, and I tell you, you're right, Phil, he is basically picking up where he left off almost over a year ago.
Yeah, and like I say, the last time we saw him on track, he went 1-1 at insert round 4.
Yeah.
Did he win both races at Canada Heights? I think
he did come through in the end, didn't he?
He won both races at Canada Heights. But there he is coming down the hill through the murk, and like I say, the weather has changed here for the worse, unfortunately. But this is motocross. We race in all weathers, and like I say, you're a good start and a good set of goggle prep away from a podium result. But here is Keith in the lead. What is the gap out the front at the moment?
Well,
Jeff?
it's 6 seconds, 6.5, 6.4. So, and he's actually. Yeah, I mean, and Colmer simultaneously is starting to gap Heyman a little bit, so the top three starting to spread out. I mean, listen, Jamie, this is different league. He has been a dominant 125 rider. He was very good, obviously, in his last year at 85s. This is the big leagues now. 125 is still brilliant, don't get me wrong, but when you step into MX2, you're with riders of real experience, grown men that have been there and done it, and he was really nervous. His dad was telling me this morning, it's like, this is a different kettle of fish.
Yes.
Like, he is apprehensive. He's like, worrying about it. He's probably overthinking it, but he's done the best thing he could possibly do by getting a start and getting a clear track. As this race ticks down, still 12 minutes to go. That's a long time when you're under that crash helmet and you're leading and you might win your first pro race. Those laps are going to get longer and longer.
Well, let's not build him up too much. He's still got 12 minutes and a bit plus 2 to go, but certainly the Goswell Honda team, and again, it's a privateer effort as well. They're not, I don't think they've got any kind of official backing as such. They're a nice, tight-knit little team that's built up round this rider for this season, and they've been working hard with him, and obviously keeping his confidence levels where they need to be coming into this season. And he is now, like I say, I love the way this part of the track is now, Jeff. Getting rid of the jumps, letting it open it out, giving the track people places to go.
Well, it wasn't even that, Phil. I think it became a little bit of a blind spot for incident as well. You came round that corner and people were crashing in that little sort of dip there, that little mini sand hole, and you couldn't see them.
No.
As a rider, and then you're committed to it. So for safety reasons as well, it's made the track much better.
I mean, I'm a big fan of not no jumps, but let's have stuff that doesn't turn the track into a bit of a one-line affair, and taking those out has certainly helped. But it is then Jamie Keith on the Goswell Honda that leads from Ollie Coleman on the Chambers KTM. Charlie Heyman on the SC Sport Homes Husqvarna. He is there in third, our under-21 championship leader. But obviously I think Ollie Coleman is still an under-21 rider, so he will be taking the top points in that championship. Then it's 2.5 seconds back to Gian Doonson. Adamson still holding on to fifth. Tommy Searle up to sixth now. So Searle has found his way past Josh Vale on the Dirt Store Triumph, with the Phoenix Tools Fantic Man dropping back to 7th. Rizzi on the 772 Kawasaki, he's there in 8th on his return to MX2. Joe Brooks in 9th on the Triumph, and Liam Knight on the Gala Motorsports KTM is in 10th.
Yeah, Charlie Richmond making his debut for the True 7 Brendan team. He is up there in 11th as well, so obviously joining that team.
That's decent.
Yeah, very deep. Remember, he was last year's RFX125 champion. Obviously aged out of the 125 class anyway to a degree, but debuting his on MX2 on a 4-stroke.
Yes.
I've heard him say already, like, yeah, lovely bike to ride. I'm still getting used to the weight of it a bit more compared with the 125, but that's a solid performance from Charlie on his debut.
And obviously hearing him talk, the original plan was to obviously run that Honda out of under the S Briggs logo. Who've looked after him for a couple of years, as kind of on the side of the official Honda team. But I know that he's quite involved with Jake Nichols helping out there, and I think they just went, look, instead of having you lot parked out the side with a look what you could have won, they've got him under the official Honda tent. He's got all of that attention on him, and he's kind of in a situation where he's got everything in his hands, and he is kind of having a bit of a carrot dangled. You're there, relax yourself into it. It's going to take him a couple of years to find his feet in MX2, but certainly just outside the top 10 in these conditions is not too bad at all. But
they're talented. I mean, we say that, and normally that is the case. But look at this. Let's not forget, this is Jamie Keefe's debut MX2 ride in professional pro racing.
It is.
Right? And he's made a clean start, which obviously makes a difference, but you've still got to let obviously turn brilliant laps to stay out front at this level. Not only has he stayed out front, he is checked out. He's still keeping it at 6.5.
Yeah,
that's healthy with like 9 minutes to go plus 2. He's in a strong place here.
Yeah, he's 15 seconds adrift of what we were doing in qualifying. Just also looking on the timing, people that we expected to see and haven't is... Well, no, one of them was Ryan Waggett. He's there in 26, so he's not having a great ride. So I don't know whether he was one of the guys that went down in the first turn.
Maybe. Brooks has just gone up another spot, by the way.
Yep.
He's following Tommy Searle through, so...
Yeah, but the other rider was Ben Musto, the 163 on the AC United Gas. He's currently showed in 20th, and I think there was more than 3 riders down in that tumble that we saw at the start of the race, Jeff, so maybe he got tucked up in that as well. No, he was a first-time race winner last year, and again, I expect him to be a full top 10 guy week in, week out.
Well, just to give you news on Billy Askew, he didn't take your advice. He has soldiered on. He is now up to 28th position.
Still a long way out of the points.
A long way out of the points, but let's have a look. While you concentrate on what Jamie's doing there, I'll look at the lap charts here and see where he's at. So 28... it's going to be a big ask.
I think he might just have pulled over at the side of the track there while you're looking at that, Jeff.
Oh, really?
I think he's just gone a lap down. There was definitely a Triumph pulled off to the side of the track by the comms tower there, and I think that did look like the 441 of Billy Askew. Obviously, the electronic timing will tell us whether that is the case, but it looks like Askew has done the right thing in my view. There's nothing to be gained. There's no points going to be on offer with 7 minutes of the race to go.
Well, but the track has definitely started to get a little bit heavier because that was some downpour out there. One thing that we've said about Jamie, I think it's fair to say, is he has got that kind of finesse where he floats across the top of, caresses a bike.
This is only the second time I've seen him ride.
Yeah.
Because obviously we saw him at Canada Heights, and obviously I've seen him doing stuff and bits and bobs, but this is his first time on a 250.
There was a good example, Phil. You see how he didn't override that corner. He didn't slam it in there and like push the front end deep into that berm, that rut that's forming. Kind of just trying to glide on the top of it. And and he's light. That's another thing he's got to his advantage. He's quite a slight young lad, but obviously he's got the throttle control and the timing, which served him so well in the 125 class, and he has adapted seemingly perfectly to this Honda 250 4-stroke.
So that is Guillaume
Doonson getting a face full off.
Yeah, he's putting a lap down.
I think that was 10 Cashmore, wasn't it?
It was Harvey Cashmore, yes, on the 110. So Doonson then 4.8 seconds off the back of the third place battle for Charlie Heyman, but the gaps at the front pretty big. There's no battles as such. Rider down there, that's always a place that catches riders out. They come down that hill and throw it into that left-hander, and it can suck the front wheel straight into the mud.
I'd go as far as to say that is probably one of the most difficult corners on the circuit. That one.
That one and the run up to the next one.
Yeah, because like you say, you land from that tabletop with speed. The corner drops away from you. It's a bit off camber. There's some sandstone in there. Again, you've got to caress it. But, I mean, he's doing everything right. I mean, you could argue, watching 184, Jamie Keith here, he's not really trying. But we said that about a lot of great riders, riders that have got that smooth technique. It's like, is he on the gas, But, again, he's getting, good traction. He's not spinning the wheel too much. It looked like that was Ollie Colmer in the background. So let's see when they cross the line this lap.
It's getting gnarly out there.
Yeah, it's naughty.
Yeah.
And there's riders. They had to suddenly change line. That's the other thing you got to deal with. Okay, the gap, I think, is starting to come down a bit now.
Yes.
So this is the moment for Jamie. Because it's not his fitness, it's realisation.
Yeah, we'll wait for him to come back into sight. He has been jumping into here. So we'll wait and see. Does he jump in? It's
human nature. Like, how could he not, in his pro debut?
They've already gone through there on their run down to the start finish, I think. So there's Heyman in third. So that's our third place rider, Charlie Heyman. So he is on the chase of Colmer on the 456 and the Jamie Keith Honda 184. So there is your third place man on the SC Sport. Who's just going past his pits there in the background.
So Jamie's over the line. Wow. It had come down.
Yeah.
Guess what?
It's gone back up.
It's gone back up big time. Basically, he's responded.
Yeah.
And he's now got it out to the biggest lead he's had all race, which is 7 seconds.
Okay, is that a mistake then from Colmer, do you think? Because obviously...
Could have been.
Yeah, 4 seconds the gap from Colmer to Heyman, so no battle here. This is just riders trying to bring it home for their first podium of the year, or first top 3 of the year. Like I say, this is a drone shot, which I love this. I like this. You could follow him around all over the place, but this shows exactly what's going on.
Do you know what I like about it mostly, Phil? I don't have to walk up there to see that part of the track. That's what I like about it.
Ever again. So Joe Brooks puts a pass on Joel Rizzi, so he's closed in on Tommy Searle. So the battle to be top triumph then between Joe Brooks and Tommy Searle in 6th and 7th place. It does look pretty grotty out there, I have to say. But Keith from Colmer, from Heyman, Dunson, Adamson, Tommy Searle, we have lost the second of the Phoenix Tools Fantics out of our top 10. Billy Askew's suddenly up to 22nd, Jeff. So if he ekes a point out of this, that is that's worth the effort. And he's got a couple of slower riders in front of him that he's catching at rate now. So if he comes out of this with a couple of points, I will take my hat off to him. And we've got a rider down there who is that on the other thing, right? So that's not off. We've got a couple of extra screens here, and we're just trying to keep a track on where our leaders are and what they're doing.
Well, we're counting this down. If Jamie Keith can keep it rolling and bring this thing home, I'm gonna predict, just like we saw him when he won the Blue Crew thing at Matterley. I got a feeling it will be an emotional moment down there.
It's nice that you get to talk to him. Obviously, you've dealt with him through his Yamaha career as well, and he obviously always. We've been fortunate enough to have him in the booth a couple of times here, and he's a very nicely well-spoken young man. And to see him coming back is good. So there is second, and there is third. So I think that looks a little bit less than 4 seconds as they come over to.
I agree.
Come under the bridge over the famous Hawkestone Park League.
I think you think you're right. I think Heyman's carrying the momentum here, and he's gonna a second would certainly. I mean, you want to get off to a good start, but the rate in the way he's catching him.
Yeah, it's definitely not 4 seconds now.
No.
So Colmer coming under pressure, and this is obviously for the lead in the under-21 championship.
Yeah. So that's the other thing we want to highlight. We've got an under-21 championship, but riders do have to register.
Yeah.
So you don't just have to be under 21, because you're probably thinking, well, why is Jamie Keith, that they have to take accountability and register. It's not just
Is Jamie Keith registered under 21? I understand. Yeah, he will be under 21, won't he?
Yeah, no, he is registered, yeah.
Oh, okay,
so that's what I'm saying, but not every rider under 21 does. So Jamie Keith is also registered for the Jude Morris under-21 championship. And big up to the Jude Morris Foundation. Like you see, they've supplied our marshals with the Jude Morris red hats.
Yeah, I did.
You mentioned it earlier.
Yeah.
So Mark and Lucy doing good stuff with that foundation in Jude's memory. and supporting not just riders at this level.
Yeah,
riders,
it is on our list. That's just me being a doofus.
They also support riders, not just national level, club riders. There's a lot of riders under the Jude Morris Foundation.
Yeah,
so that's awesome.
That's good to see. I've still got the involvement in the sport. But this is the battle on circuit then. And Heyman just having to pick his way through the trees. I'm just not sure whether my glasses are starting to steam up in here or whether it is really that bad out there.
No, it's pretty grim. It looks dark over there, so another big cloud coming over, I think.
Has there been a pass there? Is that Coleman now back to third? Let's just have a look as they come over. No, that's not. There's another rider, and that's Gav Stevenson, who went down off the start. So we need to be seeing. I'm expecting to see a KTM just in front, and I think that he's managed to put a pass on Coleman in the trees.
Yeah, I think you might be right, because Coleman's an easy rider to spot because he's so... Yeah, well, that didn't seem like Jamie Keefe was too far ahead. Did he? Well, according to our timing, and I'm going off that now.
And we don't have split, so this is at the line.
Jamie Keefe's lead last lap around was 11.2. That's what timing's saying. So,
okay.
So, but was that 11 seconds? I thought I saw Jamie go across in front of the screen. This is obviously... don't be waving your red flag like that as well, dude. I think some riders will pull up, stop. Unless it is... Well, the red flag's not... Okay, that could cause a bit of confusion with the riders because they're not being waved as such.
No. We'll see when they come across the line.
Okay, well, there's your race leader.
Yeah.
2 laps to go.
Yeah.
Let's see what the timing monitor says next time around then. So we're waiting for Coleman to cross the line.
Yeah.
If he is still in second, we kind of think that maybe he's not. No, he has crossed the line, 13.2 behind. Yeah, so we think Coleman's lost his goggles. He's in second, but he's under pressure from Heyman. So that's pretty much where we're at. 2 to go.
Yeah. So Keith from Coleman, from Heyman, Doomson, Adamson. He's ridden the whole of this moto with no goggles on.
Do you know, the thing with John Adamson is, look, take a difficult sport, and make it harder. Anything he can do, I call him swashbuckling, because he's just, he's almost like, throw stand in my face deliberately.
Yeah, he is a bit of a bruiser, isn't he? Surly in 8th, 1.2 seconds ahead of Joe Brooks on the Triumph. Rizzy 8th, Liam Knight, a good run for Liam Knight on the Garland Power Sports KTM, and 10th place now, Charlie Richmond. So George Hopkins, Callum Mitchell shown as DNFs on the K-Tech Tower. But our race leader then, so at the 2-lap board. It is looking really dark out there, Jeff, isn't it?
This sport is absolutely brutal. I just had a little relapse there. I just went back to the many laps I've done around Hawkestone, Phil, and I give myself a little moment while you was talking there and thinking, I actually said to myself, do I miss it? And the answer was no. Because when I see it like that, that's hard work. Like, this is a tough old sport, and they are having to really dig deep here in the first moto. Let's hope we don't get too much more rain.
Yeah, right, is that... So this is Heyman coming through, closing down.
So like we said, we're hearing that Coleman's got no goggles.
Yeah.
But then neither's Adamson.
Yeah, so that's no big deal, is it?
Okay.
So there's our race leader then. He's coming around for 1 lap to go.
Derry let himself dream at this point when the 1 lap boy. He's got to concentrate so much here.
He cannot let his guard down at all. I mean, there are people that say, that the best day of your life is the day before you race your first race at Hawkestone, and then the next best day is when you never have to ride here again. But look, it is a fantastic... It's just motocross. It's brutal. It's hard work. It's a physical challenge of man and machine without worrying about the other riders, and that is the reason why so many guys want to come here and have a go. Like I say, Jeffrey Hurley's came here last year, year before, and sacked up for it and really enjoyed it. And all of those riders want to come to Hawkestone because it is a legendary circuit. So race leader then on his final circuit, and this first of our MX2 races. He will lead both championships, as I've now got myself sorted out within who's an under 21 and who isn't. And all of the top 4 riders are currently under 21. John Adamson isn't. Neither is Tommy Searle or Joe Brooks. Rizzy has suddenly jumped to 5th, and I am not sure what's going on there. No, I think that was a timing. No, hang on. No, it isn't. So something's
it's all changed, yeah, because Brooks has now gone past Searle. Obviously, we were talking about other stuff here.
Wow, Adamson
made a mistake, yeah. So he's dropped down.
Yes. And obviously that will cycle its way through results. We've got to realise that these guys are almost a minute down now.
Crazy.
It is crazy. So halfway around the final lap then of his debut pro ride for the Goswell Honda team, it is Jamie Keith, a man whose season was blighted last year by multiple injuries in GPs. He did one round of the RFX125 Championship where he comfortably went 1-1 and set himself up for what was hopefully going to be a recovery for the rest of the season, and then broke a foot or an ankle.
Yeah.
And that was him done.
I want to watch him go over the line, but I've got to leave. Damn. So I'll try and see it with real time. So I'm going to get out there for the winner's circle where, let's see what happens. Not over yet. But
no, but he's a quarter of a lap away. And he is not been headed at all in this first of our 250 MX2 races. The man on the Goswell Honda, like I say, he's had a long wait for this, and this is his first official pro race, as Jeff pointed out earlier on. And he is just a couple of corners away from taking victory in race 1 here at Hawkestone Park in the opening round of the Motul ACU British Championship. He looks really happy with that. We wait for Ollie Colmer in second place, and a good ride from Colmer as well. Let's not underestimate the man on the Chambers KTM. He's he's across the line. He closed that gap down at the end quite considerably, but I think that was just a case of Jamie Keith doing all he needed to do and no more on that final circuit to take victory. So the margin was 15 seconds, with Charlie Heyman coming a further 7 seconds adrift in third. So the SC Sport Homes Husqvarna rider comes home in third. Fourth place, then we're going to wait and see who comes across the line, because this is getting really tight. So we'll wait for the timing. It does say that it's going to be Gian Doonson across the line, but we've got to see the flag. So it's Doonson. Rizzy comes across the line in an excellent 5th. Joe Brooks across the line in 6th. So both of those guys moving up on the final lap. Tommy Searle, the 2025 champion, he comes across the line in 7th. John Adamson was the man that went missing. 8th place, it looks like it is going to be the number 30 of Charlie Richmond on the Crendon True 7 Honda. He comes across the line in 8th. 9th, the Phoenix Tools Fantic 2-stroke of John Adamson. And 10th is the 134 of Liam Knight on the Garland Power Sports KTM. Well, a fantastic win then for Jamie Keith. Jeff has winged his way out into the Merc to go and catch a word with him. And he will lead both championships then, the MX2 and the Juvenile Foundation Under 21 Championship. Well, I think we're going to take a quick word from our sponsors, and we will be back with Jeff in the winner's circle.
Welcome to Club Dirt Store, the new way to shop off-road. Stack up points with every order. Then bend your points for discounts. Join the club for free today.
Okay, here we are, winner's circle, and let's just reiterate that winner's circle. I did not expect that. Obviously, you believed in yourself. Jamie Keefe, your pro debut, a wire-to-wire win, stepping up into the class on a 250 four-stroke. Missed most of the last season. I mean, I could go on here. I'll let you do the talking. Try and sum that up.
I don't really know what to say, Jeff. I genuinely don't know what to say. I don't know what to say.
Obviously, it all came out when you crossed the line. I've got to ask you this: when you're riding around there, you got off to a great start, and obviously you composed yourself. You just got on about your business, slowly edged away. But as those laps were counting down, how did you focus on that? Because there must have been something tapping in the back of your head, going, "Oh God, bring it home, bring it home."
Yeah. Every time I went over the finish line, I was like, "Come on, another lap." Same line, another lap. That's all I kept saying to myself. Another lap. I was saying, "Stay calm." I've lost my words. I don't know what to say, Jeff. I genuinely do not what to do. See.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say. I'm lost for words. I'm buzzing.
Well, look, go and do your thing. Try and come down off line, but not too much because you got another one to go yet. Go and embrace it with your family and everybody that stuck behind you, because that was something else. Congratulations, mate. Been part of that journey, and it's great to see you come out and respond like, there you go. Opening moto winner in MX2. Let's bring in second place, where is Ollie Coleman. Come on round. This is where I need a little step up stall, because Ollie is again, a solid performance. You pushed on there, but obviously it's a long championship. It got tough out there. Talk us about that, because when it really started to come down, that must have played havoc with vision.
Yeah, 100%. It wasn't the toughest, easiest of races. So I just tried to keep mature. It's a long season, like you say. It's the first race of the season, so Jamie rode a great race. I did try to drop the hammer a little bit halfway through, but just couldn't quite get into the rhythm. Just made a few mistakes, and then of course I had a little battle with Charlie, but I managed to manage that a little bit and bring it home in second, so I was happy with that.
Yeah, and that's what it's about. As I said, first round, you want to get off to a good start, but you've got a long season as well, because you're going to be jumping into a lot of MX2 races. So how are you feeling about that?
Yeah, 100%. Like, I was really motivated coming to this race. You know, my name wasn't mentioned once in the interviews or anything in the mix, you know, so I got a lot to prove this year, to prove everybody wrong. So that's all I'm going to do.
Well, you've got off to a good start with that. Well done, mate. We hope we see you up here second moto. So if you want to go and get cleaned up the best you can, there you go on the Chambers KTM. Let's bring in Charlie Heyman. Again, you can see how much the rain came down. Charlie, that was a tough opening moto for the year. This class is stacked anyway, but conditions obviously made it a lot harder. But that was a solid drive through to the top three.
Yeah, it was a good race, decent start. Got to third, rode a few laps in third, then I caught Ollie, passed him for a lap, and then the rain was so hard, I used the whole roll in my goggles, so had no goggle problems, but just used the whole roll. So I took them off, and then someone went up the inside. It might have been Ollie, but I just went for the inside again, ran into him, crashed, but got up, got going, and felt so fit on the bike as well. So yeah, I can't really grumble.
So that's a good sign, because like we say, you can't say you win this championship round one, but you can put yourself in a real bad position. So after all said and done, with all the weather and the start that you got and how you come through, you got to be relatively happy with that opening moto.
Yeah, it's a good moto. I mean, you can't win a championship in one race, but you can lose one, I guess. So third was solid, yeah.
Good stuff. Go and get yourself cleaned up. There we go. So a run for the SC Sports Home Team. Good job with him. Well, it's all kicking off here already, isn't it? We're only like 2 races in, and we're getting all kinds of drama. I mean, as good as obviously Jamie is, I think fair play. Not many people would have predicted that he would have gone wire to wire. So this championship is clearly going to deliver a load of excitement this year. Again, don't go too far away, because we're doing it all again now with MX1 in an equally stacked class. So we'll join you in a bit. Back to Phil in the booth. We're probably going to run a few adverts, and we'll see you soon for MX1.
I never take a day off, work around the clock, my engineer getting paid off. Rock like Ace up, like the weed and take off. So high, cannot see Adolf. Now I got these rappers all breaking up a sweat, cause every time I get up on the mic I come correct, and I learned it from the best. Always dressing something fresh, looking for a little dime, big button, nice chest. Yes, they heard I used to rock Guess, but now I'm rocking clothes that ain't in the stores yet. Travel back in time, I'm in a vortex, trying to make it work out, think I need more reps. Used to take a bus, now the boy.
MXology, next generation performance in off-road. Find us at www.mxology.co.uk.
Right, welcome back, everybody. It is a damp Hawkestone Park here for the first of our Pico MX1 races. Obviously, that MX2 race, whilst not the most thrilling of encounters from a racing point of view, to see Jamie Key take his first pro victory.
No.
Definitely one for the record book. So great to see him coming through after a tough season. But you were saying it looks like the rain's eased up a little bit.
It has. But that was a tough race. Speaking to them on Winner's Circle there, you could tell, they obviously, a lot of them had their goggles off. They were really dripping wet. But I would have never predicted that, And Jamie is an articulate kid when you start talking to him. He's a young man, and he was genuinely I literally said it 4 or 5 times. I don't know what to tell you.
No.
I'm literally
I've had him in the booth a couple of times, Jeff, and he's been.
So even that must have surpassed his expectations. I mean, deep down you dream it.
Yeah.
But reality doesn't often
and so if you batched up in race 2, that'd be great, but nobody can take away from the fact you've won your first British Championship race in difficult conditions against a full field. Nobody's missing.
No.
They're all there. Okay, I know Billy Askew went down at the start, but racing's racing. It could happen to him in the next moto. It was a genuine good win. But anyway, we move on. MX1, then the Pico MX1 class, the premier class of the Motul ACU British Championship. The weather then starting to just improve a little bit for these guys. I don't think it's going to have made a massive difference to the track, but more just the surface water and visibility issues that they will have to put up with. It's definitely vision, Phil. Speaking to the few riders that I did just then, because I managed to speak to just a few other than the top 3. So vision was definitely an issue. Obviously, as they got into lap traffic a little bit as well, with some fallen riders, etc. But it got if it stops raining again, we're starting to brighten up again now. They did actually sort of predict that we had this band of rain going across. I think that was the worst of it. If we're going on what all the weather apps say. But we live in the UK, and yet again we're talking about the weather. It's a guess at best. Yeah. But it is motocross. It is what it is. The key thing here, and I'm sure you're with me with this one, Phil. Obviously, when we get on social media and events get cancelled and we get people going, well, it's motocross. What is the problem? Listen, the problem when we get like that is the actual infrastructure of getting people in and out. And that's all changed. The sport has changed. Health and safety and all that. These riders will deal with anything that track is thrown at them. That's not the problem. It's obviously getting people in and out of the fields. We had to cancel, not the Royal We, but Hawkestone International unfortunately had to be postponed because of that very reason. We're here. We've got everybody in safely, and I'm pretty confident we'll get everybody out safely. Yes. So, brilliant. The club have done an amazing job. The new infrastructure, the new tunnel under the track, all that kind of stuff, working well. A lot of work been done here over the winter by the Salop Club, and we appreciate that as championship organisers to see that they are investing in their future and ours as well. So that's good to see. Also, attack up to K-Tech, who do our timing tower. Again, our suspension partner for the championship, and they're just local to me there in Leicestershire. And a lot of the teams using them, and they are the sponsors of the K-Tech tower, which is the one that give us all of our race positions. Yeah, it's been pretty decent qualification then today or this morning. There was I don't know whether you were actually where I was up in the holding up in the comms box with Ben, the circuit commentator, and there was a little bit of niggle between Oriel Oliver and Conrad Muse as these guys come to the line. Maybe we'll talk about that when we come back after a word from our sponsors. But yeah, a little bit of niggle there. We'll just take a word from our sponsors, and we'll be back for the gate loading and the first moto of our Apico MX1 class for the first round here at Hawkestone Park.
Welcome to Club Dirt Store, the new way to shop off-road. Stack up points with every order. Then bend your points for discounts. Join the club for free today.
Well, before racing going, we've been watching a different race altogether. We've been watching this young kid you'll now seeing on screen. He has been, he's loving his day. Yeah. He has been down on, basically rolling around in the sand. If we zoom down, there you go. Look at the state of his knees.
He's got a lovely little track that he's just on there.
Yeah.
Dad's dragging him over to watch the start. He's got his little CRF 450.
Look at the state of his hands. Like, come on, Dad. Like, look, that's enough of that. Let's go and watch the real stuff now. That was brilliant, wasn't it? He was so into that.
Look, we've all done that. I'm not going to admit how long it's been since I've stopped doing that. But our MX1 riders then coming to the gate. So what we were saying about Oriel Oliver in the opening race, that what's happened? In practice, it looked like Conrad Muse was wanting to get onto a quick lap, and at the point when he was teeing himself up to that, Oriel Oliver was finishing his quick lap, and he cut right underneath him coming in as they came across the line, and he basically screwed Conrad Muse straight away on the opening lap, and Muse wagged his finger as he rode past the signalling area, and Ben and I both went, ooh, that's a bit... It wasn't
tough
a
one,
bad,
isn't it?
No,
Yeah.
look, it was. There was nothing in it, but it was just like Oriel Oliver saying, "Hang on a minute, mate. I need to finish my lap," and it was definitely a bit of niggle.
That's a tough one, though. But what is the protocol for something like that? I mean, Oriel's not going to give like he's done. He's just coming in to finish his hot lap, and he's not going to give it up right on the line.
No, so they are all stacked up. How many spaces we got? So 34. I've got a few more guys coming in. So we have almost got a full grid of this one. Can't see where our pole sitters have gone, and where Conrad Muse is on the line there from that drone shot. But look, this will be a lovely shot from the top. I like drones to a point. But this is absolutely the kind of shot that gives you a real good view of this classic start at Hawkestone Park. There are 37 riders lining up for the first Apico Factory Racing MX1 race. We think that Muse is about 7 in from the left-hand side of the screen as the 5-second board goes up, and we're ready to go with the gate drop. Away they go. Now look like a KTM in the centre as they go up to turn 1. Rider sweeping in from the outside. Kawasaki in there as well. It's Sterry that's leading. That's definitely the 811 of Adam Sterry on the Chambers KTM that leads off. We've got a couple of riders down in turn 1.
Well, he was leading last year for a good part of the race, but literally the last 10 minutes in both motos last year in particular, from nowhere, Conrad Muse just went into like the stratosphere, a different level. Let's see what he's got here. But Sterry this is effectively one of his hometown races.
Yeah, he's a local man. To the point where his dad went home last night because it's only just up the road. Who's that in second? It looks like a KTM in second. We'll wait for them to come round. through the sandpit for the first time, and we'll get me able to call these guys. That a rocket ship start then from Adam Sterry. He will take the whole shot in our first Pico.
I think that might be. Was it? No, I thought that might be Olivier, but it's not. That's that. No. That's Hamill. I'm pretty sure for third.
Yes.
Clearly, because he's a big in that kit, FXR kit, and that green bike, easy to spot. Is that Oriel in second, maybe?
That does look like it might be the.
I think it might be Shoulders because he.
Yeah, that's Oriel Oliver there in second. On
can
the
always tell by he's got like bottleneck shoulders. So yeah. There we go.
So the next thing is then, where are the big hitters? Hamill there in third on the 772 Kawasaki. Again, good performer last year. They come across the line. So Hamill, Husband, another good start for the Phoenix Tugsman. Watson fifth, Edwards sixth, Todd seventh, Eddie Wade eighth, Todd Grunshaw ninth, Conrad Muse then 10th position at the moment.
Oh, another rider that I've been super impressed with.
Look at this drone shot, Jeff.
Look, now you can see how that tightens.
He nearly went down in instalments then. That was a move from a man that doesn't ride here often. Somebody down. That's Jack Benniston, the man from Colville. So he's gone down at the bottom of the hill by the looks of it.
He's got an issue with his front brake there. Then looked like there was something hanging in. No, maybe not.
Yeah, so Sterry then makes a mistake, and Oriel Oliver, who I said was my dark horse, Jeff, let's not forget. I've got him down for possible third in the championship, and he's already all over the back of Adam Sterry. But Adam knows his way around here. And like I say, Oriel will think he's, I've got this guy covered, but these boys know their way around this circuit. Adam Sterry has led a lot of laps here. He led a lot of laps here last year. And the man...
No, Oriel's a definite contender. I mean, that ride that he had at Matterley last year, kind of breakout ride there, wasn't it, in GP? I think give him a confidence boost. But the way he rides, I think, also suits a 450. Look at that. See, that was beautiful. Nice little bit like... One seat bounce, just kind of carried the momentum, hopped over it.
But Adam shows him the edge of the track a little bit, moves him over into the soft stuff. And again, this is just where knowing... When you've busted out laps here in March and you know how horrible it is, these are just the things that I ain't going to worry. He's not coming past me around the outside because it's all soft there and he's just going to bog. And Adam didn't need to move him over. He just held his line. And Oliver just losing a few bikes, but they come up. They're going to do is jump into the sandpit. Lovely move. The fact that they're getting over here. And obviously Adam Sterry has the big advantage of clean goggles. These top three have checked out.
They have.
It looks like Ben Watson up to fourth.
That opening lap, when obviously there's a lot of riders going around, the conditions, a lot of dirt flying about, it gives the chance for the top three, certainly obviously top two, with a clean track to break away, and that's exactly what happened. I was going to mention, I said I've been super impressed with Ben Edwards. Is just, like he had a difficult season last year, the Scots rider, he's gritty, determined, and he is putting himself becoming like a top 10 guy, like a regular.
He was the first guy to take a race win off Conrad Muse last year up in Scotland, so he is definitely up there, and he's landed on a nice team. Missed a lot of last season through injury, but there is as Oliver made a mistake, it looks like he has. So Taylor Hamill is so Oliver's made a bit of a nonsense, and Adam Sterry suddenly had 2.6 seconds coming across the line.
Yeah,
and we did say Ben Watson then was up to fourth, Edwards in fifth, Husband back to sixth.
As you'd expect, Phil, early doors, the race leader usually sets the Phoenix Tools fastest lap of the race at this point because they've got clear track.
It's not rocket science, is it?
No, and that is exactly where we're at. 2:21.934. That is the quickest lap of the race by your race leader, Adam Sterry. Once this thing gets paced out a little bit, that's probably when we like to see some of the bigger hitters, obviously like Conrad and those guys with clear track. Josh Gilbert and all them maybe get back up onto the same lap times. But right now, they're giving up a lot of seconds. Last lap around, for example, 7 seconds Conrad Muse gave up to Adam Sterry.
Oh, man, that's race critical, that is. So the lines that Adam Sterry on that Chambers KTM are riding, he's just... Look, he does a lot of training. He's a good pro. He's been around a long time. Look at the way he's not burying the bike there at all. You spoke about this in the MX2 race earlier on as well, Jeff, but he is just riding nice lines, not burying anything, just doing what he needs to do.
And this circuit in particular will just literally come up out of the ground like some kind of demon and literally drag you down to it. Like, that's what it's like. If you just run it in too hot, that sand is so power sapping.
Oh, you just clip the top. This jump's been moved out and round a little bit, Jeff, so it's more on the straight than it was. And as we watch him come in, again, keeps it middle of the track there.
But Adam looking immaculate in every sense of the word. Clean, got the clear track, and it just goes to show, you know, you would say, would you believe on lap 2 that Adam Sterry would be 8 seconds a lap quicker than Conrad? The reality, of course, is he's not, but the reality is that's track conditions and riders in front of Conrad and dealing with traffic and all that, and so that's the difference a good start can make.
How was Conrad? How close was he to 6th place then of Carlton Husband? I'll say the Phoenix Tools guys having a decent start to their season. Josh Gilbert then in 8th on the Apico Factory Racing Honda, with Brad Todd on the DNK Honda in 9th. There is Brad Todd, so Todd just crossing the line now in 9th.
So second quickest rider out on track other than the race leader is actually Ben Watson. Watson circulating a couple of seconds quicker than Conrad Muse, so keep an eye on that. So Watson in 4th, Muse now trying to peg down that gap. Look at that, those two have now got effectively clear track. But the last lap around, again, like Conrad giving up 4 seconds to Ben Watson alone.
So fair to say that Conrad Muse then, he's not feeling the love for these conditions. There's a lot of steam coming off that. Is that the Fantic of...
I think that's Carlton Husband.
Fantic. You just got to... I would not expect there to be puddles up there. Or maybe there is now, I don't know. But that looked like that was steaming away pretty well. So here is the battle then. So is that Conrad Muse? Has he got past...
Well,
he has. He's moved up to 5th there. So Conrad is on the back of Ben Watson and Edwards, and it does look like Carlton Husband has got back to 8th.
But he's losing quite a bit of time to them. But listen, if you go on last year's form here, it's no time for Conrad to panic. No. Because last year, with about 10 minutes to go, he was 30 seconds off the race lead, and he ended up winning by nearly 30 seconds, didn't he? Or something stupid like that.
Yeah, it was so very much like that.
No time to press the panic button yet. Still plenty of riding to go. But now I would argue that the top runners, pretty much have sorted themselves out. They're all there or thereabouts in the top 8, or the big names you'd expect to be really contending for this championship. So let's see how this unfolds.
Yeah. So here we are then as we come back to
Oriel.
And Oriel Oliver now has closed back in right on the back door of the 811 of Adam Sterry. This is a mission critical kind of pass for the Gabriel SS24 rider. He was 2.5 seconds last time by, and Oliver has got himself right on the back wheel of Adam Sterry. And like I say, he made a bit of a mess of the pass at the top of the hill. It was just a place at Hawkestone that you don't pass, but here he is. He's going to drag up, and is he going to get down the inside of him? He sends it long there, Jeff. That was a great pass.
Well, I don't think genuinely caught Adam napping there, because he committed to that. He just went long, where Adam was maybe just trying to scrub a bit of speed off at the top, and Oriel just went like, I'm having this, I'm keeping it, let's deal with the consequences after. And I think he caught him off guard there.
That was a
good
great
move.
Pass. Got the momentum at the bottom of the hill, and Adam Sterry could do nothing by the time he'd levelled him. He was already by. So has the Welshman got anything in the tank, or is he just going to run his laps and see what the race gives him? But a new race leader then, first time in MX1 for the Gabriel SS24 KTM of Oriel Oliver.
Yeah, he's that's a power move. I mean, you could argue literally, because he seemed to, that last quarter of the famous Hawkestone Hill, he just seemed to really have an extra gear almost on Adam there and just launched it up the top. But it's a power move at this point in the race, because clear vision, clear track, it can make such a difference.
Is that Ben Watson?
No, I don't think that was Mackenzie Marshall.
That's Mackenzie Marshall. Yeah, the Staffordshire Triumph. He's one of the youngest riders in this class. Moved up from 250 because
he's just so big.
He's a giant.
Yes. He is huge.
So looking at the timing, and Ben Watson then is a fair bit away from the battle for third with Taylor Hamill, but he's got 10 seconds over Conrad Muse. As number 42 sticks his goggles into the crowd. Chaplin Cole in 15th. He's having a good run.
So just outside the top 10, you got Eddie Wade in 10th, basically getting right back into motocross, obviously after a little stint of coming back and doing arena cross. Good to see him, and he dived in, was it the tail end of last year? He did Ling, didn't he?
Yeah, he did, yes.
And performed well. I spoke to his dad, Phil, yesterday, and he was kind of like,
he was a good
you've been
rider.
roped back in then? He's like, yeah.
So here are our race leaders then. Aurel Oliver goes past pit lane on the number 83 KTM. He'll start to come up the hill as Sterry still keeping him honest.
Hamill putting a strong performance in here. He is still going. He's there. He's got 2 seconds over Watson. Conrad is about another 12 seconds back from Watson. So, yeah, he's got to get a march on here if he wants to stick it. Certainly in the top 4, but top 3 is getting away from him. But we say it so many times. It's a very, very long championship. A lot can happen.
Yeah, there's Taylor Hamill on the Kawasaki, so he's getting closed down now by Ben Watson. There is the man on the Dirt Store Triumph closing in on the man on the 772 Kawasaki. And I'll say Ben Watson is 450 full championship debut. He rode for obviously the factory Yamaha team on a 450 for a season and gave Jeffrey Erlings a run for his money at the opening round of the Ling back in the day, but has never actually been on a 450 team that did any of the British Championship, going through obviously factory Yamaha, factory Kawasaki and factory Beta. He's always contested Belgian and Italian and all sorts of other championships, but here he is then homing in on the back of the 23 of Taylor Hamill, who's he's a good pro now, Taylor Hamill. He's a solid rider. He's there in 3rd position. He's coming under a little bit of pressure from Ben Watson. And,
Taylor, there's a lot of nice blokes and lads in this paddock, but Taylor's genuinely one of them, just maybe that needs to start to believe how good he is that little bit more, but he is just such a nice lad to talk to and whatever, and I think he is starting to believe that he belongs here. Obviously, his performance suggests that. And the way he rides a bike, he's always been smooth, and the 450 definitely suits him, I think.
So Watson just eased his way past there, Jeff, as we saw in that nice hairpin, and he will now move up to 3rd position here with 11 or just under 12 minutes to go.
I was just going to say, Phil, that corner that leads from what used to be the whoops to the sandpit probably is the never-ending corner. As a rider,
it's awful.
You're like, is this thing ever going to straighten up? It goes on forever, doesn't it? But it gets so whooped out round there.
Right, so there's Adam Sterry and there is Ben Watson. So we've got 11 and a half minutes to go. Let's have a look and see what the gap is between our race leader, Aurel Oliver, and this man here, the 919 of the Dirt Store Triumph of Ben Watson. So the gap at the minute is 9 seconds. That's come down about 4 seconds in the last couple of laps. So a little bit of splashy water spray rather from the Triumph, just making sure that that's there's nothing wrong with that. But you see the loop that we used to use there where it goes round.
Yeah.
So that's so the rider that's going really fast in that group of 4, that is Ben Watson. The next rider on track in the green Kawasaki, that is Taylor Hamill, and they're coming down the hill. And Watson is he's catching Adam Sterry at a rate of knots. I think Aurel Oliver is. I think that's Aurel Oliver there.
Yes, Aurel is in that
there's
blue
Sterry
kit.
and there is Ben Watson. So Watson on the Dirt Store Triumph, I'd say his debut 450 full-time championship ride. He is 9 seconds adrift of our race leader with 10 minutes plus 2 to go. And he looks like he is on a bit of a wriggle. He was the fastest man last time
he
by
was.
4 seconds.
Yeah, over anybody. And he's basically turning consistent speed. Watson has been about the same speed every lap. Well, the others have peaked, they're coming back down, they've now dropped it down by 3 or 4 seconds. Watson's just doing a pace, and it's going. And it's still, he's still got, last lap around, he was still 4 seconds quicker than Conrad Muse. He was 3 seconds faster than your race leader, Aurel. So, he's starting to find his groove here. Ben Watson on the Dirt Store Triumph. There he is. But a great sand rider, both
there
him and his brother.
On the back of Sterry as they go through into the bit. I expect Ben will have. Has he gone a bit wide there?
There's DT. Saw Dave Thorpe stood there in the Honda coat. He's had his moments through
hasn't he just
round this place.
So here we come then. It is going to be a pass, and Ben leaps in. and that's the pass for second. That's Sterry down the inside. So Ben Watson then moves to second place. He puts the Chambers KTM back to third, and it's now with 9 minutes and 17 seconds left on the clock. Has he got enough time to run down
now
our race leader?
I know, obviously, Watson's going quick and he's closing on Oriel, but it looked to me a little bit like...
There's Oliver, the race leader. Let's see what the gap is, Jeff. Sorry.
Yeah, like Sterry looked like he was suffering a little bit there. I don't know if he just messed that section up. Maybe he's just got a bit of arm pump, hit the wall a little bit. I remember him saying it at the first race last year. He had the same thing, didn't he?
Yeah. But so here's Ben Watson then. He's on the rip. It's down to 4.8 seconds. It was 9 seconds a lap ago, Jeff.
Well,
so Ben Watson is proving his GP pedigree. I have had this conversation. Nobody knows how good Ben Watson is because he spent the last 4 years on bikes that have not been able to let him show his best. And now with the Dirt Store Triumph, we'll say he can pretty much do what he wants, but he certainly isn't in a situation where he's having to use stuff he doesn't want to use.
Yeah, well, he took 4 seconds out of Oriel that lap. So there you go. And if you stand by that, he's 4 seconds behind.
Yeah.
So if he carries on that pace, it's going to be a couple of laps, or not even less than that. He's going to be right on Oriel's back wheel.
And I think Taylor Hamill has also passed Adam Sterry, because in fact Taylor Hamill is hanging on really, really well. I don't know what the gap was across the line, but that is the number 23 Kawasaki of Taylor Hamill.
I thought that was the case. To me, it just looked like Adam just... He bounced into the Honda hole. He kind of like pulled it up a little bit. It looked like arm pump to me.
Yeah.
It could be other things going on, but it's just like he's just having a reset.
Yeah. So there's Oliver then, and there's Watson. So it is closing in.
Yeah, it's definitely coming down. Watson looking good here, but this is for a lot of these riders, they're obviously really good in sand, but, Watson in particular, this is top Ben Watson fodder, really, this kind of terrain, this kind of going. Obviously, brother Nathan as well, fantastic sand rider and enduro.
Waiting for the leaders to come into the sandpit, Jeff.
Yeah.
And I'd say they will be in any second now. And we'll see whether there's been a pass right for Oriel Oliver. So there's Watson coming into the sandpit. So he's gone through there.
Hamill is going with him, isn't
Taylor
he?
Hamill.
He's right there. He's literally followed him all the way. Look, Adam decided not to jump into there now and picking up the inside line as he kinds to regroup. Then there's going to be quite a big gap here to Conrad Muse. We're still not seeing him in shot. So that just goes to show the level of which these guys are going it. And if you saw pre-event media, you saw Conrad Muse saying, I feel good. Probably the best I've felt in a long time.
Yeah. There's Oriel Oliveira, our race leader, then across the line. It was 3.1 last time. So we've got to stay with this battle now, boys and girls, because this is where the sharp end of the race is. Watson 3 seconds adrift of Oriel Oliveira, and Taylor Hamill 3 seconds adrift of Ben Watson. So these are the men that are going to decide this podium.
I've got to give props here to Taylor. He started to just lose the toe a little bit now. But, I mean, he stepped up to the plate. Watson went by and he's like, right, I'm having it. I'm sticking with you the best he can. And that has made him sail past Sterry. And he looks like in a comfortable third at the minute. Nice there, Ben, lighting up the inside.
There he is, coming out from, like I said, that difficult track. So if Oliver's had the hurry up, Ben needs to strike now while he can. And he can't afford to relax because he's got that Kawasaki bearing down on him.
Yeah, obviously.
Wants the gap back to Adam Sterry. I think Adam is a little bit further off now than he was.
Yeah, he's losing time. So the Dixon Racing Kawasaki for Hamill there. Remember, he's like a sole rider for that team at this event. The most of the Kawasaki setup done by Craig Chamberlain's team.
Yeah, so Oliver then just getting hung up behind the back marker as they make their way down to the hairpin at the far end. Let's see how long on. So there is Oliver coming out of turn. That's a back marker, and that's Watson. So that gap has definitely come down. There's Oliver coming into the turn. And there's Watson behind him.
Oh, God, yeah, that's come down heavily.
Yeah. Through the waves, then our race leader. Just going to put one of the Honda riders a lap down. But Oriel Oliver just looks like he plugged a little bit there as well. And here's Watson coming at a rate of knots. They're going to go out of sight. And this is where Watson made the pass on Adam Sterry for second.
And this is tough because when you have a rider catch you that quick and they're carrying the momentum and then you've got to step it up, it's so difficult to suddenly find that extra speed.
through the sandpit. They're out and through the other side. There's Hamill in third.
So this is winding it down.
Yeah,
here.
there's Adam Sterry in fourth. So here we are. There's Oliver. They're just going to put a lap on Tom Grimshaw. This is the battle for the lead then. Watson right on the back of him. If we get that drone shot again up the hill, we'll see how close he is. What was the gap over the line, Jeff? 1.3.
Yeah, come down hell of a lot.
Oh, yes.
You know, plus you got the 2 to go. It's not just 3:43 and the flag goes out. You got another 2 after that, so plenty of time.
Yeah.
Conrad is the top 5, as you can see on your screen, but
here they are coming down the hill then.
The only obvious change I can see here is going to be at the front, you know, like I think everything else is probably kind of
they're
settled.
already down round the hill. They're going to come over this jump now. This is where this is the front of the race. There they are, and it's still Oliver at the front. It's really murky out there, Jeff. Our camera crew doing everything they can, looking through the trees to try and pick these guys out. It's not easy. Like I said, the weather does look like it's picked up a bit. 1.3 seconds, the battle for the lead.
Well, it doesn't help the fact that the actual dirt is so dark, and then the riders get like roosted. See, we can identify them from the back, but from the front, it's way harder for our camera crew.
Yeah. But they're doing a great job out there in what is challenging conditions. It's easy for us sitting here in a nice warm broadcast booth. So that gap's still coming down, and Ben has to feel that he needs to make the pass this lap. 2 minutes 37 plus 2 laps left on the clock in this opening Apico MX1 race. Apico Factory Racing, the sponsor of the main championship, and the first blood for this championship at the moment is going to the Gabriel SS24 KTM of Aurel Oliver, but Ben Watson is doing everything that he can do to close them down.
Well, I think Oriel's got the minerals to step it up. He can certainly let it hang out. We've seen that.
Yeah.
And he's going to have to do that, basically, because the speed at which Ben's got him, he's going to have to drop the hammer. He's going to have to treat these next 2 laps all in like a qualifying lap. If he's gonna break Ben's momentum, that's the point.
Yeah, he is, and I think that Oriel just pulled out a little bit of an advantage there. It did not look as close. It was 1.3 over the lap last time, and here he is coming across. So we're going to get 3 laps. It will be 2 laps next time.
Yeah.
So it was 1.3, and I think that Ben Watson is going to have dropped at least another second on this lap. 1.4, so it's gone out to 2.7.
Yeah, 2.7, yeah. Gone back. So Oriel responding. He would have had that lap board last lap around going, right, he's coming. If you want to win this thing, you've got to step it up.
Yeah, he's doubled his lead there, so whether Ben had a bit of a moment or Oriel stepped it up, does the lap time reflect that?
Yeah, I think that's exactly what's happened, because the last time around he took a half a second or more out of Watson. So there you go. Hamill is still doing well there. He's consolidating that 3rd spot over Sterry. As I said, I think the top 5 is pretty much set, as in they are. It's just who's going to win this thing. I think 3rd, 4th and 5th.
Yeah, so
can't see much change in there.
Ben does look like he's still giving it a go. There he is in the background, and he's closing back in. It's
having said that, Conrad Muse is, like we saw towards the tail end of last year, he is getting quicker as the race has gone on, and he is now not far behind Adam Sterry at all.
But let's put that into perspective. They're almost half a minute adrift of this battle at the front. So here's a race leader then, and there's Watson in the background. It's going to be 2 laps to go next time round. Here's the man from Nottinghamshire on his full-time return to British Championship Racing, and let's not forget that this is more Dirt Store stepping up to the European rounds of GPs with Ben Watson. It's not a case of him coming back to British Championship. They're going to be out there doing the Europeans with Billy Askew doing all the European rounds, and Benny's going to do European GPs. And it means that for the first time in as long as we can remember, we will get him as a full-time British Championship rider and see if he can add to his singular championship back on the Hitachi KTM back in 2017. Oliver is he's doing enough, Jeff.
Well, he's responded. I would have first and foremost to a lap board, I'm sure. You know, and then visually he's probably seen where Ben is on the track, you know, and just realised, yep, I've got to go all in, you know, because, yeah, second would have been solid, but confidence booster, try and keep him at bay, fend him off, take the race win, first one of the year. And he's looking good for it. I mean, he's definitely come back out in that last lap, and that's, like I said, he's stepped it up. That wasn't, I don't think, a mistake of sorts of any note from Watson.
That was
he
a
upped
nice
his game.
That was a nice corner there from Oliveira, and he looks like he's dropped the hammer.
Yeah, he has. He has.
He
And
really nailed that turn.
I think the gap's going to go out even more here. Just when we thought Watson had it all rolling and was going to get it done.
It's out to 3.
Yeah. Again, he's gone quicker again than Watson again. 2:28.7 against a 2:29.7, so he's pulled another second on him.
Let's give a
fair play.
Yeah, hat tip for the rest of the field. And Hamill there in third. Sterry fourth on the Chambers KTM from Conrad Muse on the Crendon True 7 Yamaha in fifth. Look at the Merc. Josh Gilbert sixth on his debut for the Apico Factory Racing Honda team. Tristan Purdon debut for him on the Honda for the Lexa team. Ben Edwards, his debut with the KTM team, number 8. Is it Ultimate KTM? Ultimate KTM. Brad Todd in 9th and Jamie Carpenter in 10th, the man returning from injury as well. The second of the Crendon True 7 Hondas. The rest of the field streaming through. I did see in 20th was when I looked a minute ago.
So we've got Canadian Tanner Ward. He's riding with us for the first time British Championship, his first ever time to Hawkestone. He's coming in actually to talk to Phil in this and the next 125 race. I'll be very interested to hear what he thinks of Hawkestone.
He's motored through because he was down. He was down at like 29th or 30th in the opening couple of laps. So he's kept it going. But a man that's definitely pulled the pin, and I think that gap is now out to a comfortably manageable distance then for Auriel Oliver. Ben Watson closed in very, very quickly, but he's not in sight. There he is in the background. The man from Nottinghamshire has, I think, given this one up. He's got a very, very comfortable lead over the third place rider of Taylor Hamill. Again, it would be nice to talk to Taylor and see how he's feeling the love for that Kawasaki this year after a decent season with that team last year.
Yeah, Auriel has definitely responded here. He's earned this, and I think he's earned it two ways.
Yeah.
First and foremost, obviously, he made that power move on Sterry at the top hill, took control of the race at that point.
Yeah.
And he's responded to the second challenge, which was Ben Watson stepping up to the plate. So, yeah, he's rode a blinder.
Here we come then. I know they've reworked this step, and it's a much nicer turn now with no jumps, but you can see the water starting to lie on top of the sand, Jeff. Last lap flag then, last lap board rather, out for Auriel Oliver. The K-Tech Tower will tell us what the lead is, a 2-minute 30 lap. We're 20 seconds off what they were doing this morning.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's got heavy going out there now.
Well, that's 3.7. Is that safe? I don't know.
I would say, I mean, with, these are top level riders with Grand Prix experience. If he did lose it from here, I think he would be really annoyed with himself.
Yes.
That's a nice gap to work with. For you and I, it sounds like, God, 3 seconds, panic. But no, I think he's, nearly 4 seconds. So
a big shout out for Bailey's Hutton. He's there in 11th, Jeff. That's a great ride for the youngster on what is basically a bone stock 450 Honda.
But he's another rider that I've looked down the years and think he's destined. He's a 450 rider.
Yeah, but he's still a young kid.
Yeah,
he's not old.
No, he's not. But he's quite a big lad, and I think board across the shoulders, and fair play to him. He's rode a blinder there. Freddie Bartlett, another British rider, obviously that we haven't seen so much. He's been racing in Sweden and doing MX. He's coming back. Bobby Bruce is there as well in 15th. Okay, well, I'm gonna step out to go to the winner's circle to speak to these riders and get wet, Phil.
Yes.
Take one for the team, and I'm gonna make way for Motocross royalty. He shakes his head as if say me. Right, I'm not going to tell you who that is. Phil's going to introduce a guest we've just come in. I think he's got all the experience. He's thought, it's raining. I know what I'll do. I'll just go into the TV booth to get out of the rain. I know his tactics.
Yeah, so here we are then, Auriel Oliver. He is going to be celebrating a win. Let's just see if Ben Watson is going to have a Hail Mary on this final lap of this first moto, the Apico Factory Racing MX1 Race 1 here at Hawkestone Park in the sun. Oh, there we got a nice picture-in-picture We'll just get these guys over the line. There we are. We've got a nice guest beside us. Beside me is the man that is Mr. Honda these days. We'll turn him on. Welcome to the booth, Roger Harvey.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yeah, 75 years of racing, you've done them all here,
Yes.
Roger.
You're not kidding, are you?
Yeah, so obviously big Honda presence here this weekend. But that's the race win for Oriol Oliver on his 450 debut.
Yeah.
That was a decent moto, that.
He got out the start, rode well, didn't he?
Yeah. And conditions out there not ideal, but Oliver will be very pleased to take victory and enjoy the getting warm and dry, having taken 25 points in the start of his championship. Good ride for Ben Watson. Taylor Hamill there in third. Conrad getting up to fourth.
Yeah.
So,
he missed the start, didn't he? I don't know what.
No, we
something
didn't see
went on.
that.
No,
Yeah. He was a long way back. He was outside the top 10, and he rode through. Adam Sterry then in fifth. Josh Gilbert in sixth on the Apico Factory Racing Honda. Tristan Purden on the Honda in seventh. Ben Edwards KTM in eighth. Brad Todd on the DK Racing Honda in ninth, and Jamie Carpenter, the second of the Crendon True 7 450 team, in 10th. Well, yeah, it's been a while, hasn't it? We've been coming to Hawkestone for a long while. You've done a lot of laps around here, and no doubt run races. And 75th anniversary of the ACU British Championship.
I wasn't at the first one.
Oh, no, you weren't at the first one. What year did you ride the first round, Roger?
Oh, what is the British Championship?
Yeah.
When would it be? 60 in the 60s, 60,
Yes.
68?
Yeah.
Maybe.
And obviously, I first came and raced here in 78, and it's comforting to come back to the place and see how little it's changed in all that time.
Yeah, they've done a lot of work, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
They've done a lot of work,
Yeah.
and very impressive with the work they've done on the track.
Yeah, everything that they've done a lot of things to bring it up to spec, but the tradition of it is still there. We're going to take a quick word from our sponsors and then go and have a word with Jeff in the winner's circle. We'll be back.
This is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
Okay, we're down here in the winner's circle with Oriol Olivier. Oh, look at that. That was tough going, man, but what a ride. That was a power move. You made that move on Adam. You know, obviously you were getting filled in, so I'm guessing that's why you found an extra gear going up the famous Hawkestone Hill, and then you controlled the race from there. I mean, you were at the end of the race, you found the extra pace to fend off Ben. Are you pleased with that? I mean, first ride in the British Championship on the 450?
Yeah, I'm really pleased with that. Took a really good start, but made a little mistake in the corner. They passed me inside, but I just controlled the race. I didn't want to make mistakes. The track is really wet. I really enjoy this track, but now with the rain, it's a little bit difficult, but I had a little bit of arm pump also, so hopefully for the second moto, I will be a little bit more loose, but really good race. First win in the British with the 450. Thanks to the team, and yeah, I'm really happy. Looking forward to a better weather for the second one.
Listen, it rains in Spain a lot as well. We know that you get a lot of sun, but you're used to it. I mean, that was solid. And you can't quite see it, but his teeth are perfectly white. Hasn't got any grit in there. I mean, that was a great opening start for you.
Yeah, because I was first. Otherwise, my teeth will be really dirty. But no, I guess I'm getting used to the rain now because I live in Lommel, so it's okay.
Yeah, we get a lot in the UK. Go and get yourself cleaned up. Hopefully we'll see you at the second one. Okay, so that's your race winner, Oriol's going to move out. Let's bring in Ben Watson. Again, I don't blame the guys here for keeping their crash helmets on. It's pretty grim. Ben, we can't see all your real men wear pink. That was solid start to the championship. We felt like you really pushed on, but then, like, you know, you had to do that extra little bit, and Oriol responded there at the end. A solid second. You happy with that?
Yeah, I just messed my start up a little bit. I had my RPMs way too low, and like almost stopped it off the gate. So yeah, I was completely outside, so I managed to get a bit of a clear run around the first corner, and I think I was about 7th or 8th or something. But I put a good charge on the first few laps, and then yeah, when I got into to second, I had some good laps and got close to RL pretty fast, and then yeah, when the rain started coming, that was it. I just had a clear lens on with some armour vision on my Oakleys and just wiped as much as I could. But yeah, when it's raining and wet mud, it was one of them. I just was happy to come over the line behind him, so it was good.
We love what we do, don't we, eh? So, the weather will get better, you know that. Well, that was a good, solid start. Looking forward to, I'm sure you'll be up here in the second one. You go and get yourself cleaned up as well. There's Ben Watson bringing in second. Third, let's bring in Taylor Hamill. Taylor, come on in. Yeah, so a solid ride. Taylor looks a little bit cleaner than the others, mainly because he was there for a little bit, but far enough behind to not get really loose. We thought that was a solid ride. We know that you're getting more and more into this 450 thing, destined to be a 450 rider. Are you happy with that for an opener? I didn't comment that you were fat. You did that.
Yeah, man, that was awesome. I didn't know what to expect coming in. I had a bit of trouble coming up. Just kept putting the effort in this off season in the sand, and I'm so happy I got a third. I couldn't even get a third once last year, and then the first race, and it was my dad's birthday yesterday, so I'm glad I've done it for him.
But I mean, you look strong. I mean, and you really went with Watson when he went past you. I mean, you go, right, I'm going with him, and you hung with him there, and he pulled you, and that gave you that solid third as well.
Yeah, I mean, over the years, if somebody passed me, I really dropped back, but I thought, I'm going to try to stay on the back of him, but I felt like I was until it started raining, and I just knew I was in third, and I just thought, I got a bit nervous, so I just brought it home.
Well, listen, mate, good luck for the second one. You, like I said, you don't look so bad. Go and get yourself cleaned up. They're going to be all coming back out for their second moto. And now it's we go again. It's repeat. We go back to the start with the RFX125 class. Their second moto coming up to the line. They're all in the Parc Fermé. We might go to a few ads. We're going to come back. The rain's coming down here. This next block of racing, these next two motos for everybody is going to be a proper battle. But stay locked in. We'll do our best, by the way, to try and identify riders. It's not easy. Riders are plastered with dark, wet sand. So we'll do our best. Hope you're enjoying the action. Keep liking and subscribing. Back to Phil. We're going to go back with the second RFX125 race coming up next.
I'm still a kid, but I'm tougher than you think.
Let me fail, let me fall, and learn to get back up.
Let me find my own line. Let me go full throttle. Never tell me what I can't do. And let me win. Never hold me back.
Let me try.
Let me try. Never underestimate me. It's the ride of my life.
Welcome to Club Dirt Store, the new way to shop off-road. Stack up points with every order. Then spend your points for discounts. Join the club for free today.
This is madness. It rages within us. From the world it seeks to consume. We dream, sweat, achieve.
So I make it harder. Don't hold back. If you think about it, so many people do be cool and look smarter. Don't hold back. And you shouldn't even care about those noses in the air and the crooked stairs. Don't hold back. Cause there's a party over here, so you might as well be here with the people care. Don't hold back.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
I'm still a kid, but I'm tougher than you think.
Let me fail, let me fall, and learn to get back up.
Let me find my own line, let me go full throttle. Never tell me what I can't do, and let me win. Never hold me back.
Let me try.
Let me try. Never underestimate me. It's the ride of my life.
At Ride, you're in control. Create something unique or choose from our wide range of base designs. Stand out with eye-popping colours and bring your kit to life with personalised details and logos. With our advanced materials and proven durability, our kits are built to perform. Head to our website and start designing today. Look good, feel good, ride good.
Perfect.
Welcome back, everybody. Obviously, the weather playing a part here at Hawkestone this afternoon, so we've got a little bit of track maintenance going on, and the schedule is just a little bit longer in the tooth than it should be. But next to me at the moment, like I say, we introduced him before the break, Honda Supremo Roger Harvey, just discussing the joys of 125 Race and the fact that you were British champion 125.
Was way back in the day.
Yeah, on a water cooled Yamaha though, because obviously 83.
It was 83, and good bike for me then. But back to the 70s.
Yes.
That was me bike 125 in the Grand Prix. You know?
Yes, because obviously
that was a Husky actually.
Yeah, and obviously 125 Grand Prix back then. It was a stacked field, and obviously you got like Gaston Ra here on the factory Suzukis and all those kind of guys. But it was a place where everybody went to cut their teeth. 125, 250s, and then eventually, if you were lucky enough, you would get yourself moved up to a 500.
Yeah. In the UK, we used to race all three classes.
Yes, which obviously nobody does that now.
500, no. But then, like, when you say Gaston, absolutely amazing rider and character, but like also Marty Smith, flying from the US.
Yes.
To do the Grand Prix, riding the US Championships.
And it's sporting for both, really. It was a big shame for him, wasn't it? Because he was really in with the shout. But obviously you're here as a Honda man, although you told me in the break there that you're not working today. You're just here to you're here to enjoy the local race and have a look and see what's going on.
It's my local track, Hawkestone, love it, hated it, loved it, you know. So I just wanted to come and see because there's a lot bigger buzz about the British Championship. I haven't been for 3-4 years.
Yes.
And the last one I come to, I went home and I thought, oh no. And I have to say that the step up that this is made this year, absolutely amazing.
I mean, we made some good inroads into it last year. Obviously, Paul Irwin took it over at the start of 2025 and kind of changed the way that we've done things and changed the structure. And as a result of that, I think it's people have seen what we did last year, the live streaming side of it. Obviously, we get a lot of views with that, and we're getting seen to a global audience. So it's pretty good. And obviously, if somebody like you's noticing the difference that it makes, then that's all good.
You always want to see the British Championship be successful. You know, it's been a great series over the years. But like I was so disappointed when I come about 4 or 5 years ago, and I'm thinking, and it's great that Paul's, took it by the scruff of the neck, dragged it up, and you can see that the step made from last year to this year is huge, and there's a lot of people come to Hawkestone to see it.
There's a big crowd out there today, and obviously a lot of riders in both classes. We've got an onboard camera here for this one. I'm not sure who that is on, but no doubt we'll find out. At least we're going to get to the start line and see what's happening. Look, I'm going to see if I can see what's on the front mudguard of that one. But this is obviously class 13 to 18 years old, this RFX125 Championship. And obviously back in the day when you were riding it, guys of all ages there were small bike specialists, guys that only ever rode 125s. And I kind of miss that a little bit, but I think that the progression that we have now from obviously this championship into MX2 and then EMX and obviously all the way through to MXGP, everybody knows what's going on.
Yeah.
And I think that's
they learn.
Yes.
They learn. And I didn't realise the age was so young in this class, you know.
Yeah, Harley Marjak, who finished third in Moto 1, he's 13 years old.
Is that right? Yeah, that's great to hear, you know. Cutting his teeth, and it'll be a great experience for him.
Yeah, and he was disappointed to be third. Jeff did an interview with him, obviously, post-race, and he was like, I need to do better in the next one. I'm like, mate, you've made your 125 debut, and you finished on the podium in a strong field.
That's tremendous.
That's good.
Yeah.
So, obviously, the steel grates and all that, you've got that, that's something that we've taken over from MXGP.
Yeah.
And, I can remember, obviously, here, pre-gate, there was a string and a bit of,
that's
like an horse racing start and stuff
and then
like
they
that.
had the concrete start, which was...
that was awful. That was awful.
Yeah, desperate. Unless I had a little thing at Hawkestone that I had going on at a British Championship that I could read the old T-bar gate.
Yeah.
Good, courtesy of the starter.
Yeah.
That he didn't know about.
Yeah. He hadn't told, did he?
It helped me in 1983 to get 2 whole shots at the British Championship, first round of the year. I was very pleased with that.
Well, you need a whole shot here today.
You do.
Drew Stockland took the whole shot in race 1. And obviously on this, you can see the onboard camera here, Roger. I'm expecting this to go AWOL literally halfway up the start straight. If we can see anything out of this in turn 2, he will be leading. It was Drew Stock who took the win from Alfie Geddes Green, with Harley Marjak in 3rd, Leo Wilson 4th, Arthur Moore 5th, Archie Stapley in 6th. As the 5-second board goes up and we get ready for the gate drop. RFX Race 2, and away they go. Oh, it's wet. Decent start from the outside. Oh, there we go. Oh, a few riders on the floor, not able to see who that was. Right, that is. I don't think that's Drew Stock in the lead, because that's Stock there in second position. Is that Marjak that's got the lead? We'll have to wait and see as they come round the first time. It's a Yamaha, so that could be half of the field. But that's Stock there in second. It looks like the Manchester Extreme bike in there in third. I think that is your man, Jeff. I think it's Marzak or Stapley. Is it Marzak or Stapley? I didn't know that it was Lucas Moncrief, but he makes a. Yeah, it's one of the Briggs Yamahas in the lead. I'll have to wait for him to come back into shot for the first time to see who is going to win. Obviously, you can remember this on the whole when it was literally a sheer drop in. It was not a nice thing to do.
No, it was like launch all the way in them days. You know, it's a little bit more sensible now.
Yeah, it is Marjak that leads. So he's, like you said, I want to do better in the next one. And here he is. A great start for the man on the S. Briggs Racing Yamaha.
He's 13, is he?
He's 13, according to my age sheets that's tucked in the back here somewhere. He is one of the youngest riders in the class, which is why he's in this class at 13. There was no point in him spending another year on on an 85 big wheel. There is the 236 of Joel Winstanley Dawson. He's had a decent start as well. The rest of the riders come through there. Marjak, Drew Stock. Hayden Starr then, he was a DNF in race 1, but rather a DNS. He had a technical in the holding area and did not take the start, which I'm really pleased about, because I would have hated for that to be an injury-related problem. Alfie Getty Screen there in 5th, Jensen 7 in 6th, Archie Stapley in 7th, Lucas Moncrief 8th, Alfie Heron 9th, and Colt Nally in 10th. It's a bit wet and snotty out there now. If the rain stops and this surface gets washed off in this next couple of races, the last moto might be decent.
Well, if you need.
Well, I say, Roger, let's say it's racing here since the late 60s. It's the 75th anniversary of the ACU, and obviously what you were saying about the British Championship, one of the big things about that is the support that we're getting now for the structure from the ACU. I
was talking to Tim Lightfoot, and he was just like filling me in. I knew it had come off, I know it had been announced, but it's good, the structure that they're doing to get riders up and ready for Grand Prix, and they need all the support they can get to make it happen.
And obviously, Tim, we were kind of he's been around, and obviously he's been doing that job for a short time now, but he's made a big difference, certainly to the way that motocross is perceived within the ACU, certainly from us looking into the ACU. They're here.
Absolutely.
There's more people here, they're getting more into it, and this the thing with the academy and getting the riders recognised and getting them a proper training path through. We want to be feeding the top factory teams like under HRC, and obviously that's the way to start it. So this is Joel Winstanley Dawson. He's the nephew of Matt Winstanley.
Is that the nephew of Matt?
He's the nephew of Matt. So he is the son of Michaela, who's Matt's sister, and Del Dawson. Yeah. And obviously Ken Winstanley is watching. He's watching on the live stream on holiday in Australia. So
is he living over there?
No, he's just on holiday. No, he's still a Wigan domicile man, but he's watching to see how he goes. And Joel crashed in the last one, got up to 5th, I think, and ended up 10th.
Right.
But it is a bit of a snotty one. Marjak, 4.5 seconds to the good on Drew Stock. We will see what Drew Stock decides he needs to do in this one, because he literally won that first one at a canter.
Track's not bad.
It's not, is it?
It's amazing.
Because it's so hard underneath, I think that... I know we had, obviously, you're local to here, as you said, Rog. With all the rain that we'd had on the run up to the International, it was just going to be bottomless everywhere. And just pulling the plug, whilst it was a pain in the backside at the time, definitely means that the track is in far better condition for this weekend.
It is, absolutely. And it's because that's a fair old storm we've just had. We've just had a right good downpour, and it's standing up well.
And obviously you're here in TV Towers here for MXGB TV, all nice away from the rain.
Yes, of course.
Are those two things connected by any chance?
That's what I was accused of by Jeff when I come in.
But Marjak then still almost 4 seconds away. Drew Stock then, I think he will sit and just stay and keep a bit of clear vision and see what the youngster has, because obviously it's a long race. 20 minutes plus 2 laps then for this second RFX125 race. Jensen 7 then, he's having a decent run. He's a guy who's come up off Big Wheel 85 this year as well. And then Lucas Moncrief on the free throw Madison Yamaha, he is there in 6th. The TM of Archie Heron in 7th, Stapley in 8th. The man who finished 2nd in the first moto, Alfie Geddes Green, he is down in 9th. And Arthur Moore, the man on the TM UK bike, he is in 10th. I would expect that he would struggle in these wet conditions. Maybe just didn't quite get off the start.
It's critical, isn't it, these days? Absolutely, you've got to make the starts.
And obviously this start a lot shorter than it used to be in the old days, where it literally went straight on and round in a big loop. It was like wide open in 4th gear coming off the bit. If they ever levelled it, you were down that start straight and it was literally you straightened your arms out and just hung on for grid death
on it
and hope that you didn't end up in the trees. So Phoenix Talk's fastest lap of the race then will be our race leader Harley Marjak, by my guesses, as we wait for that to go through. No, it isn't. It's Drew Stock that has taken the fastest
he's coming
lap.
at him,
Yeah, 2:36. So the gap is slightly coming down. But this bit of the track's standing up really well. This is the bit that's kind of notoriously wet and sticky, and they've kind of raised it all up a little bit, and it's definitely riding a lot better.
Yeah, put waves in there, haven't they? Took a tabletop out and jump.
And the tabletop that we had on the entry to that section, which was one of the worst bits of the track for me, because it was one of them things where you drag your footrest really bad.
Yes.
They took that out and put a few little waves in. But this is the battle for the lead then at the bottom of the hill. And Drew Stock then has closed it down to a hair over a second on Harley Marjak. That one I think is the start of lap 6, I think. I can't read that from here, Roger, don't you? You can. 12:50 left on the clock plus 2 then. So we're about just over third of the way through this one. And then there is that a change for the lead. It is. It looks like Stock has taken the lead at the top of the hill. So first race winner then Drew Stock on the JK Racing Yamaha has got back to the front, and a good ride and a good first few opening laps then for Harley Marjak on that S Briggs development team Yamaha. We'll see if he's got anything to stay with Drew Stock, but again I think there's a 5-year age difference. I think Drew is 17 or 18 coming up now.
A bit more experience,
and obviously Marjak. We had this conversation, Jeff and I, and also with a couple of people through the over the weekend, about that sometimes with these young guys, it can almost be you can almost peak too early. And so the expectation that you're going to come in here as a youngster like him and run at the front, and then you do it, all of a sudden, well, how long do you stay in this class, and does that put you into the next one a little bit too soon? Whereas obviously we've seen the championship winner go up to MX2 from last year, and also the guy who we expected to win, he's took his first race win, obviously for the Honda team. So waiting your time is enough, but obviously Harley Marjak definitely not going to waste another year on a Big Wheel 85, and he's proving that the move is definitely been the right one.
Working with the youth over my earlier career, it's the way to do it. You know, keep them out the depth all the time. Just out the depth. And, if you get a chance to move up, get up there and like do what he's doing at 13 years old.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that he's got at least a good 2 years in this class to possibly look at going to MX2 as a 16-year-old and holding his own, but he might want to stay in here and win this one. But so we've got a battle. So there's Hayden Statt then, the man on the Chambers KTM, who for whatever reason did not take the start in the first one. And as I said before, I'm glad that it was something minor and a machine issue and not an injury for the man from the northeast, because again he was another guy that was right in the championship battle until the end. Marjak then just moves over and lets that one go, and I don't think that was a daft thing to do under the circumstances.
The boys are that 3 years, the age, it's just going to be a bit more stronger, and they're going to be more used to, and Hawkestone's punishing.
Yeah.
You can't believe how hard the track is. So difficult.
No, it looks like... did he get back past him going up the hill there? I think he did, you know,
looked like he got up there.
So there's Drew Stock in the... So that's Drew coming down in traffic, and these guys are going to be coming down the hill behind him, and we'll have to wait and see. But Stock then already got 3.5 seconds to the good, with just over 10 minutes plus 2 to go. And it is not, I'll say, looking through the trees in this... no leaves on them, it makes our camera work. It's a lot brighter out there this time than it was in race 1. It was proper dark, and we were struggling to pick these guys up in the trees. But there's Stock having a good second race, and like I said, he knows that it's a long season, but he's got to go. He's going to be out in Spain at the first round of the EMX next week.
He's going to be there next weekend.
So obviously he worked his way through the Blue Crew program and got himself this JK Yamaha ride that Jamie Keith had last year.
Yeah.
And we've got yellow flag at the bottom of the hill. I'm not quite sure who that's for. Not a nice place to fall off.
There's only one way out.
There's only one way out of that, yes. But there is your race leader, and you can say he's just got that. He's quite a big lad now, and he's just got that nice
style
on the bike,
nice flow.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's been too desperate. Nice quick look over his shoulder. And the battle for second and third between Stat and Marjak is. We need to be having a look at that as they come back through the Honda hole, as it used to be called back in the day. So there is your race leader. But the battle for second between Stat and Marjak is going back and forth. We can have a look at that. So this is our race leader then coming towards us. And he's got quite a nice gap. So he'll come in, and there's the battle then. Oh, here we are. Well, that was the battle just coming into the shot for second and third. There it is. And it still looks like Marjak is in front of Stat. So there he is, Stock on the Yamaha.
There's confusing, you've got Stock and Stat.
Yeah. So here they are. So here's the battle. So it's Marjak still at second.
Good lad.
And there is the 548. So Hayden Stat, he made a pass, and Marjak's come back at him. I will say I did not see that coming.
I think he must have made a mistake, and he lost it all of a sudden.
Yeah, so he's obviously had a bit of a nonsense somewhere. Is he going to be able to pull that back? He's 2.5 seconds down all of a sudden, and bearing in mind that there was a pass at the top of the hill.
His feet, legs off at the top there. There's somebody laid there in the track, or a bike's in the track anyway.
Yeah, rider looks like he's up and okay.
Yeah.
So that's at least that is towards the top of the hill. There's going to be no recovering that, but whoever that is, they are up and they're just waiting for an opportunity to get back to their bike. But yeah, so Hayden Stat third, Joel Winstanley Dawson up to fourth, Jensen 7 in fifth, Lucas Moncrief now on the Madison Free Throw Yamaha is sixth, Alfie Heron in seventh on the TM. That's a good ride from the Irishman, Archie Stapley, Arthur Moore, and in 10th it is the 121. Now where was he in the first one? It was a long way down.
Harvey Collins,
yeah, he was 17th in the first one, so 10th for him. That's a decent recovery. Yeah, we could, in the first race, this was so dark and dingy through there.
Right.
It looks like there's a lot of umbrellas have been put away, so that bit of weather that we had blow through, you can see that the track is riding itself back in a little bit there, Rog. It's,
we didn't think it would. We thought it'd be downhill from now on, but it's stood up real well.
No umbrellas there in the crowd. No. Yeah. That's a nice berm there. This was something that we noted earlier on with Marjak when he's riding. He's very, very precise where he puts the bike.
Yeah, he doesn't make many mistakes, the kid doesn't.
No. I started commentating on him when he was on I think he was on a 65. And he was very, very quick back then.
Yeah.
And
another one in the sand hole, is it? No,
that's
coming up.
Yeah, coming up. That's a lot steeper. Obviously, there's a little bit of a pop on that to get you into there. I don't know whether you've been over that bit of the track.
Yeah, I've been allowed to look.
Yeah, but they've done a lot of work to kind of alter this and make the flow a little bit better, I feel.
Yeah.
And certainly this bit over the jump and under the bridge and round to the finish, way better than it was before.
Yeah, and props to the club, because they've put a tunnel under here where they're going now. So, like this, you can get from the paddock area straight
Yes.
out into the centre very easily.
Yeah.
Done a lot of work. Big new tunnel through.
Yeah. So Marjak then now coming back under pressure because Stat has closed the gap down to, they'll be in the same shot as they go up the hill. We just go a little bit wider on this shot, and Hayden Stat on the Chambers KTM will be all over the back of Harley Marjak. Is he going to go up the other side of the hill? He was definitely there a minute ago. There he is, look.
Close.
You can see that bike there at the top of the hill. All the riders will know that that is there now. Come down the step, and there we are. So there's Marjak on the 581 Briggs Yamaha. It has been an impressive ride. He's going to. This is going to give him second overall.
It's pretty impressive, huh?
Yeah.
13 years old.
Yeah. That's a debut that you can be proud of, isn't it?
Isn't it ever? Yeah.
Not when Jeff did the interview post race. He wasn't angry that he hadn't, but he was just a genuine. Oh no, I need to do better than that. And you're just like, okay, well that's, it's good. It's good that you feel that way.
It's the only way to look at it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh. Done him. No.
Oh, yeah.
Experience.
But again, that does it in the big scheme of things. That means nothing for the overall for Marjak, because with the DNF in race,
he's done him back.
He's done him back. Well, I'll tell you what.
Nip round the inside, lovely.
That's a lovely bit of racecraft.
Yeah.
This is the thing for me now that riders lack. They can bust out the laps and do the jumps and do all the bits and bobs and look, but that nice little bit of, you just go there and I'll nip back under here.
Yeah, exactly.
That was a real old school piece of riding,
lovely.
And he's going to have to make Stat do it all again. But you've got to say that that was a nice little bit of riding there. He's got to get past this. He's gone off the side of the track.
It's okay. It's a bit soft in there where they jump in there. It's quite soft, yeah.
Yes, that's one of the places in the track where you think, well, nobody can see me around here, I'll just have a rest, and you end up on your ear.
Yeah.
So here's the race leader then. And he's looking like he's backing it down a little bit. 2 minutes and 43 seconds plus 2 laps left on the clock. They are lapping in around 2:36. So it's going to be 2 laps to go next time by. He's just going to come over the line. The next time it will be 2 laps to go. But Stat then, stamping his authority on the championship nice and early. And it took him a while to get going last year. Our surprise winner at the first round last year was Ryan Wagger, who straight up just beat everybody, rode really well, went 1-1. The first 4 rounds of the championship, all of them were won with double race wins.
Right.
And I think it took to round 5 for our championship winner, Charlie Richmond, to actually win a round. And then when he did, I don't think he got beat again all year.
Is that right?
Yeah, close to. I mean, he might have dropped the odd moto. But it was really, I think Jamie Keith, Waggett won here, Jamie Keith won at Canada Heights, and then I think we went to Blacksall, which Stat won at, and then I think Stat won at another one, and then Richmond won, and then that was it. And it was
is the Richmond kid gone up to MX2 now?
Yeah, Richmond. So Charlie is riding for he's riding for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he was part.
He's riding a Honda, actually.
Yeah. Well, maybe. He's right, but no, he's so obviously he was part of the S-Briggs rider development team. Yes. He's going to kind of be a little bit of a satellite thing, but obviously he's gone under the True 7 awning. He's getting some help from. He's getting some help from Jake Nichols and obviously that side of the company as well.
Okay, yeah. It fits in now. Yeah, absolutely.
So, and I think again they've just gone. Yeah, do you know what? We'll just put him under here and take care of him properly. Not like if you're good and we might give you a bit more next year. Yeah. He's got everything he needs to do the job. He's a nice kid. He won the championship in a nice classy way last year with good race wins. And yeah, it's been decent. That actually looks like the sun's come out.
It does. Feels that way.
Yeah. So. So 30 odd seconds left, and we've got another man who's come and have a sit and have a chat. We'll have a word with him in a minute.
No worries.
But so well, I'll tell you what, Roger. We'll let you go. Thank you very much for coming in and seeing us, and all the best for the rest of the scene with Honda for the rest of the year.
Thank you.
And we'll catch up with you soon
next week.
No, I'm riding myself next week.
Get on. All right.
All right, cheers, Roger Harvey then. So Roger Harvey then, he's going to make his way out. Got another guest just stepping in quickly. I'll let him get the headset on. We're going to ride her down. The sun is indeed breaking through the clouds. And our next guest is the Canadian Tanner Ward. Mate, it looks like you had a bit of a mare in that first one. Did it catch you a bit out? You were motoring through okay at the end. You got some decent laps in.
Yeah, that was not good. It was a tough race for sure. It's something else out there. Something I told the team after qualifying that I've never rode anything like this. And I had a good start and kind of got pushed wide there, corner 2, and made my way through the pack, and I had a really big crash about 10 minutes in, and I was stuck on the side of a jump it felt like forever when you're in the race.
Oh, okay.
It was, that was a tough race.
But the thing is, you've got another go at it in a bit, so obviously, just for everybody, so Tanner Wall, then he's over here from Canada, racing for the SC Sport Homes team, and part of, big mistake there for our race leader. And like I say, you flew in like midweek last week, and you're hopefully going to do a couple of rounds. You finished second in the Canadian Championship, so a decent pedigree rider, and you're air-blooding yourself in the British Championship.
Yeah. I like to think I'm a good rider, but today's really testing that. But no, it's an awesome opportunity to be over here and to ride a legendary track like Hawkestone is honestly a dream.
Yeah, and like I say, you've seen the weather. The sun's now looks like it's come out. If it stays like this for the rest of the day, your last race might actually be pretty decent. The water that's out there will seep away. And but like I say, these 125 boys are definitely earning their pocket money in this one. And Drew Stock, and he went he's about to go 1-1. He won the first one. Carly Marjak, the guy in second place, he's 13 years old. First race on a 125. He was second in race 1. Hayden Stack DNF'd in the first one, didn't start the first one, and Joel Winstanley Dawson, he's another youngster coming up first time into the class. So I think that the podium is going to be Stock, Marjak and Archie Stapley, who finished 6th in the first one, not seeing Leo Wilson in the top 10. But what did you enjoy riding the track?
Yeah,
it's enjoy a bit too strong a word.
Yeah, this is one of the toughest tracks I think I've ever raced in my life. I've raced some deep sand up in Canada, but when you add the water and how much rain you guys get throughout your winters, it's a whole new ball game. So,
I mean, it's a shame because the track this morning in practice and everything was as good as you would ever hope it to be. It's a hard base, like I said to you. When I spoke to you briefly this morning, it's not really that sandy, but once it gets wet, all of a sudden there's places where you just hit it and stop.
Yeah, it's very deep. It's very deceiving how deep it is and how much water it holds. And I mean, I came through the pack from pretty far back, and everybody's struggling. I thought when you're out there, you think it's just you that's struggling, but then you're riding against everyone. Everyone's going left and right, and to keep her straight is a goal in itself. But yeah, one of the toughest tracks I think I've ever ridden. It's nothing like we have in Canada.
And like I say, this is so the next round is at Preston Docks, which is kind of like river sand. It's an estuary part, so it's right next to a river. It's like a blacky sand, and it's a completely different kettle of fish. This we got the he might not be the World Championship leader by the time next weekend comes round, but Jeffrey Hurlins is coming over to ride that one. He's raced here a few times as well, and he was the British champion in 2024. But yeah, I mean, obviously we've got a couple of our guys are going over and doing AMA. It's always difficult to judge how fast other guys, and obviously the only GP rider that we've got in the MX1 class regularly. Obviously, I think we've got Ben Watson and we've got Adam Stereo, both are like top 10, top 15 guys in GPs, and obviously they run at the front here. But you don't know where any of the other guys are, and it's a stacked class this year. MX1. There's definitely some people stepped up. And obviously you found out the hard way that, I mean, like I say, but you're not going to judge it all on one race, no?
No, for sure. I definitely the results today so far haven't shown what I'm capable of. I think if I could have executed that start and not went down and turn 2, it would have been a different story, and kind of got the pace of those front guys. I don't expect to be up with those front guys, but I definitely expect to be better than where I was in that moto.
And obviously you have great starts over there in Canada on your start in the metal as well. So, but again, everything is new coming to a new championship. And like I say, but you're in with a good team. The SC Sport Home teams are a good bunch of people there. And like I say, if you can make yourself fit in there, that'll be nice and get a few rounds in. And so, like I say, are you flying back to Canada next week?
We actually fly back to America. We do all our preseason in America. Just it's too cold at home right now. We got a lot of snow, so we do all our preseason up in America, and that's actually where I met the SC Sports team. Neil and Charlie Heyman were they were doing the little Winter Am series. I was, and that's how we met.
Yeah, and obviously taking these opportunities as they fall. Okay, if you've come here and you've ridden Hawkestone and that's all it's ever going to be, at least you've come and done it, and it was a cool thing to do. And if it leads to something better and more long term, then obviously taking that chance is something. So obviously Drew Stock, he's the guy. He didn't win the championship here last year, but he was the top Yamaha rider, and he won through. So he wasn't top Yamaha, but he won through the Blue Crew series, and he ended up going and racing the support at the Nation. So he was riding at Ironman on the 125 Yamaha series there. I think he finished second, and now he's ended up picking up a ride off the back of that, and he's going to be EMX. So he's going to take his first victory of the year. That's a really, really good weekend for Drew Stock. I will say that he is the championship favourite for my money. A brilliant second for Harley Marjak. He will take second overall, and I think that Archie Stapley will finish third overall with what will be a 6.5. Looking at that, because Joel Winstanley Dawson will have an 8.4. We'll let the maths sort out. So 6.5 is 31. 8.4 is that is also 31. And Joel Winstanley Dawson, I think, will get third overall with that, because he's tied on points and he beat him in the second moto. So that's a good debut podium for him. The sun started to come out. All the umbrellas have gone away. When it's a miserable day, when you're like, the sun's come out, that's great, and you're like, well, why didn't you just do that earlier? But the track will. I think you'll find that it'll ride better than you think in the second race. Are you going to make any changes with the bike, or are you just going to go, no, I just need to ride better and just get out of the gate and not fall off?
Yeah, no changes to the bike. I just need to execute my start again and just ride like myself. I don't need to try and change anything. I felt like my riding was actually good. It just obviously not showing on paper. I crashed 3 times. I stalled it a couple times after I went down. My bike was kind of twisted up, so no excuses. Need to be better.
Yeah. Right, we're going to need to take a word from our sponsors, and then we'll be back with Jeff in the holding area. In the winner's circle with our top 3, which will be just shortly after we've taken these adverts. Okay, Tanner Ward, thank you very much. Best of luck for Moto 2. And hopefully we'll see you at the next round as well.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
This is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
Okay, in the winner's circle down here with Drew Stock. What a great way to start your championship quest. We said you finished the season strong last year. Didn't win the title, but it's the title that you want. But you did some good stuff, and you've just continued that trend. New team, riding for an Italian team, but you kind of freestyle this on your own, effectively. But what a great way to start your championship.
Yeah, that was really good. 1-1. Couldn't think of much any more better, really. I was third off the start, got into the lead quite early and pushed from there, really. It was pretty good.
You said your confidence is high, and again, it looked like you didn't panic. You just kind of like sat there for the first, sort of 10 minutes, picked your moment, and just you made it count. You caught up, you made a move, and just controlled the race. That's going to give you a lot of confidence, I'm assuming. You got an MX125 full campaign. So now you got this first British Championship round out of the way. How are you feeling, and what are your expectations in EMX this year?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good now. I'm hoping for consistently in the top 10. I'll be happy with that, and I want to be in the top 5 as well. But we'll start the season strong, and hopefully we keep it this way.
Very quickly, let's just talk about the new ACU Academy, High Performance Academy. You're on that. Early days with that, of course, but I mean, you got to be happy to have, like, effectively Tommy Searle and Stephen Sword in your corner, particularly when you go to EMX with Swordy coming out to most of them.
Yeah, that's going to be really good. They're big names. They've been around. They've done it before. So that should be good with their assistants at the races. So looking forward to that.
Listen, mate, go and enjoy the rest of the racing. Get in your civvies. We'll see you back here for the podium. There you go. Drew Stock taking the race win. Let's bring in, Harley Marzak. Harley, spoke to you in the first one. Look, either way you cut it, mate. That's a hell of a debut on a 125. I know you wanted more. You said you had a third in the first race. You wanted more. Well, you kind of did. You moved up another notch. Deep down, I mean, I know you want to win every race, and that's great. Good that you've got that attitude. That's a good start, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm happy with it.
Yeah. So, and obviously, how's the team going? You know, settling in, new team as such, and these guys are putting a great program together. So let's just talk about the whole S Briggs team and how you're finding it over there.
Yeah, the team's good. We've got a lot of people by our side, and it's more than I can ever ask for, really.
And I see his parents come over and give you a big hug, so you've got to be happy with that. So what's the expectation, your realistic expectation for this year? Have you set one, or is it just one race at a time? Okay, right. So what are the expectations?
Top 3, hopefully.
Okay. Well, you hit the ground running with that one. Well, look, go and get yourself ready. I think clearly you've made the top 3 podium, so we'll see you later on. As we said, one of the youngest riders in the class, doing good stuff. Well done. Okay, there's Harley Marzak. Let's bring in Hayden Stapp. Yep, he is there. Just making sure he is there. Fair to say that he's eating a lot of roost in that one. Obviously not where you wanted to be. First and foremost, tell us the situation in the opening moto, because we was in the booth and all of a sudden, like, well, where is he? He's not out there. So what happened post moto?
I went out, felt good off the start, got a really good jump. I got around 3/4 down the straight and it lost a bit of power, and then I was catching a bit. I think I made my way up to third, fourth, fifth. Then went to the corner just before the bomb hole, and she gave way and blew up.
That was that one thing. This one, I mean, that was a proper ding-dong between you and Harley. You kind of got by him. He got back. There was lappers. You had issues with vision, I get, because that was pretty gnarly out there then. So, of course, you didn't have the advantage of getting a lot of laps in the opening moto. So that must have been a tough old gruel, that one.
Yeah, it was tough just to go into a track that I did qualifying on. It was complete different conditions, so it was definitely a big change from qualifying to that race, but I did what I could. The bike just didn't seem to have the power up the hill. I would catch and then get to that hill, and his bike would just really take a good few seconds out of us, so it'd be like a repeat of each lap, and I just wasn't able to get close enough to get by and make the pass and go.
But with that effective DNF, it's all in now for you, and I mean, you've got to roll the dice already. That's points lost. I know you don't want to be reminded about it, but that's the fact of it right now. You're going to go into round 2 and you want to turn it around.
Yeah, of course. Going to round 2, hopefully 1-1.
There you are, fight and talk from Hayden Stack. Well, listen, mate, well done on that second motor. Unlucky for the first. So that's Hayden done for the day. You go and get yourself cleaned up. Okay, so that's the RFX125 class, all done and dusted. An immaculate performance from Drew Stock. And I've got to say, Harley Marzak as well. Wow, young kid coming into the class, going 3-2 and still wanting more. Absolutely brilliant. We have got 2 more races to go. You can hear them probably going out behind me. This is MX2 coming up next. This was a brilliant first motor. I'm sure it's going to be a good second one as well. And then after that, we finish our racing here with the Apico MX1 class. 2 to go. Don't go too far away.
This is madness. It rages within us. From the world it seeks to consume. We dream, sweat, achieve.
So here we are, welcome back then to the second of our MX2 races here at Hawkestone Park at the first round of the 2026 ACU Motul British Championship. Just a quick refresh then to catch up on the RFX125 race that we just watched. Drew Stock go 1-1 then to take the overall, but to confirm the top podium positions, then Drew Stock did take the win. Obviously we 1-1, Harley Marjak takes second, and it was Joel Winstanley Dawson that takes podium in his first ever 125 British Championship race, so he takes third, tying on points with Archie Stapley, but getting it on the better position in the second race. Arthur Moore was fifth, Jensen 7th with sixth, Lucas Moncrief 7th, Alfie Heron, the man on the 10 from Ireland, was 8th. 9th was the 465 of Ollie Waters, and 10th overall, Alfie Geddes Green. Fantastic race, Jeff.
Brilliant. And it's all muddled up already, which makes it good for the championship. Ken, if you're watching, I don't know what time it is in Australia, but whatever, open a bottle of red. Yeah. Grandad would be happy with that. Watching from, and anybody else watching it all over the world, hope you're enjoying it. Obviously, listen, the rain came down. Hawkestone is very dark sand. It's not always easy to identify the riders, so I hope you're doing as well as you can with that. We're doing our very best with it. But yeah, I've just had a little look at the track out there, Phil, and that water did actually damage it quite a lot. It's starting to drain off a bit now, but this is going to be a tough old drain. And what you're going to get, if it doesn't rain now, we're going to get that classic one line or a couple of lines going to start to dry. So I hope it doesn't spoil the race in regards of lacing of that. But here we go.
Yeah, and obviously Jamie Keith, he took his first race win. Man was lost for words. Let's see if he can repeat that. He won from Ollie Colmer, Charlie Heyman, Gian Dudson, Joel Rizzi, Joe Brooks was your top 6 in race 1. Here we go then, race 2. Here we go, down the straight. Who's that got a good break in the middle? Oh, he didn't. It's got a bit
Come
bit
from the
tight.
outside again. I think that might. Is that Jamie in different colour kit? Do you know? I think it might be him again. You know.
Oh, whether somebody's gone down early doors in
there.
That looks like that might be Askew again.
Oh no,
that might be Billy Askew, and he looks like he's got a bit of a dead leg. That's just my.
I think that's Jamie Keith again. You know.
Oh, there's a few riders down. Tommy Searle in there on the 100 as well. So
that is Tommy. Yeah. Well,
so it's not. It's a Honda that's down. So it's Tommy. Not sure who that was down the inside. We'll have to wait and see. But you can see now Hawkestone Park bathed in sunshine.
Musto. I think that's Ben Musto.
Yeah, on the AC United gas it is. So Musto, we think, was one of the guys that went down early doors in race 1.
But that could be Jamie Keith in second. Yeah. Okay, well, you're going to have to sort yourself out. But again, this circuit, like it is, if you're in this top 3 on this opening lap, what an advantage.
That was a send.
I'm sure it's Troy Lee. I'm sure.
That's Keith for second, isn't it? Oh, that's getting a bit tight.
It is. Well, he's got a chance of not just winning. If we got this right, put himself in a position to win the overall.
Oh, that was a pass. That was nice.
Oh no, that says 574.
That's Dunson.
Sorry, our bad. I knew. Yeah. Dunson making strong moves.
Yeah. So Dunson,
apologies,
Musto and Heyman across the line. Then top 3 at the end of the first line. Jamie Keith in 4th.
Okay, well this will be a good
thing. No, it's not Jamie Keith.
It's Josh Vale. Josh Vale. Okay, it says Val McCormick, Collins, Adamson, Rizzi, Hopkins and Billy Askew. That's your top 10 as they cross the stripe on the opening lap.
So it wasn't Askew that went down, and it did look like there might have been a Honda that went down as well, so maybe it was our... let's have a look and see. Well, so Jamie Keith 34th, so he was down in the first turn.
And I also think Davey Puches was one of them as well. He's right at the back.
Oh, mate. Talk about aero to zero. Look, these conditions, no excuses. Anything can happen.
No, exactly that.
It is what it is. But Gian Dunson then. And
Colmer as well, back in 27th on the opening lap.
Mate, this is all over the place.
This is going to really change things up here for the overall.
Well, we're going to be taking socks off to do the counting. This is going to be crackers.
Well, do you know what? I've learned from last year, Phil. I'm giving up on it.
Yeah, so I'm
going to leave it to the experts.
So Gian Dunson was 4th in race 1. Charlie Heyman then is currently running 3rd. So he's on a 3-3 at the moment. So is Charlie Heyman going to step up? I feel that I should know whether he's won an MX2 overall, and I don't think he has as yet. So it is Dunson in the box seat at the moment. clean vision. It was a nice pass round the outside of Ben Musto, who obviously had a moment in the first one and ended up buried back in the pack. I think he ended up finishing 18th or something. We will have a look. He was 15th in race 1. Certainly not what we would expect from the man on the AC United Gas, who did take his debut championship win at Landrake last year, and all in a bit of a mess there. Heyman comes in for the kill down the outside, but no umbrellas, Jeff. Weather's taken a turn for the better. It's the first time I've been out since weather, and it is a lot of sun out here in the pits, and it's a proper mess. But the track is holding up really well, and there is your race leader bouncing his way in, Gin Doomson, on the Gabriel SS24 KTM. Josh Vale, a big send into the sandpit on that one, and he's closing in 4th. McCormick on the Chambers KTM in 5th. Adam Collins in 6th. Adamson 7th. Rizzi 8th. Hopkins 9th. And Askew in 10th.
So Heyman, obviously last year, stepped up to the plate, got 2nd in the championship. He had a handful of 3rd place finishes, couple of seconds, but didn't take an overall victory.
Yeah. He was always there or thereabouts.
Well, consistency paid completely.
But he wasn't. He wasn't where he is now regularly. He was always a little bit off.
Yeah.
But again, new rider, you know, he's finding
strong.
his feet. He is a big lad for a 250.
Yeah, and he's a contender. There's no doubt about it. Of course he is. He finished 2nd last year.
Yeah.
So obviously he's a contender. But he's another year stronger, getting into his prime, where obviously we said the likes of Tommy, you know, he's on the other side of his career. It gets harder as you get older, certainly the age that Tommy's at.
Oh, he'll be hating things today.
Oh, big time, big time. So Charlie Heyman in a strong position here. Obviously, like Musto needs a better bounce back from his first race. Doonson needs one as well. But with some of the, like you said, some of the bigger hitters further down, Ollie Colmer's crossing the line in 26th position. So I think he's lost it. Joe Brooks is down in 28th.
Brooks was well up in the first one as well.
Like that's where we're at. We got the first race winner way down outside, like in the late 30s, along with Tommy Searle. This is going to shake up the overall. Callum Mitchell, he went out of the first race. He's now 9th in this one. It's all over the place. Joe Brooks, so it's going to be right now. You'd have to say overall, Heyman's looking good.
Yeah, well, Duke, but a 4-1 will beat a 3-3.
Yeah, it's going to be
Phoenix Talk's fastest lap of the race from Gien Doomson, then our race leader. Interesting to see Joel Rizzi running 6 on the 772 Kawasaki. He was 6 in the first one. That would be good enough for 3rd overall.
It probably will, you're right. Not going to absolutely commit that, but I bet you're not far off with that, Phil. Yeah, quickest lap of the race. Phoenix Tools is the Gabriel SS24 Factory Junior KTM rider of Gien Doomson with a time of 2:34.577.
So looking at Ben Musto, and he looks like he's shot up a little bit, didn't he? He was a stocky unit before. Oh, you can see he plugged on the face of the jump, didn't he? And here comes Heyman again. He was next to him going into here on the last lap and just did not get the pass done around the back end of the circuit. Oh, look at the sunshine there. I'm going to paddle out in all sorts of mud and we'll get me carpets dirty and everything. Race leader then Doomson in.
You'll be in trouble with the missus, Phil. Take your shoes off.
No, we got wood floors. It's not my first rodeo, but here we get Charlie Heyman then making a pass.
Is he though? Has he? Yeah.
No, he's got around. No, hang on a minute.
That's not that, because that is Josh Vale.
That's Vale. So Josh Vale having a good run. Now, he was a guy that got injured at the beginning of last year, I think, didn't he? And it took him a while to get going. But there is Charlie Heyman, the man running the blue plate with the yellow numbers on to signify that he is the under-21 Jude Morris champion. But obviously that will not go his way today unless he wins the overall.
Legs akimbo there, like that just goes to show how difficult it is.
But the sun then making life a little bit difficult now at this time of day at Hawkestone Park, especially with the lack of cover from the trees.
And those fantastic
long shots,
long ruts as well, Phil. Always hard enough to ride at the best of time. Well, look. I mean, you can see from the drone shot, that rut starts from when you land and it goes all the way down and around the corner. So, yeah, treacherous stuff out there. You've got to be on your A game. Look at those ruts there.
And then the same into this turn here. It's getting it right. And then all of a sudden here, it's really deep there. And then in the bottom of the dip.
That literally looks like the devil himself has literally dragged his finger claws through it. Say, right, I'll sort you lot out. Deal with that. Yeah.
They're waiting for them then to come around this loop back into view. There he is. So there's Doomson in the lead. That is your race leader. Again, he is still a young shot. I think he's only 17, and he's getting another run round another go at it with the SS24 squad. Obviously, KTM thinking very highly of him.
Okay, Jamie Keith, he was a long way down. He is on the march. He's obviously trying to get a good overall score here after winning the first one. He's up to 16th. I am trying to find Tommy Searle now starting to make moves. He was down for a long time. He's now up to 25th. Brooks 22nd. These are obviously big notable names that you'd expect to be running in the top 10. Charlie Richmond popping up the top 10. So it's Richmond, Mitchell, Adamson, Askew, McCormick, Rizzi, Val, Heyman, Musto, and your race leader, Dunson. There we go. Top 10.
Yes, this is, like I say, this is what we're going to see in this championship. There's no standout guy that's going to come through and win all the races. Look.
Yeah, has he gone quicker? No, yeah, maybe he did last up around. He went quicker, so Dunson is definitely getting quicker. He has gone 2:33.0,
and I think this will be his first race win in the British Championship. You're the man that's got all that stuff.
Yeah, because he missed so much last year,
yes.
Didn't he?
Yeah,
he got a second. He got a couple of. Well, that was it, really.
Yeah.
He got, regard to top 3 results, he had 1 second in a race, not overall.
Yeah.
He had 1 second and 1 third.
They had an absolute horror story here last year. So for him to be as it is at the moment with a 1-4, that will put him on 43 points with a... and then Charlie Heyman with a 3-3 will be on 40. So that will give him the overall. So 40 points to Heyman. And 43 to the man that we're looking at, Ian Dunson, on the Gabriel SS24 KTM. Yeah, so there's a road that runs all the way down there. It's crazy that how you can actually get to the top of the hill just by... If you were brave and it was somebody else's, you'd get a camper up there. But we always used to wonder how to get up there to do the work. But walking around the woods there, so much stuff to see. And this historic circuit that... we were giving Roger Harvey a little bit of stick that he was at the first ever British Championship race here. But
I did hear that, yeah.
But again, he's a man and he knows the history of this club and this circuit. And to be here for the first round of a championship again, been a real pleasure again. Thank you to the club for, like I say, after the disappointment of the International going west, to bounce back with this. Obviously the weather was always going to be a little bit iffy, but we've got a decent crowd in today, and hopefully plenty of you guys watching on the live stream wherever you may be. I know that there's some South Africans in there watching for shouting for Tristan Purdon.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, if you haven't lived in the UK, you think, well, okay, it's rained hard, it's affected the circuit.
Yeah.
But what you haven't realised is it's basically rained continually through January and February.
Oh, it's been so bad.
So, you know, any extra water that we're now getting, really, we're still in that kind of place. It's going to take a little while. Hopefully, by the time we get to Preston, another sand circuit. So we obviously stacked the front end of the championship with all weather circuits. So Preston will be another good one. That was superb last year. That track rode so well.
It did. And we had Kyder Wolf there last year. This year we will be seeing Jeffrey Hurlings on his Honda UK debut.
Him, yeah, I've heard of. He's quite good in the sand, I've heard.
Apparently so, yeah. One thing I didn't do while Roger I was here was to question his choice in graphics for the factory Honda, but me and Ben had a laugh about that.
I heard your opinion on that over the PA system here.
It's fantastic to look. Honda they're a fantastic manufacturer, and to have their backing in any way, shape or form. But look, we're all allowed an opinion, and but let's say for the amount of backing that they're getting from Petronas, if that's what they want and that's what their corporate look's going to be, then it will be what it will be. Heyman then starting to close in a little bit on the back of Musto. It went out to just over 2.5 seconds on the previous lap.
Not only that, Phil, he's got the dangling carrot of the overall hanging in front of him, basically. That's the crux of it. So if he passes Ben Musto, that's gonna be enough for him, isn't it? Have I worked that out? No, it's not. Okay,
it's not.
My bad.
Do you remember this thing I stuck on the corner of the box here last year?
Yeah. Sorry, he had a third. My bad.
Yeah.
I thought.
So 2-3 is going to give him 42.
Yeah, I thought he had a second.
He needs to win for the overall. So it's out of his. He's got to win to win. And obviously, unless Dunson drops the ball, he does look very. He's a good tidy rider. I don't know if you had much chance to watch him out there on the track, Jeff, because obviously once racing gets underway, we're sat here in the MXGB headquarters, and we don't really get a chance to see anything other than practice. But he does look a very, very smooth rider. You can see why KTM have taken an interest in him.
Yeah, it started to unravel a little bit for Jamie Keith because he was pushing up the field and was knocking around the kind of 15, 16 mark, but he's now gone down to 20th. So something's happened there. Probably a little tipple over. Tommy Searle is now right behind him in 21st. So that's where those guys further down the field are trying to play catch up.
Coleman's 14, so that's a good recovery for Ollie.
It is. Still a long way to go, but obviously, a solid second in the opening moto, that's going to affect his overall.
At this point in the championship, though, if you're Jamie Keith, you've just won your first moto ever as a pro. Does this one matter? Are you going to think, I've got, this win, I lost the win and all the rest of it, or do you take the goodness out of the weekend that you're fast enough?
Listen, I know what I would do. I'd be clinging on to that, the good thing, and remembering that and whatever, But then the racers have different mentalities. Some of them use the negatives to try and refocus to get the positive back. But I know Jamie, his age and what he's just achieved, I wouldn't hang on to this second moto. It's not done yet. He can still move up the field. But let's be honest, a wire-to-wire win in your first ever pro moto.
Brilliant.
I'd be going home demanding that somebody bought me a nice meal on that one.
Yes,
I'm not getting the meal in after doing that.
Yeah, definitely a steak dinner on that one. So there's Heyman then coming across the line. He's still there in third. Fourth place there is the 479, the Phoenix Tools Fantic of Josh Vale. He's having the kind of year that I would have expected out of him last year. He's grown into that bike, I think, and he now looks like he feels like he belongs. Rizzy in fifth. That's a good ride for him. Billy Askew on the Dirt Store Triumph. Dirt Store, sponsors of our live stream. Thank you very much to them for that. Askew's having a good ride.
Yeah.
He needs it. McCormack 7th, Adamson 8th, Richmond up to 9th, and Callum Mitchell, who we saw with the bloody nose in race 1. He's there in 10th.
Phil, I'm just looking at that top 10, and some of the names aren't in it even, and we're in a good place. British. That is solid riders in that top 10.
Yeah,
and it highlights the depth now in MX2. This is going to be a tough championship to win. There's
it's going to be a tough championship to get in the top 10. One of the things I was up in the booth earlier on doing the circuit comms, just having a look at the racing while that was the qualifying while it was on, and I'm looking at the list and he's 6th, he's 7th, he's 8th, and it was a split group. It was only half the riders, so it looked deep, and you're only looking at half the field. So look, you can see by who's doing what. That Callum Mitchell in 10th, he's won a race in this. You could almost say that if we had a race where the top 10 from Moto 1 could be completely different to Moto 2, it would not be a shock.
No.
Who's that down?
Jamie Keith.
Is it Keith? Yes, it is.
Yeah, so it has unravelled here for Jamie, maybe just trying a little bit too hard. He's basically proclaiming that his clutch is gone, which could be obviously an issue, but we don't know. Maybe his first, because we think he's already had one crash.
Yeah.
I don't know. We don't know, do we? But without a clutch out there, I mean, first and foremost, he's going to struggle to pull away if that clutch is not working.
But it's hard on these bikes around this track. So, big leap in for Dunson. So Dunson then still leads. Is this Musto? No, there's Musto coming in second. That's still decent. Heyman has now dropped off to the tune of 3.5 seconds.
Well, he hangs
for our race leader. So this should be Dunson coming into shot. There he is. That is our race leader, the 548 of Game Dunson on the Gabriel SS24. 574. I always used to get him his teammate's number. There's Jamie Keith on the floor. He's going to brush himself off, and he'll come back fighting stronger at Preston Docks. But Dunson then on the Gabriel SS24, KTM tight up to the right hand side as they go up the hill, which tends to be the preferred line as it gets wet. Water tends to run down the left. He's up to the top of the thing. What's the gap to Musto? About 5 seconds, and he's got 4 seconds on Charlie Heyman, and that should be enough for him to take overall victory in this first round of the Motul ACU British MX2 Championship.
Yeah, this is how it's all unfolding here. This is This has really shook it up. I mean, there's a lot of stories. We're not even finished the race yet, but there are a lot of stories coming out of MX2 on this opening round, that is for sure.
Richmond up to 7th, so he's a man on the move. So Charlie Richmond, I think he was 8th or 9th in lane 1.
Just to let you know, what you're not seeing on your screen is the first race winner, Jamie Keith, has gone into the pit box. He's sat there a little bit distance with his mechanic as they're trying to look what's going on with that clutch issue. So it looks like this will be a DNF.
That's a shame for his championship for sure, but look, he's took his first race win. You can't not be pleased with that. There's guys who've had long careers who've never took a race win. Doonson getting a little bit cross-rutted, or are we looking at somebody else now?
Yeah, looking at a rider further down the field. There's Searle having his own issues, looks like with his clutch as well. Did he have his glove on? Is he riding without a glove?
No, he's got a glove on. He's just trying.
Oh, it's just the colour of the gloves.
Yeah.
He's got issues there with the clutch or the grip or something.
Yeah.
You can see him trying to sort it out, but still pushing on. I mean,
Pooji's up to 11th.
For all you Lucy Barker fans, she's 28th out there. Billy Askew has dropped down to 31st.
So Askew went missing then.
Callum Mitchell has gone down to 12th, drawn down a little bit, but still in there. Charlie Richmond's a rider on the move, up to 7th.
Yeah,
Solid
so
for him.
Charlie's made some good passes. And like I say, there is. So that was the third place man just going into the sandpit there. 4th place, there's Josh Vale. And was that Rizzy right on the back of him? I'm not sure whether it was or not. Really difficult to tell who these riders are now. Race leaders should be at the bottom of the hill, I think.
By the way, Searle's up to 16th, so that's
a decent. Yeah.
I mean, he was parked up there for quite a while. It wasn't just like a crash.
Yeah,
got straight back up. I mean, he probably lost half a lap just getting sorted before he pulled away.
Yeah. So there's Heyman then, our third place man. He's about 7 or 8 seconds behind the race leader, and Josh Vale a further 3 seconds behind him. Then it's Rizzy, McCormack, Richmond, Adamson, Tyler Hooley there in 10th position. So a good run for the man from Leeds on the Leeds Pallets KTM.
Ollie Colmer is dropping down the leaderboard. Something's happened to him as well.
Oh, man.
He is dropping fast. He's gone in one lap and he's continuing to fall. He's currently shown in 28th. So, yeah, that's going to, again, affect the over. I mean, second. So basically, first and second in the opening moto look like they're heading for DNFs in this one, or at least no points.
Yes, which is effectively the same thing.
Yeah.
So is Musto closing back in? So looking into there's Heyman, and there's Vale right on the back. Is that Vale right on the back?
It could well be. One thing I will honestly say about Josh Vale is he is grit. He keeps going. It takes a lot for him to pull out of a race or anything like that.
Yeah.
He showed that in his latter year in the 125 career. Very gutsy, determined rider.
There they are, just coming in shot now. Oh, we've got somebody here. Oh, who's that?
Oh, that looks like that's expired, isn't it? No, they're going to carry on and really do some damage. Whoever that is.
Is that I'm not sure whether that's a try. That looks like a hose off or something. So blue flag's being shown there. Here's our race lead again, Doonson. Spot on job from our camera crew picking him up, because everybody looks the same from the front now.
Well, we're lucky because he stayed, let's be honest, he's pretty clean.
Yeah, relatively clean. But the race leader then, Game Doonson, 3 minutes and 30 plus 2 left on the clock as he goes down the back end of the circuit. And you can see that he made the most of that really good start, didn't he? He railed round the outside of that opening turn.
Well, we had the aerial view, so we think he's the one that really did go that extra little bit of late braking and suddenly darted out of the pack from the far left, didn't he? So
there's Ben Musto. So Ben Musto is not that far behind. What was the gap last time?
So
boys?
it was 5. Yeah, it was just over 5 seconds. 5 and then 1/10. Sorry, 1/1000. Sorry. So let's say 5 seconds for argument's sake. Let's see if that's going to come down. Another rider, Musto, will always go the distance, leaves it all out on track.
What was the lap time, Jeff?
Well, we're going to see. It's just because it refreshes here. It's come down a lot. He's taken 1.8 seconds out of Doonson. So Musto on a charge.
And then, so is that going to make a difference to the overall? Because that will be a 2-4, so that will be 40 for Dunson if he drops a position, and Heyman will
go
be
3-3.
He's 40 and 40, and Dunson would get it on the top break.
Yeah, we'd get it on the better second moto.
Oh,
yeah. So
I never knew when I stuck this on the corner of the comms box how valuable it would be.
Not long here. This is, like I said, this is a tough opening round. Any motocross championship is always, the first round is, you're never really sure where you're at. I mean, you are within yourself.
Yeah,
of course.
you think, look, I've got it all sorted.
But you never know where everybody else is. You know, there's a few little pre-warm-ups. Of course, we didn't have Hawkestone International as a shakedown.
And having said that, a lot of riders tend to skip that because if you're a GP rider, you want that warm-up.
Yeah.
But if you're a British Championship guy, is it worth the effort and everything? I remember Ollie Coleman saying they did 2 engines at one of them a couple of years ago, and it's just an expense that you struggle to justify rather than staying in Spain for an extra week. And as a fan, I don't like it, but I totally get it from a team point of view, especially when lots of Tim Chambers, you've got like 5 or 6 riders on the roster. Let's just have a look.
I'll tell you what, Gary, you hit a good point there as well. Pre-season training, like a lot of riders now go to Spain, and that's cool, get your speed up and your fitness, but it's knowing when timing right to come back to Spain, because you don't want to leave it too late and have all that lovely pre-season in the sun and hard-packed track to come back to this.
No, you need to come back. You need to spend a week at the docks, don't you? But and obviously that's where we're going to be going to round 2 for Preston Docks on Easter Sunday, which I think is April the 5th this year. But yeah, it's. But having said that, there's a lot to be. You're not learning a lot, killing a bike every time that you go out practicing in horrible slop. There's Ben Musto in the background. So there's your race leader, and Musto will be jumping into the south. There he is. So it was 3.2 last time by. Has Dunson got what it takes to hold off? Did Musto have to give too much to try and pull through from the back in Moto 1? He's going to come across the line here, and it's going to be 3 to go, Jeff. That was what I was asking, what the lap time was, because I wanted to know whether with the time that was left on the clock he was going to get 2 laps to go. So Musto's got 3 laps, and it's 5 seconds, so the lead has gone out a little bit.
Okay, to give you a breakdown of what's going on outside the top 10, you'll see it on there. Searle is now showing on your K-Tech poll there. He is up to 14th. That's a good old slog from Tommy, getting those valuable points. Askew is showing in 29th and only done 4 laps, so that's no points for him.
No bueno for that.
So some of the big names, like we said, Ollie Colmer, he looks like he's out of contention in this one as well. He's got a DNF, as has Jamie Keefe, so that's first and second from the opening moto, both non-scoring rides in this one. Yeah, it's tale of 2 halves, this one.
Yes, definitely. The K-Tech Tower then tells the story of the race. Dunson with a 5-second lead, and he'll be coming around getting the time is up. He'll be getting the 2-lap board next time by. 5 seconds on Musto, who has 3 seconds on Charlie Heyman on the SC Sport Homes Husqvarna. Dunson will take the overall, and he will have he'll have 2 colour plates, won't he? Because he'll be leading the overall championship, and he's an under 21 rider. Yeah, so not quite sure how that one will pan out. I would imagine that he will have the championship red plate, and they will let Heyman will carry the under 21 plate as he is second in that championship. But no doubt that's a problem that we will work out.
We'll work out.
Yeah.
I'd go red front plate, then the blue and yellow on the side. That's how I'd rock it.
Yeah, okay, that works.
He was nearly eating his front plate then.
That was what I was expecting that to be like all day today, with that nasty kick on the top, and it rode really, really well until that rain came. And we just seen like they're the kind of kicks that Hawkestone keeps up its sleeve, shall we say, on the bottom end of the corner. Our race leader, he's not getting into here as nice as he says. He's not even getting into it at all. Musto is not even in sight this time.
Just reliving laps around here myself, Phil. I remember driving away from this place many times, going, that was a day's work. That
waking up in the morning on Monday with sand running out the corners. Of your eyes.
And you find sand where in like places you didn't even know you had on your body.
Yeah, you didn't even know you got places.
Yeah,
I think that Dunson has managed to break Ben Musto, and I think we need to see Musto come across the line, because I think he's lost quite a bit of time and if he's had a moment, that will move Charlie Heyman up to second. Let's see who comes across the line next.
It will do, but
it's still Musto.
Yeah, but as we said, I don't think that's going to affect the overall, even if Heyman does get there. Yes, they will tie on points, but Gian Doosan will take the victory with the better second moto. Well, that's if he got dropped down to second, wasn't he, when Musto was all over him, but he's broken that gap now, so he's in the driving seat. Gian at the front here.
I think Charlie Richmond's going to be fourth overall, you know, Jeff. He was he's sixth in this one, and he was eighth in race one, but with Coleman and Keith gone, Brooks not there, Searle not there. He only beat Adamson by a place in the first one, so he's got that. But good showing from Glenn McCormack in 8th, and also Liam Knight on the Garland Power Sports KTM. He's there in 9th, and he's a wily veteran, and Joe Brooks in 10th on the Triumph. So another good ride from Brooks, another man who took a debut race win last year in the class.
Yeah, he's just watching Doosan here. He's in total control with it. Yes, he had that little moment a lap ago. There you go, assessing everything.
Yeah,
I mean, you know, sometimes riders do that. Remember, they are top-level pro riders. So if you're wondering, like, you know, why is he looking behind over a jump like that? It's because he's good enough. If you've got a kid starting out, don't encourage him to start looking behind all the time. That's just something that these top-level riders know, how much time they have in the air and all that kind of stuff. He's in complete control with this. He knows he's just got to bring it in. I think, because we haven't got it up, whether they're on their last lap or not. I can't, because we've got our timing screen. I don't think they are they?
No, so I think he got 2 laps last time by.
Yeah, so it's going to be 1 to go this time. I'm just seeing at the bottom of the screen, Yeah, so he's still got 1 and, let's say, an 1/8 of a lap to go.
I think this is closing up, because I think Charlie Heyman looked closer to Doosan. And so there's Musto, I think. We'll see, because he's sending it into the sandpit, so we'll know if it's in. No, it's not. There's Musto.
There.
And there's Heyman. So, yeah, I don't think that there's a danger of this going...
He's going to take a mistake.
He's going to take a mistake, exactly that, Jeff. So nice pop-up look. I say, love the way they've changed this turn. It's so much nicer than it was with the drop-off, but it's held the water. So there we go. Oh, that's 1 to go then.
Yeah.
Fortune his way a little bit.
Good bounce back from Musto. Not a race win, but, you know, the first race didn't necessarily go how he wanted it. But, yeah, he's done solid there. Somebody, can't see his name, it's Dickinson. I want to say
959 or something.
I think that was Lennox Dickinson, I think.
Yeah, hard to say.
It was hard to say the number, but it looked like it was the rider from Northern Ireland.
He had a crash in practice and broke the front mudguard as well. So there is your race leader coming down the hill for the final time, picking his way through the trees, and so what looks like will be his first overall of his MX2 championship career here in the UK after having a rough go of it last year, and he looks like he's going to take the overall win in this MX2 class with a 4-1 on the day on the Gabriel SS24 KTM. I'm sure team boss Sean Simpson will be more than happy with that. That would have been his expectation last year, and they had an absolute shocker here. Lost Maxi Werner to injury at this race at the first turn of the first race. And Guion had a mare and then went out injured himself a little bit later on. But the track conditions absolutely taken a battering through that previous couple of races. But suddenly it's riding itself back in. There's going to be a bit of a dry line everywhere. And 5 seconds the gap then Doosan had almost over the line, with 3 seconds between Musto and Charlie Heyman. And your overall will be, as I think it will be, Gian Doosan who will take the overall win. Charlie Heyman will be second, and I think that Joel Rizzi will take a debut podium, his first time on the 772 Kawasaki, the 912. The other rider, Josh Vale, was 11th in race 1, so a 4:11 will not beat a 5:5 from Joel Rizzi. And he's had a tough go of it with injuries as well. Joel Rizzi, he was on the 450 class last year and knocked himself silly a few times. But here's our race leader then into the hole for the final time. under the bridge, and this is we put a new tunnel into the green at the side of the circuit. A new tunnel been put in by the Salop Club, but it is going to be Dunson coming down to take race victory in the second race of the day here, and the overall in Motul ACU British Motocross Championship MX2 class. So Dunson takes victory from Musto by 4 seconds, and then a further 3 seconds back is Charlie Heyman. Josh Vale should be coming across the line in 4th, and there he is. That was a good ride from him. So Vale on the Phoenix Talks Fantic takes 4th. It looks like it should be Rizzy coming across the line in 5th, and wait for them to come into sight. I think Rizzy has already crossed the line. No, he's not. So Vale will be waiting for Rizzy, Richmond, Adamson, McCormack and Liam Knight. It's a long way back for these guys. Who is the next rider through? Yeah, so there's Rizzy across the line on the 912, so he will indeed take 3rd overall. And then a good ride from Charlie Richmond. I think he'll be 4th. John Adamson comes up across the line in 7th, and Glenn McCormack on the Chambers KTM in 8th. That's a decent day for him. Let's see where he was in the first one. Glenn was 14th, so he's improved massively in that second one. So McCormack comes across the line in 8th, and it should be Liam Knight in 9th and Tyler Hooley in 10th. Tommy Sills 11th last time by, with Davey Pooges behind him. We'll wait and see. Obviously, we're going to go down to Victory Lane with Jeff shortly when he gets down there and the camera's up. We'll see these guys across the line. So there's McCormack. I'll say, yeah, so that's going to be your top 8. We're going to take a quick word from our sponsors, and then we will be back with Jeff in the winner's circle.
Welcome to Club Dirt Store, the new way to shop off-road. Stack up points with every order. Then bend your points for discounts. Join the club for free today.
Okay, here we are in the winner's circle. Last minute dash for the hat. Got to make sure you're wearing a hat. Guy Doosan. Not only your first race win, your first overall. I just heard you saying to your team manager, it felt like you was riding so slow, but that's obviously a good sign of riding smooth and fast. Got to be happy. Last year here, British Championship didn't go your way exactly how you planned it. You're off and running to a great start this time around.
Yeah, what can I say? Finally able to do it here in British. Show what I can do. Yeah, to be honest, second motor, I felt I was crawling around, to be honest. But the track was so sketchy, and I just took it easy, hit my marks, and didn't do anything crazy. Especially first race of the season, so, you know. But happy that I won, took a good start, passed Ben on the first lap, and just controlled it from there. And, yeah, super happy. Thanks to my team, everyone in my corner, and let's keep going like this year.
Of course, like, the objective of the team is to develop young talent. That's why Sean's put it together. I mean, to have a rider of that caliber in your camp, he knows how to ride sand. So what was Sean telling you throughout the day, certainly when the rain came down?
Basically take the whole shot. No, I knew when I was riding side lap, I thought that I really need to make that start happen. And when I came back from the first moto, I said to my dad, I'm going to win the second moto. And I did. I just felt it. I wanted it so bad. And yeah, I took the good start. And after I knew it was my race. And yeah, Sean has been a great rider, especially in the sand. And yeah, just show me some lines. And also with Oriel, yeah, in the 450, we trained really hard this off-season together, sprint laps, long motos, and yeah, they both helped me a lot.
There you are, a bit of visualization gets the job done. Congratulations on your first race win and the first overall British Championship. There you go, Guillaume Dusson taking the race win. Let's get in, and the overall, let's get in Ben. I think Ben finished second, yeah, he did. Let's just get Ben in. He sat there on his bike patiently. I said it's been hard graft for these guys. Let's get him in. He seems about another foot taller than what I remember him. Ben, a good bounce back because obviously first moto didn't go your way. Couldn't quite get the race win, but, that was a solid performance pushing all the way to the end. Happy with that? I mean, I know you're never happy unless you win, but overall to come out of it with a better second moto.
Yeah, obviously I had a bit of a mare in the first race with the start crash and then stalled it as well, and then I couldn't get the bike going. But, good to bounce back because I was a bit worried then that I might have been lost to my ability and come back a 15th place rider, but good to get a second place. Pretty stoked with that, to be fair.
And like I said, you took your first moto win last year, so you can do it. And like you said, sometimes that mental thing, like you've just said it yourself, like worried that you've kind of lost your mojo. But so it's not just always about the result. Sometimes it's the performance, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, my performance in that first race was terrible. I mean, I was just in the pack. Fighting for positions. But I had didn't have my best off season, to be honest, with a little bit of an injury, knocking on from last year. But good to come out of that.
And get round one out of the way. So good luck. For the next time we're out, second round. There you go. Ben Musto getting second in that one. Cheers, mate. Let's get, and then third, wherever he is back there, should be Charlie Heyman. Charlie, can we get Charlie? They're all back there jibber-jabbing, doing their post-race breakdowns of what's gone on. A little bit cleaner this time, Charlie. But again, another hard-fought battle. But overall, literally, regard to the result as well. Like I said, you can lose it at round one. You don't always necessarily win it. So overall, happy with that?
Yeah, really happy. I mean, my aim was kind of top three. I had some good points up, but I think we come second. So definitely happy today, yeah, super happy. And challenging conditions this morning. The second race was better. I mean, without the rain, it was better vision was better. Kind of stayed out the roost for most of the race. But yeah, first race I seemed to be on someone's back wheel the whole time. So, but yeah, really happy with today. Just carry on like that, see what we can do the rest of the season.
It's going to be a tough championship because it was. You consistency paid last year. You ended up second in the championship with just being there all the time. So you're off to a good start. And already it's proven today we've had some riders Jamie winning the first one, then not that one. So again, it looks like because it's such a hard championship this year, consistency is going to play a big part of it. And that's one of your strong points, I'd say. Yeah, definitely. I mean, since being young, I've kind of always been on the consistent side. You get little hiccups along the way, but definitely last year was super consistent. I never got a race win, but kind of all adds up. Second, thirds, fourths add up when people go 1-10. So yeah, I try and be consistent again and see what I can do. Well, good luck for the rest of the season. Obviously, I'm sure we can see you up here at the winner's circle again. You go and get yourself ready for your podium. There you go, Charlie, with a solid performance here at the opening round. We got one more to go. That is the Apico MX1 class. And again, the racing in that has been fabulous. It's championships. If anything's to go by the day already, we're going to see how competitive this championship's going to be. So one more to go. Maybe make that late afternoon cuppa. Don't go too far. Stick the kettle on. One more to go. Let's see who gets it done in the Apico MX1 class. Over to you guys, Phil, and maybe some ads before we run this next race.
I never take a day off, work around the clock, my engineer getting paid off. Rock like Ace up, like the weed and take off. So high I cannot see, 8 off. Now I got these rappers all breaking up a sweat. Cause every time I get up on the mic I come correct. And I learned it from the best, always dressing something fresh. Looking for a little dime, big butt and nice chest. Yes, they heard I used to rock Guess, but now I'm rocking clothes that ain't in the stores yet. Travel back in time, I'm in a vortex, trying to make it work out, think I need more reps. Used to take a bus, now the boy.
MXology, next generation performance in off-road. Find us at www.mxology.co.uk.
Okay, welcome back. Here we go. Final race of the opening round of the Motul MXGB British Championship here at the famous Hawkestone Park. It's an incredible venue. We've had a bit of everything today. We haven't had any snow or hail, but we had that in the week, so the track has got pretty treacherous out there. Before we get into this MX1 final race, we've brought Stephen Sword into the booth. Steve, welcome. Oh, let's get your turn on. There you go. Thanks. I mean, you're quietly spoken, but you're not that quietly spoken.
No, thanks for inviting me in. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we brought you in. Obviously, no, you've been here, got the T-shirt and all that kind of stuff. Before we get into what the academy, let's just talk about your experiences for Hawkestone as a rider. Was it one that you liked? Because let's be honest, we don't, as racers, we don't love every circuit we go to.
No, I mean, on the whole, I probably had more good results than bad ones here. Yeah, I had some really good ones at the International British Championship rides. Schoolboy stuff. I think my first time here was 1990. ACU finals, probably, something like that. So, yeah, I mean, I do like the track, but it's a special track and it's historic, iconic. So it's one you want to do well at, but it's a tough one at the same time. When it doesn't roll your way, it can be a horrendous day.
I don't know what it is with riders south of Scotland, but we always just assumed English riders, like, well, those Scots, they love a bit of sand. But I mean, like, you were obviously immaculate in hardpack as well. Is there a preference? Did you ever have a preference?
I mean, I grew up on a little bit of sand at Brampton was my local club track, but I wouldn't have classed myself as a sand rider at all. I mean, not compared to the Dutch, the Deruvers and stuff. So I had to learn the deep sand to a degree, but I seem to excel a bit more on hard pack tracks.
Stevie van der Sword, as he's affectionately known. So here we can see all the riders getting ready. So another reason for bringing you in, of course, is the brilliant news that the ACU have really, for a better word, and I'm sure Tim, the ACU chairman, won't mind me saying this, got with the programme. And realised, like, we need to start getting riders back to a level racing in Grand Prix. Obviously, the route to that is through the EMX. So, you're going to be obviously one of the people with the new High Performance Academy, the ACU High Performance Academy. Tell us more about it and what your role is actually within that, what you're going to be doing.
Yeah, so like you said, this should be happening, but it is happening now. So it's a good thing that it's happening for the UK riders. I think it needs to get some momentum first and actually get going before people see the sort of how it's going to be. There's a lot of unknown for, again, we need to prove that it's going to be the right thing to do, and I think it is, and until we prove that and everyone can see how it's going to go and how it's going to benefit the riders, no one really knows what to expect. But my role is very much, to deal with the riders, along the preparation midweek, leading up to races, at the race, and just really install some sort of, worth ethic into what they should be doing. what they shouldn't be doing. Again, it's not a teach me how to ride and go around corners, but
no.
You've got to be really on the ball when you go to Europe, as everybody knows. There's a lot of other people that know how to do this, but I feel like we are missing that European stage and we're just deprived of some riders. We've got plenty of good riders.
Yes, we do.
Plenty of good riders. Even the ones that are not on the academy, there is a lot of good riders, a lot of talented riders that we need to get on the world stage. And I think,
we'll talk about it some more. But just before we do that, we want to obviously get the people that are supporting the British Championships. We're going to go to a quick ad break. Hold that thought, Sordy, because we're going to come back, because I definitely want to talk to you more about this before the gate drop, to really outline what the Academy is about. So bear with us. We're going to run some quick adverts. Don't go too far away. We'll be back with Stephen Sword to talk more about the High Performance Academy in a mo. See you in a bit.
Is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.
Yeah, okay, so just before we drop the gate for this Apico race, we were talking about the High Performance Academy. Steve, you're going to go to the majority of the European rounds, but like we said, we launched it yesterday on the Saturday, the Royal the ACU and what we're saying. So it seems to me like it's just like, this is very much aimed, this is not trying to necessarily focus on British riders in Britain. It's getting some of our, obviously, better level riders to try and make that short journey, but it is seemingly so far across the channel, and it seems like initially it's going to be like, look, less is more to begin with, so it's not going to be this thing of you tell me, like it's not going to be like 10, 15 riders.
It again, just simplify it down, and just focus on a small group. Again, like you say, the ACU, this is great that this is happening. There's a lot to go on, a lot to prove, a lot to get right. This for me is like, I want this to be good. I don't like, me going to the races is great, but I've been to travel enough. So it's not a free T-shirt for me. Like, I want this to be really good for the riders, and really the response from them over the last few weeks has been really good. I mean, I've got a real good relationship with them already. In what they're messaging me all the time. They're asking questions, which is this is another thing. You need to ask as much information as you want to know, and I've been really, really happy with how they've sort of reacted to it and responded. So, like I said, you've got to get there, get it all going, get together, and make sure they're doing everything right day to day, and then at the weekends at the Europeans, everybody knows it's hectic. You've got to be ready to get the best out of them, and it's going to take time.
Well, you can see the green flag's up. Steve, don't go too far away. We'll carry this on for the first couple of laps, and then we'll let you get out there and watch some of these riders. But the green flag is up. So we'll get the first couple of laps out of the way. I definitely want to speak to Stephen a bit more about just something there. And then we'll talk about it some more as the series goes on. Gate drop in the final moto of round one at the Moto MXGP British Championship of Pico. MX1 off the line. Conrad Muse, somebody's got pulled a ripper from the outside. Is that Ben Watson? It could well be. It looks like a triumph to me, and it looked like Watson's style. He got out on the hard stuff, Steve, and we know that this start kind of drops down a little bit, and as the track dries, it definitely favours the left.
Definitely. I mean, it back when we were riding, when we went straight on, it was always the favourable place to start on the left. But I did tell some of the 250 riders to go up on the left in the second moto, and I think Muster went up there and he whole shot. And I think Ben's done the exact same. So this looks like it could be a good race.
Yeah, Conrad needs a much better start. Is that him there in third? Potentially it could be Carpenter, or that might be him in fourth. Yeah, so Steve, like when it's this conditions, I know the track's drying a bit more, but we've had a lot of heavy rain here, and we know a start's critical in any sport, particularly motocross. But when the track's like it is now, it can be such an advantage, because you could almost pull, as we've seen some of the racing today, like 10-15 seconds on your rival in the first couple of laps, and that's hard to get back.
Exactly, and I think we saw that in the first MX2 race when Jamie Keith got the whole shot. Now, he pulled away quite quickly, and I think he deserves every credit for that first race, because you've still got to win the race and lean it. But I think you do spread out. Like already, look, if you're in 10th place, you're probably 15-20 seconds behind already.
It is a better start from Conrad Muse, and he needed. You've worked a little bit with Conrad, obviously as well. So, and we've said it time and time again. We know how good Conrad is. He's defending champion and all that, but sometimes he just. Maybe he ponders too. You've worked with him, so like it's a mental thing sometimes.
Yeah, I think. When Conrad's on fire, I mean, struggle to get anyone to beat him. We've seen it with Jeffrey when he comes over. I think he's racing into a bit of fitness, and he's a bit rusty with his pre-season prep, because he did have a couple of operations to sort out a little issue with his hips. But I would expect that he's just taking it steady. I spoke to him in between the break, and he was a little bit like that. He said the leaders were too far away for me to push too much to try and make up the gap. And you know, the first race was quite wet. It was a little bit Western Supermare style. So he didn't,
more than quite wet.
He didn't want to ruin the bike, or so he does want to win this one. He did tell me that, so we'll see. But Taylor Hamill's going well. He's had a good day. Yeah, he was absolutely pumped with his third in the first one. Well, look, Steve, thanks for coming in and joining us. We're going to try and make this a regular thing with Stephen Sword, and also Tommy Searle is also working alongside you, isn't he? Like, so it's basically you two doing a lot of the riding, coaching, and getting in their heads and all that kind of stuff. So we wish you the best of luck. It's great that the ACU are doing it, and let's hope it grows. Obviously, I'm sure it will with you guys doing it. You've got a lot to offer. You've both been championship contenders. That's a big deal. So, best of luck with it, mate. Good, thanks for that. Look forward to coming back in again. Yeah, there you go. So Swordy's going to make way. He's out of there and going to go and do what he does, watch riders and assess, and, because he's still working with other riders as well. And see what happens there, but it's great to have him in.
Yeah, indeed. Always good to see Stephen Sword, and like you say, putting a lot of effort into that new ACU Academy. But that was a ripper of a start from Ben Watson, wasn't it? I mean, he definitely wants to go out and win this opening round. He put a solid ride in the first one, but I don't know if you could hear Stephen then. He's spoken to Conrad in between, and Conrad's like, no, I got to come back and bounce back in the second one, want to win it. Yes.
Said he's added like a little bit of an off-season to get over some extra surgeries and stuff like that. Got sore hips and stuff at the minute. Didn't want to over-push in the first one.
No, that's fine. And we knew that coming in, that he'd not had the best of winters. But there he is on the 426. Again, being chased down by Taylor Hamill, who I said, mistakenly, he's on the DRT Kawasaki, not the 772 one in the first one. And he's had a really, really solid start to the season, backing up where he was. But Conrad Muse managing to put the pass in on that lap. Watson 2 seconds then to the good on our first race winner, Auriel Oliver, and this is the tussle for the overall. It is exactly that. Now, Auriel in the first moto, excuse me, he absolutely laid it on basically about 10-minute mark, and he made that super aggressive move on Adam Sterry. Talking to Stephen there, I didn't even see where Adam Sterry is. Where is he? He's not showing. Sterry is 10th at the moment, so not a great start for that one. So he'll obviously have to be pushing through. So Ben Edwards having a good run in 9th, Purden in 8th, and great to see Bobby Bruce on the 579 on the Honda. He's there in 7th. Brad Todd, he got a good start on his D&K off-road Honda. He's there in 6th. Carlton Husband keeping what's been a good day for the Phoenix Tools Fantic team on the road with 5th, Hamill 4th, Muse 3rd, Oliver in 2nd, and Watson currently in the lead as we look at the top 2 in the centre of the circuit. And Oliver is closing in, I think, a little bit, Jeff.
Yeah, he was strong in that first moto. He seemed really, really confident that he could go and do it again. Just going to highlight again what you said, Bobby Bruce, and out there with the 20 Club, this scheme that they've kind of put together where there's no sort of one title sponsor. He's gone out there and pitched himself and said, all right, we'll take 20 sponsors, all putting in the same amount of money.
Yeah, that's the way, that is the way to do it. I had a good mate of mine, Race Stringer, back in the day, did the same with road racing, and we pitched up with loads and loads of small sponsors. Or we got somebody, oh, that's Todd, that's Brad Todd, just at the side of the track. Or I think, no, it's not.
But
so I'm looking at a different camera there. Yeah.
Yeah, well, look at Oriel. He's pushing on here.
He hasn't got into the sandpit, though.
No, but, I mean, he's absolutely closed the gap on Watson. Those two are getting away from Conrad, clearly, in this one.
Yeah, Conrad does, like I say, if he's riding himself in gently, it's a long championship. Ben will want to come and put his stamp of authority on it, but Olivier looking racy, mate, isn't he?
He is indeed, and like I said, for the championship, early doors, but you always want that little bit of story. If you know, I mean, not ideal for Conrad. He obviously would love to come in fully fit, but a rider, with the amount of riding that they do, they got to pick their moment to get running repairs, as it were.
Yeah,
you know? And of course recovery time for many little operations and things that you have to have.
Phoenix Tools fastest lap then to Oriol Olivier in second place.
No surprise.
So you can see there as they drop down that first bit, and then this brilliant drone shot. I'm quite vocal in my, we'll say, dislike of drones, but this is what they need to be used for. Chasing bikes around the track shows you nothing, but this is a great shot. Shows the beauty of the track, and it also, these ruts here, we spoke about it in the previous race, Jeff.
Yeah, you're right, but it also just shows you how the lines develop and how actually there's some parts of the track that never get touched, even though it's really wide, because you just wouldn't go out there or you wouldn't use them. So,
and it's easy to see how some of these guys, well, why is he using that line? Well, if he picks this line here, you are basically buying into, I'm going there and there on the next four corners, whether you like it or not. But,
and that is the wonder of our sport, Phil. Very different to MotoGP or road racing, where they're kind of give or take the same sort of lines, really much. And but obviously motocross, what can be a good line on lap 1 is gone away by lap 4.
Yeah, and
it can just, in particularly these conditions, it can just blow out.
Oh, lovely line by Ben there. He just stayed just outside of the inside rut and rode around the flat on the inside, didn't bury it.
I like the way he was going through the rollers as well, because he was deliberately making his front wheel hit, not going over the top. He was making sure it was hitting the upright of each one there to sort of bounce him way through it, because sometimes you think, well, I'll double over it, but then that unsettles the rear, and then before you do it, you're losing traction. So he was very, I would say, disciplined across those rollers.
Well, I think that gap has gone out by quite a lot on that lap. Oriol Olivier, although he's still in touch, has not managed to close the gap. It was a second across the line last time, and I'm expecting that to be closer to 2. Conrad Muse is already 12 seconds adrift in this one, with Hamill there in 4th, Brad Todd 5th, Husband 6th, Bobby Bruce in 7th, Sterry now up to 8th, Pern in 9th, and Ben Edwards in 10th.
I'm just looking at the state of this track. I tell you what,
Tanner Ward in 11th. That's a good bounce back. Canadian, the SC Sport Homes Husky. I was looking down the thing trying to see where he was, and Tanner Ward in 11th. I would have loved to have interviewed him after in 11th rather than
but it was good.
His butt whipped in the first one as he put it off camera.
Yeah, but it was good to get his take on it, because that was his first ever ride. Just looking how this track developed, I'll tell you what, goggle prep's been important today as the rain came down. Obviously, roll off, we got obviously Smart Films supporting this series as well, and goggles and all those guys. So I should imagine quite a few people have been using that today, using their gloves to wipe across with all that kind of stuff going on. It can make a big difference to your race. Having said that, we saw some riders just chuck their goggles off early doors, but that one might have been because of sweat and condensation.
Yeah,
not
just getting water in behind the film and stuff. Sometimes it's a decision that you don't want to take, but you just got to be, I can't even see, so whatever happens is going to be better than that.
Yeah, and you're right, exactly that. You might have a load of reel in your cartridge, but if you're steamed up, you can't see anything.
So Ben's definitely dropped the hammer on that lap.
Definitely. He's like, right, that's as close as you're getting.
So Bobby Bruce still there in 7th. Sterry now up to 6th. He's on a rip, so we'll have a look at the gaps as they come by next time and see what's going on. Freddie Bartlett there, he's having a good ride in 13th. Eddie Wade in 14th. Charlie Putnam in 15th. Louis Kessel 16th. So all of these boys having solid rides. It's a deep field here today in this Apico Factory Racing MX1 Championship. So Jaden Ashwell, Luke Benstead, Tony Craig have DNF'd. But
yeah, definitely a deep field across all 3 classes here today.
It's definitely delivered, Jeff, hasn't it?
Yeah.
They've been proper. Oh, look at that! Look, Oliver's gone.
Has he?
Yeah, he's not.
Has he literally dropped the hammer that much, or is Oriel gone? As in,
well, hang on. Well, that's a question.
Because that is, I'll tell you what, what's happened there? Because, I mean, I reckon Oriel might have made a mistake. Because I can't believe that Ben Watson has pulled that much of gap on him on 1 lap.
So the man on the Gabriel SS24 KTM has gone missing, gone down, or whatever, and we will try and see what happened. And that will elevate Conrad Muse to 2nd position. As we look at.
I mean, it was some lap. He 3 seconds quicker than his previous lap almost, I think. Watson's gone there. So he's like dropped the hammer. Let's see if...
Yeah, 2:25, fastest lap of the race for Ben Watson then.
Yeah, Oriel, look at that, 2:38. So he made a mistake, definitely.
So he's now 16 seconds adrift. And Conrad, did I see he was 26 seconds down then? I don't believe that.
No, that is right. I mean, that's Ben Watson has just put it down. The last
16
2
seconds
laps.
back to Oriel, and 26 back to Muse, with Hamill a further 4 seconds adrift. But that's, I think, look, the track is the big separator here. Having clean views, these guys these are pros, and they know when to push and when not.
Yeah.
And there's a point at which you go, do you know what? As Brad Todd and I think Carlton Husband have swapped places, because Todd was, in fact, no, it's Sterry that's made the move. So Adam Sterry, he's on the way up to 5th. So a good recovery ride from outside the top 10 from the man on the 811 Chambers KTM. But yeah, sometimes you just got to go, do you know what? If I have a crash here, it's going to be a big one. We'll take what the day gives us.
Yeah, you're right. But that has been a real separator. To be 4 laps in and have that much of a gap between the top 3 already. Yeah, I think, like you say, it's like round 1. Everybody's just kind of gone, okay, let's take a chill pill. Let's just bring it home. And but obviously Watson, I think, did wholeheartedly respond to Oriel's thing there and thought, no way, and he laid that. Now Ben is in that lovely position where he can really back it down.
That was Josh Gilbert.
I was going to say, was that Gilbert?
So Gilbert then, I did hear on the circuit comms while you were doing the interview with Stephen Sword that one of the Apico riders did hit the gate, and I'm wondering if it's that. We'll stick with this battle here, because Taylor Hamill on the DRT Kawasaki, he's not letting Conrad Muse off the hook. I think he's closer than the 3.9. Muse looks a little bit out of sorts around a couple of corners there, and Hamill did not. And I think we're going to see him starting to close in.
Just looking there on our timing screen. Yeah, so Josh Gilbert has indeed dropped all the way down to 30th. So we think that's him. Having said that, Tom Grimshaw is also down in 33rd. So it was one of them. It may have
been Grimshaw, so not a great day for the title sponsor of this championship class. But no doubt they will bounce back. So there's Hamill on the DRT Kawasaki. I'm not going to say I will press down with him now, because that's getting a bit like an old record, but he's been good value for money on that Kawasaki for the past couple of seasons.
Said he in the podium winner's circle, he said he really been trying for a 3rd for so long, and he was buzzing. He was genuinely pumped,
yes.
like yep. And it's his I think he said it was his dad's birthday yesterday or tomorrow, something like that. So yeah, nice little gift for Chris there, his dad.
Yeah. And let's not forget, it's for today's Mother's Day as well.
Oh, of course.
For all the mothers here, I did meant to say something about it in the preamble this morning, and things overtook us. But for all the mothers that are here at Hawkestone supporting their families, and those at home that are watching a live stream on a Sunday afternoon, and
yeah, all hell the mothers.
Yes,
let's be honest. You only get one, and they're great.
Yeah, it's all the dads make it happen. No, it's the mums that make it happen.
Well, yeah, more often than not, it's the mums that keep the dad in line. There you go. So it stems from the top.
Yeah. So here we go. Then it's looking very much like Ben Watson is going to run away with this one. Say 16 seconds, 18 seconds now across the line. Which is, like I say, we just want to see interesting racing. There's Taylor Hamill
Well, I think this is going to be the closest one. Can Taylor put some heat on Conrad here?
Yeah. You can see that side of the track, everybody favouring the left-hand side now. And we're looking at Adam Sterry in the background there as well, I think, as we go down the far end. So we will see the... so there's Hamill coming back towards us.
Yeah, that's a good ride, isn't it, from Sterry, from where he was? He was, what did I say on the opening lap? He was 10th, wasn't he?
He was 10th or 11th. And I know that he does, but we've kind of come accustomed to see Adam getting good starts and maybe going the other way a little bit, but to come back from that, and he's pushed through, and it is a big gap that he's got to close down, but not sure who that is that we're looking at there. That looks like one of the that might be Ezra Blackwell, possibly. I'm not sure if that's Triumph. Tanner Ward still running in 11th place, and that's a decent result. If he got the top 10 today, he'd be well happy with that. The low sun then starting to take effect in this track, especially as you come round this bit, Jeff. It's one of the things where a long peak on a spring day.
You know, it really does play havoc. You know, when you're racing this sport, you've got to align the wheels in these ruts. And yeah, I mean, we've been there, Phil. You come up to what used to be obviously the famous double jump, now the tabletop before the bridge, and like you're just like, what? You're basically staring at like a black hole.
Yes,
I can't see what I'm hitting.
It's not pleasant. Ben Watson then across the line, still 18 seconds to the good on Aurel Oliver, and as it stands at the moment, that means that Watson will take the overall from Aurel Oliver, with I think Conrad Muse will take third overall. We'll have to do some quick maths on that one, but I think he'll consider that. What will worry him more than that, he'll be happy with the points, but it's his distance to the guys at the front that might be a concern.
We were following a rider there, and I just saw them wash the front end.
Was that Ben?
Well, I wasn't sure if we were following the leader, and I think that might be why our cameraman's now struggling to find. I think that might be Watson just tucked the front end.
Took the front coming out of there. I think
just going into the face of that first jump. Could be wrong, but it looked like to me the red kit of Ben Watson he's back up.
Yeah, there he is.
So but we were following him, and then so I think he quickly got back up, but it looked like he tucked the front end. I'll ask him about if he makes the winner's circle, which I'm sure he will. So that's one of the other. I don't think that's Ben. No, there we go. Is that Eddie?
That's Eddie J. Wade. Yeah, that's one of the other Triumphs. So we'll see when they come across the line with 6:45 plus 2 to go, whether the lead suddenly comes down, and that will explain if it does. I mean, I think it was probably 4 or 5 seconds dropped on that one. Like I say, everybody really, really spread out now. Or you can see there now how it's all rutted out.
That's Watson there going under the bridge, your race leader.
Yeah. So he's tucking through under the bridge. He's going to go up and under the tree, and like I say, this new part of the track been remodelled. He's going to come across the line now. We'll see what the gap is.
Yeah, just waiting for our timing screen to turn. Well, yeah, so his time went to a 2:37. So there you go.
He's been on the floor.
He's been on the deck.
Well spotted, Jeff. That was like I say, it was just the camera panned, and the boy that was in the shot suddenly wasn't there anymore.
And these guys looking through that camera, it's not easy. I tell you, these cameramen, they have to, and he was still probably thinking, well, that's the. Well,
where's he gone? Look, a great job done by all the guys and girls out there this weekend, and on Dirt World TV, we thank everybody, MXGB TV, all of the people out there making all this work. Don't forget to follow us on Facebook on MXGB TV, and Instagram the same, and obviously our YouTube channel MXGB TV. Don't forget to like and subscribe and ask for notifications, so every time we go live with one of these races, it will pop up on your feed. And also don't forget to comment. We've got people looking at the comments and stuff, and even if we don't get back to you straight away, after the heat of battle has kind of succumbed a little bit, we'll look at all of that stuff and trying to keep the British Championship moving forward.
And go and buy stuff from Dirt Store.
Yes.
Go and do that, because they obviously title sponsor of what we do here with the live stream. Big investment from those guys, and they've got top quality brands, by the way. Loads of them that are actually sponsoring and supporting this series as companies as well. So do us a favour, go and buy from them. Online store, obviously grown very quickly, justifiably so. And as I said,
they're putting a lot into the sport. They're going to GPs with Ben. They're off to Spain probably Tuesday or Wednesday of this week to contest the first of the European GPs. Just a nod also, just see a Prox banner in the background there. We'll have the Prox Pit Pass that will be live at some point in the week, usually Tuesday or Wednesday, which will bring you all the behind-the-scenes stuff that we just don't get to show you on a race day. And we've battled through the weather, and like I say, a lot of people have succumbed to the rain, but those hardy souls that have stayed and seen it through to the bitter end. And I've got to say, Ben Watson take his first victory in MX1 in the UK, and I'm sure he'll be pleased with that, and he'll be wanting to maybe start that as his championship campaign for something that I think he's expecting to win.
100%. You know, he's coming from GP. He's been, for the last couple of years, really our most consistent, you know, out there, along with Adam Sterry, just two Brits out there trying to represent the Great Britain in MXGP. But Ben is still going to be doing, obviously, some rounds of the MXGP World Championship, but the focus very much for Triumph and for him is to claim that British title and wrestle it away from Conrad.
Yeah, definitely. Honda putting a lot of effort into retaining this British Championship. Again, another shout out to Tanner Ward, still there in 11th place. Another good shout out as well to the man currently sitting in 12th, Bailey Sutton. He's going to be top 10.
Solid, isn't it?
That's top 10. He will be well happy with that. And Brad Todd has fallen down the order a little bit to 7th, but again, for the man that's going to do the opening 4 rounds of this championship before decamping to America to do the AMA Nationals, the man on the DK Honda having a decent day here at Hawkestone at the first round of the championship. But Watson, Oliver and Muse, that will be your overall, should it stay as it is.
Yeah, not, as we mentioned, not great for Josh Gilbert. DNF's going to be costly in this championship at round 1. So he's got work to do. Good bounce back ride in the second one from Bobby Bruce.
Yeah, nice to see the Bobster in the top 10.
Well, he came out swinging in the opening round last year, didn't he? Remember that?
He won the opening round in MX1, and you know, it's in MX2.
Yeah,
and it kind of all went down a little bit downhill from there.
Yeah, always good watching Ben Ryan. I mean, he was quite small initially, obviously, in the 85 career, then a growth spurt. Both him and his brother Nathan, quite leggy, quite tall, and Ben, you know, it's just like he's very, you can tell he's very relaxed on the bike, particularly sand, you know, obviously good in all conditions, but both him and his brother are exceptional sand riders.
Yeah, well, and Ryan,
Ryan too.
They did. They had. I think one year I commentated on the Skegness Beach race, and all 3 of them were inside the top 6. So definitely born in the sand up there in Nottinghamshire. So obviously lots of places up there to ride that will give you good sand skills. But yeah, looking at the results then, Jeff. So as it stands at the moment, Conrad Muse was 4th in race 1. And he's 3rd in race 2. He will tie on points for Taylor Hamill, but get it on countback. And obviously, we will get a tie for the win. And Ben Watson will get it on countback. So there's Dan Thornhill.
There's Dan, yeah.
Yeah, he was off at early doors in the beginning of that one. He's worked his way up through the field. So good to see Dan Thornhill doing okay. We've got a lot of DNFs in this one.
Steaming his way around the circuit.
Travis Steele. Aaron Paxton. I saw Aaron riding round earlier on and didn't get a chance to go and see him and his guys in the pits on Saturday. But it's good to see him back at British Championship after having a bad year last year with injuries. Mackenzie Marshall, we saw him. And Gilbert's out, Grimshaw's out, Tom Murphy was the other Honda that we saw. 74, Jaden Ashwell, Luke Benstead also out. So it is really a race of attrition. So Tristan Purden there on his Lexa debut, having won in Scotland last weekend at the first round there of the Scottish Championship at Tain. I think he's probably going to finish 6th overall here at Hawkestone Park. Time goes to 0, so it will be 2 laps to go next time by. A dirty front number plate for Ben Watson, so he's...
well, that's where I think he was. Well, that's where he washed out a couple of laps ago.
Do you think he kind of got a little bit over too far and then just lost his balance in the rut and maybe fell over on the far side of the jump?
Yeah, because I think exactly what happened, because that rut will carry on out of the corner all the way up the face of the jump,
Yes.
It's like literally like Scale Electric out there.
Somebody
At
else
the minute.
pushing in there in the background. So we'll pan back round. There's a rider
Yeah.
there. And that might be the number 41. We will see who that is.
So
it might be Seth Manners actually on the 42.
That's Ben cutting through the pack. That's Jamie Carpenter that he's just gone by. So Jamie's in 14th. So there you go. Ben has lapped up to at least 14th position. Sure, that was Carpenter 184 in the in the light sky blue fly kit.
Jamie, another rider coming back from a season-ending injury. So let's go.
There he is there on the inside. Looks like he's got no goggles on.
And obviously 25 plus 2 round this circuit is a big ask. And no matter how much training you do, the first moto will always find you out if you're not quite ready. He's coming up now to that's the 249 of Tanner Ward. So Ward is currently in 11th. So that was Bailey Sutting in that group as well that he just went through. Gives him a wave by.
Yeah, good work.
And so he'll be pleased with coming back. And you look at those go. In fact, Ward's now up to 10th. So who's on the drop there?
Waving him through there, not getting caught in an AMA lappers scandal.
No. Yeah, let's not go there.
I was winding you up because I saw your comments.
Oh,
so let's park that there, Phil. Calm yourself.
Never mind that. You should have been in our living room when me, my good lady wife, and my son were discussing it. It was good fun. But anyway, moving on. Yeah, that's how it should be done. Tanner Ward is up to 10th. So who have we? That's Carlton Husband. Husband is the rider that's gone missing on that lap. So Tanner Ward bouncing back with a potential top 10 in Moto 2 after a disaster in Moto 1.
A lot changed on that lap because Jamie Carpenter, like I said, was in 14th and he crossed the line on that lap in 11th.
Yeah.
So just outside the top 10 there, a lot has happened on that lap.
Yeah, Bailey Sutton has dropped to 12th, but that's still a good ride for him. Then it's Eddie J. Wade, Freddie Bartlett,
so Husband is
Charlie
dropping.
Putnam.
Yeah.
So it is. So I think that could have been who I saw pushing in that centre section. It did look Fantic coloured. So he will be. We'll see if he's in the next loop. He might actually be off the track and through the gate now. But here is Ben Watson. Then he'll be getting the last lap board next time by.
Monumental lead of close to 30 seconds in this Epico MX1 second moto opening round here at the Motul MXGV British Championship. If it stays like this, Watson is going to come out with the red plate, albeit tied on points with Oriel Olivier. But with 30 seconds to play with and all his experience again, he just got to nurse the bike home, nurse himself across the line. He's got plenty to work with 1.5 laps to go.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but I was so much hoping for like an elbow banging 225 when everybody's got. It just doesn't happen like that very often. But guys just find their pace, and Ben's ridden a really, really nice race. To be fair to Oriol, he was there till he wasn't.
Yeah.
That took the wind out of his sails a little bit. Obviously, Gundoonson winning the overall in MX2, that would have been a nice bounce back for that team after a disaster last year. But winning one class and second in the other, that's still a good day at the office for Sean Simpson and all of his guys at Gabriel SS24.
I think the track has definitely played its part in affecting bar banging racing, like you said. If it had stayed dry, I think we would have seen more straight up battles on the track. But there we go. That's part of motocross. We have dry days, we have wet days, everything obviously in between. So I think a lot of these riders will obviously just be happy that we're up and running, go away, assess. Obviously some will be happier than others. That's how it goes.
Well, yeah, but who do you think's going to? Obviously the guys, the Epico guys are going to be a bit bummed for whatever reason. We don't know what's gone on there. Obviously I know one of them hit the gate, I think Ben Watson will be like, yeah, I'm here. Obviously, let's not forget he was my tip for the championship. We'll just always remind you of that one.
Yeah, well done. But regarding of looking at it in a minute, I know we've not finished this race yet, but not necessarily in that order. But I would say the top three are kind of what you would expect in this right now.
Yes.
Regardless of the overall.
The order, I wouldn't.
Stereo, I kind of think would also be in there, but that's how it's going to be. I think Hamill's had a brilliant day. He's putting himself in this thing as a top 5 guy, clearly.
Yeah. I'm just having a look and trying to see what the gap is between Adam Sterry and Taylor Hamill as they came across the line last time by, but I think it's going to be too much. Yeah, Taylor Hamill's already well over the line. and no sign of Adam Sterry yet, so there's no race for position there really. But the form of Adam Sterry been a little bit up and down, and he's bounced back from a pretty poor start in that second race, and I think he'll be happy to nail a fifth after being so far back, especially in these conditions.
Here we are. Ben just bringing it home. He's obviously been in this position many times before, certainly on when it coming through his youth career. In fact, I've seen him literally so far out in front in some youth races back in the early days in the 85 career that he might as well just parked it up and had a little rest, got himself a drink, wait for the others to catch up to make it interesting. So he knows how to manage a race. And you know what? Like, you know, all that experience of racing GPs, but not necessarily being a Grand Prix World Championship contender, like, this winning a race is just like, it's still nice. He's not like, it's probably been a while since he's done this. Like,
there he is,
you know,
takes
won a
the
race.
checkered flag. Congratulations, Ben Watson. First overall. You need to go and do your bit.
Yeah, I do, and you're going to follow me out not long after, so I'll let Phil bring the rest of it in.
Cheers, Jeff. So that is a win, and the overall for Ben Watson on the Dirt Store Triumph. He is going to be pleased with that. Fantastic day at the office for the man from Nottinghamshire. And Aurel Oliver, the man from Spain, making also his MX1 debut here in the Apico British Motocross Championship, the ACU Motul British Championship in the Apico Open class. He will take second overall, and Conrad Muse will tie on points with Taylor Hamill, but will take the podium position by result of having a better position in the last race. Ben Watson then lapping up to 10th place in that 25-minute plus 2-lap race. Let's see, we'll get the rest of the top 10 across the line. So Watson, Oliver, Muse, Hamill, Purdon, Todd, and then it should be Bobby Bruce, Ben Edwards, Jamie Carpenter and Tanner Ward. So lots of DNFs in this one, but it has been brutal. So Carpenter and Ward already across the line, so they will be classed as finishers. So still waiting for Adam Sterry to come over the line, and I think that's Sterry now. So it should be Sterry, Purdon, Todd, Bruce, Ben Edwards on the KTM. He will come across the line in 9th. A fantastic day's racing here at Hawkestone, I am sure you will agree. The next round of this championship is going to be on April the 5th on Easter Sunday at Preston Docks. Tickets available on on the mxgb.co.uk website. We're going to have a quick word from our sponsors, and when we come back we'll be down with Jeff in Victory Circle with our overall winner Ben Watson.
Welcome to Club Dirt Store, the new way to shop off-road. Stack up points with every order. Then bend your points for discounts. Join the club for free today.
Okay, everybody, there we go. That is racing done here at the opening round of the Motul MXGB British Championship. Let's bring in Ben Watson. Ben, here we go. Not only the race win, but with it the overall, a little bit cleaner. Is it? I'd like to think it's good to be back racing in the British Championship and obviously taking race wins. You know, GPs are a tough old game. Used to do a lot of winning in the youth categories. It's nice to take a checkered flag in the overall, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's cool because you watched me growing up racing, and yeah, to be obviously when you're a kid and you start, the British Championship is your goal, and then step by step, when you win the British Championship, you want to go to GPs, and yeah, I've had some good years, and now I just thought it was a real good time for me to, you know, like I've just done now, try and take some checkered flags and get that spark for winning back again, because I'm a little bit too comfortable with, you know, finishing top 10 in a GP, and yeah, I feel like if I get that hunger back and that excitement for, you know, really getting results again, then hopefully it can bring me on also on the world stage.
Ripper of a start from the far outside. It's like we were watching it from the drone above. It's like, and then all of a sudden, halfway up the straight, man, you just shot into the lead. So that was cool. But then, obviously, when Oriol got in second, he gave you a little bit of heat. But then, man, you laid down some proper burners after that.
Yeah, I'm terrible at starts, I remember. So, no, it's yeah, really nice to have something under me that I have so much confidence with on the start, and in racing now, that's a huge thing. So, yeah, really enjoying that part of this changeover. But yeah, I had Oliver behind me in the beginning of the race, like hot on me, and yeah, I know he's really good. He's also a top class world championship rider. So yeah, I just thought if I could keep putting my laps in the beginning, at one point I broke him and then I actually crashed. I made a little mistake over the back. So yeah, got back on, and took me 1 or 2 laps to kind of get back in. And then those last 10 minutes, I wanted to slow down a bit, but then I started making mistakes. It was grabbing me a little bit when I wasn't taking the pace through the takeoffs and stuff. So I just tried to keep pushing until the end then. And yeah, that was good.
Well done. Good to see you back. Nice clean face as well compared to the first one. There you go. Your overall winner, race winner in Moto2, Ben Watson. Let's bring in Oriol Olivier. Again, another solid ride. You certainly pushed on there the first couple of laps, but then we didn't see what happened. But did you like make a mistake around sort of second or third lap?
Yeah, I crashed quite hard on the back of the track. I lose the front, and yeah, luckily the bike was not so damaged, just a little bit bent the handlebar, so I could continue trying to make a good pace and good ride. I felt good riding wise, but then I lose the seat. So I had to do 6 laps without the seat. So in this track, it's really difficult. And I need to sit anyway, you know. And yeah, but second, it's okay.
I hope you've got a bed to lie in on the way home and not have to sit down. Is you okay? I mean, that's brutal, having no seat. Hawkestone's bad enough at the best of times, but with no seat.
Yeah, because there's some tight corners. Yeah. Even though it's sunny, there's some tight corners. So it was difficult, yeah. My arms were pumping.
Sure they were. So listen, if you're still in the paddock and you see you walking around like a kind of cowboy, like it's a tough day. But overall, are you happy with that? Because this is going to be a tough championship. You've experienced racing in the UK now. You know, a lot of foreign riders don't obviously realise it's a tough championship, right? We've got some good riders here.
Yeah. You need to be consistent because there's GP riders here. Ben Watson, Conrad Mewes, Sterry. It's a really good championship, and I love to come here when the weather is good and make some good training, you know, some good racing. Yeah, happy to start good the season. Yeah.
It's good to have you. We appreciate you coming along and racing the British Champ. Good luck for the rest of the season. Okay, so Oriol took second overall. Let's bring in third place in that race. I think he got third. Conrad, come on in. Conrad, as we know, reigning champion, but it's a long championship, and we know that you know, off seasons are not always, they don't always go smoothly. I know you're not going to delve too much into it, but it's always just get to round one, assess where you're at, and go from there. I know you always want to win, but overall, where are we at?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to stand up here and say that things didn't go my way and things like that, and you know, but no excuses. I just wasn't good enough today. I just wasn't there today, and the track was it was gnarly, and I felt like I couldn't ride like myself. I'm not quite sure why that was, but yeah, honestly, these boys were good today, and I had nothing for them. So yeah, to be honest, I'm just, the way we felt, I'm just happy to land on the box at round one. It's a long season. Yeah, as you say, I like to win everything that I enter. You know, everything I go into, I give 110%. But unfortunately, I can't always get away with that. In today, it's shown. And yeah, tough day at the office, but we'll take it on the chin and go in and work harder.
But that's the thing, though, isn't it? As a racer, you want to win all the time, but then it's stepping up to the plate and challenging yourself and getting more out of you. And now that you're going to have to go away and assess and how to do that. And that's part of what makes the sport so attractive, right?
Yeah, definitely. I wouldn't quite say I'm mature enough to accept this one yet. Like I said, I just want to win, and we worked too hard for this result, and the team worked too hard for this result, and they deserve better. So, yeah, I'm disappointed with today, but like I said, there was no excuses. I wasn't good enough in myself, and we just need to go away and work harder and come back at the next one and try again.
Well, we look forward to it. We always like seeing you step up to the challenge. So good luck at the next round. They're going to go. Let's just quickly bring Phil in, because we're going to sign off the live stream right here, right now. Phil, for us in the live stream, it's always a pleasure watching. A bit difficult identifying riders today when the rain came down, but overall a cracking start to the championship.
It's been a brilliant day. All three classes have delivered absolutely top class racing. We all had our predictions at the beginning of the day, and I don't know how we'll have to have a bit of an adult say, but it's been a great first round. The weather's made it really difficult. Just listening to Conrad there before he came on to talk to you, and he was just saying the track was brutal. Yeah, we knew it was going to be hard with the rain, but it's as hard as he's ever ridden it. So it's been great racing. I've enjoyed it, and obviously we're going to be on to round 2 at Preston Docks on Easter Sunday.
Rather them than us, that's what we were saying. Basically, yeah, it was quite brutal. We're quite happy in our Tupperware box. Well, listen, we hope you enjoyed the live action on the live stream. Obviously, we're going to be back second round at Preston, so join us. Keep liking us on the social medias. Let's hear your comments as well. We want to get you engaged with what we're doing with the live stream. We're going to sign it off here. Obviously, keep up to speed with socials. There's loads of stories coming out of here, particularly in MX2. That was up and down like a yo-yo. So keep enjoying what we do. In fact, big thanks to Dirt Store, Motul, everybody for getting behind us. We'll see you at round 2 at Preston. Hope you enjoyed the stream. See you then.
This is Dirt Store. We're your one-stop shop for everything off-road. Find all of the latest products from the top off-road brands. Whether it's gear, parts, protection or accessories, Dirt Store has everything you need to hit the track. Shop fast, ride fast.